Midnight light on a dim-lit screen, clicking through stories you wouldn't believe. Cold case trails and courtroom scenes, whispers from the grave and media dreams. Truth is stranger, hearts beat faster, in the shadows of a news disaster. Scrolling deep where secrets hide, you found the stories time won't deny. Headstones and headlines, the tales collide. Justice and mystery, side by side. From backwoods clubs to breaking news lines, you shine a light where the silence lies. Oh, headstones and headlines, you dig where the truth won't die. Small town rumors and urban fear, a voice for the lost who can't speak here. Through every name, through every case, you hold the truth in a steady place. Cameras roll but justice lingers, truth unravels through careful fingers. You tell a story, speak their names in a world that's quick to look away. Headstones and headlines, the tales collide. Justice and mystery, side by side. From backwoods crimes to great night trials, you trace the echoes through every mile. Oh, headstones and headlines, you dig where the truth won't die. Some run from the dark, you walk right in with a question and a camera lens. It's not just a crime, it's the lives they led. The voice is still talking from the books unread. Headstones and headlines, the veil is thin. Truth gets louder when you begin. With every view, with every line, you bring the forgotten back to life. Oh, headstones and headlines, you dig where the truth won't die. Yeah, headstones and headlines, you tell the stories that time can't hide.
Hey everyone, happy Friday. The weekend is finally here. I actually had the day off today because we are given bereavement at work, and so I was off today because my grandpa's service is tomorrow. So I went to get my new phone today because my current phone doesn't let me connect to 5G or 4G for that matter. And the new Galaxy was just released today, so I pre-ordered it and it should be here next week. So I just have to deal with a broken phone until then. And then I went to Dollar General today because they're having a clearance event where so anything that's on clearance, you get an additional 50% off on. So I was like, let me just go, I wanted to look at Valentine's Day stuff because there were a few things that I had seen that I was like, ooh, I kind of want that, but I don't want to spend $8 on it. So they didn't really have much Valentine stuff. But anyways, that's not the point of my story. The point is, when I go to the register and there was a man behind me and I heard him say, I wonder how much this will be. And I thought he was talking about what he had. So I go to, put my card into the thing, the card reader, and he says, ma'am, would you like me to buy your groceries for you? I was like, no, I'm good. I got it. He's like, no, really. I'm like, you're serious? He's like, yeah. I was like, well, I'm not going to argue if you want to pay for my stuff. So he said, yeah, I got it. He goes, you know, just, I want to do it. So just remember, there's good in this world and Jesus loves you. And I was like, well, I really appreciate it. I said, I will definitely pay this forward. It was 22 bucks. $22, which, I mean, I have the $22, but the fact that it was just so surprising. And I mean, just recently, the universe seems to know what I need. And that was just, I mean, one, unexpected, but also, I'm like, what? It was like surreal. It was surreal. So that was my day. And then I came home and just hung around until now. The prosecution and defense had talked at the end. So yesterday I had ended the live when they were doing like scheduling stuff. And what they had said was that Colin Gray will be the only witness for the defense. And they were discussing like, how long do you think it'll take? Should we let the jury know that they'll have a half day, that they're just going to be out early? And so the prosecution was like, I wouldn't tell them they're going to have a half day because it may not be a half day. We'll tell them they may be able to leave early. So I look when I get home. So I got home around like 1:32. He was still testifying. I was like, okay, you know, they probably took a break for lunch, whatever. So then I checked right before I went live, and Dad is still testifying. And there was a comment in Court TV's video stream that said, I should have known he was going to testify this long. I saw his interrogation video. I was like, well, they kind of have, Dad does like to talk a lot. So we're going to get started because I honestly thought he would only be on the stand for maybe 3 hours, 4 at the most. And he was still being questioned. They had just taken their afternoon break and they were coming back to continue questioning him. So this should be interesting for sure. So I did see Nanny here. Marie was actually first today, so thanks for being here, Nanny. No one else is talking, but I see there's a few of us. Some of us are in the bushes. I'm sure my number one marketing team member is watching the channel Obsessed with Me, has been apparently watching the trial too because they say it's boring. Well, then stop watching. Stop watching. All right, let me add this. And then StreamYard, I don't know what happened. I logged on to StreamYard today. All of my settings were gone. I had to reset everything. And the one setting that I want keeps resetting. Every time I change my scenes, it goes back to the default. And it's like, what is happening? Like, first it was YouTube, now it's StreamYard. I need to figure out something. All right, so I do have it on 1 1/4 speed. Depending on how fast or slow Dad talks, I may even put it to 1 1/2 speed, but I think 1 1/4 should be okay. So let's get started.
Yes, Your Honor, we do. We call Colin Gray at this time, Judge. Judge, I don't want to be disrespectful, but I've got a bad cough. Would it be okay if I put this in my mouth to keep from? Sure. You raise your right hand. Solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give before this court and jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Would you state your name for us, please?
Colin Gray,
And would you spell it for the court reporter?
COLINGRAY.
And Colin, where did you grow up?
So I grew up originally Marietta, Woodstock area. Spent most of my youth, middle teenage, high school years there. I guess early 20s, mid 20s or so, moved out to Wanderbarrow.
And when did you end up meeting Marcy?
So I met Marcy, I would say 2008, after the stock market crashed, 08, 09, construction basically came to a halt. I was offered a job at Lund International and met her there.
All right. And what kind of work were you doing when you met her?
So my entire career has been in construction as a construction superintendent. During my time at Lund, I was a director of facilities at Lund when I met Marcy.
All right. And I think we heard that she was an engineer. Is that correct?
She was an engineer there, yes, sir.
And did you and Marcy have children?
We did. We had 3. Colt was the first child born. Jenny Reen was our second, and little Coley was our third.
Okay. When Colt was born, where were you living?
So we were living on Beach Creek Circle in Winder.
Okay. And how long did you reside in Winder?
So when I first met Marcy, we dated for a very short time, and I moved in with her. So I would say that, 09-ish time frame until after Jenny was born.
Okay. And at some point, I think we saw in one of the statements, you moved to a farm.
In Statham, yes, sir.
And how long did you keep the farm?
So we kept the farm for several years. All the kids, I think, went through 4th or 5th grade at Statham Elementary. Little Coley was born there 2016. So we were there for the majority of our marriage, I would say.
Okay. And at what point did you leave Statham?
So we left Statham, I would say maybe a year prior to COVID. What we, the original game plan there was we had purchased a boat, and we're thinking that the market was decent. We had talked about building our own home, something I was interested in doing. And we really enjoyed the lake life. So the original thought was we could sell the farm and make a pretty good profit, and find a parcel of land up near or on Lake Lanier and build a home.
And what age was Colt at the time that you moved from Statham?
Oh, so he was probably 4th or 5th grade, so 8, maybe 8 or 9. I can't really remember exactly how old he was. He was little.
And did he go to school?
He did go to school. Yes, sir.
Was he a regular attendant at school?
He was.
Was he a smart kid?
He was a smart kid.
And where did you move after you left Statham?
So we rented a home up in Gainesville, up on Lake Lanier. We wanted to have a place that was on the lake if possible, and it came with a boat dock, so we could just keep the boat there. And really, the kids enjoyed the boat, skiing and tubing and fishing and playing all the time. So that was a big deal to us, and we were able to find a home in Gainesville and move there.
Okay. At some point during your working career, we heard on the video that you broke your back.
So, right. So that would be 07, late 06, 07. I ruptured my L5 disc, which required a surgery, a back surgery. It's called a laminectomy, and had that surgery. And I would say 09, maybe 10, 11 months later, re-ruptured the disc. And had to go back in for a second. I had been taking pain meds, really, in surgery, just to kind of get me through that surgery. The second one was a little more painful. They were, I'm not a doctor here, but they did take a piece of my vertebrae out of my spine and kind of packet behind the disc to kind of help it from rupturing or popping out or herniating is what he was more worried about. And so I was taking pain medicine all the way up until my third spine surgery, which is fusion, I think was in 2017.
And at some point, did you get hooked on those pain pills?
So I don't know if hooked is the right word, more of a fear of the pain. It took a lot to do what I did every day at work, 10 to 12 hours a day, walking multiple flights of stairs. So it entailed anywhere from 5 to 8 miles of walking a day. So the pain medication would help for sure. But even then, at some point, it was a combination of, I really wasn't a fan of taking medication or anything like that because the responsibility that I had at work. And then as time went along, I felt like the effect that I was taking them for really wasn't doing what it was initially supposed to do. So that's what led me to the third surgery and getting involved with other people. Like, look, I don't want to keep doing it like this. I was taking so much Advil, I was worried about doing internal damage. Something wasn't right after that second surgery, and I could feel it. So that's what led to the spine fusion conversation.
And at some point, did you lose your medical insurance?
So I lost my medical insurance when I changed jobs. So I had finished a relatively big project downtown, and a couple of the guys that were with the company I was working for decided they were going to start their own general contracting business and wanted me to come along with them and mentor kind of general superintendent type of thing and bring on talent and just help him build his company into what it was. So there was a lag of insurance in between those job changes.
Okay. And at some point when during the times that you had lost insurance, did you decide that it would be a good idea to get on methadone?
So I did, because I didn't have insurance, and I'd been taking the pain meds regularly for a while. And then as I tried to scale back myself, I realized it was like, the withdrawal from taking pain meds for that long, I really never even considered what would happen to stopping. So there were several times where I was very sick. And so had some friends that had done the same thing, went through this program and said, hey, listen, there's a place in Auburn, Georgia, that they use methadone the same way. And I'm like, I know what methadone is for. I said, I'm not a heroin addict. That's what, I always related that word to. So I met with them and said, listen, I'm confused on what this is and how this works. And so I was advised at that time that this was a synthetic type of drug and that there was not the euphoria, if you will, that came from taking regular pain meds, but it helped tolerate the pain, which was what I was actually looking for. But more importantly, it kept you clear, and it subsided 90% of the withdrawal that your body was going through. So I thought, this is kind of everything in one package here. So did not have medical insurance, and they offered the program where I could pay out of pocket to them.
Okay. At what point did you move down to Fitzgerald?
So we moved to Fitzgerald. I'd started this company with these gentlemen, and I think we were on our second project or so. And, we started hearing whisperings of COVID, and nobody really knew what that was. And I certainly didn't. And as it went along, construction industry is very funny. It doesn't take much to throw people into, I wouldn't say a panic mode, but a more reserve mode, and spending millions of dollars to either build a brand new building or refurbish the one that they have. So work started to slow down, and I've been in it my whole life. Guys in the company, I could see it coming. So that's when I started having conversations initially with Marcy of a couple of different things. Like, I can see what's coming. Marcy wasn't working at the time. Like, I could see the slowdown coming. I knew this because we were finishing a project. And typically in my role, when I get to about 3/4 of the way done with one project, I'm already working on the next project coming down the road and staffing and all that sort of thing. Well, there were none of those conversations going on. We didn't have anything on the books. As a company, we had not bid any projects. So I could see was it going to be a full stop? No, but it was going to be a slowdown enough to where it would be detrimental. So combination of that and still dealing with a lot of pain, I approached Marcy and said, look, I think that this thing is going to kind of slow down to the point where work is not going to be readily available. What do you think about going down to Fitzgerald? Her grandmother just passed away. There's a family house down there. It's all paid for. And I said, she had made mention about looking for getting a job with Georgia Pacific up here in downtown Atlanta in an engineering role or something along those lines. But they also had a Georgia Pacific in Albany, Georgia, which is, it's relatively close to Fitzgerald. So I said, we could go down there. I said, kind of stress-free. We've sold the house. The truck is paid for. The boat is paid for. We have no real outstanding bills. We have no mortgage. So we just kind of have a little bit of free reign that most would not. And I said, what do you think about going down there? I'll just take 5 for a minute, just try to make sure I can heal, because initial x-rays, if you look at them, my bracket, the way it's screwed into my spine is not perpendicular. It is off a little bit, and at certain movements, it does hurt. And I said, I can take a little bit of time here and try to heal, just kind of take it easy. I could kind of reconnect with my kids more than I had been over the past few years, because work for me was intensive. So I couldn't be there for the kids growing up like I would like to. And I said, you can do your Georgia Pacific thing. And, I really wanted the kids to kind of see this South Georgia life. I spent my whole life down there deer hunting, and it's just a different, I think at one point I've made the comment that the clock moves 10 minutes slower down there. So I wanted my kids to experience that, that way of life down there. And so we moved down there through COVID. And as it turned out, COVID hit and everything had stopped. So it was a good decision to go.
How old was Colt when you were there in Fitzgerald?
So I think Colt would have been, maybe he was 6th grade, is when he started down there. So 10, 11, somewhere in that range.
Okay. Did he have any problems in 6th grade?
So originally in 6th grade, I was the stay-at-home dad, which was a good thing for me. So I would take the kids to school in the morning, pick them up in the afternoon, and Colt was making friends, had some buddies that, he hung out with, and, we would talk about those sort of things. And he was in Little League football down there, so we were at practice most nights. And, he was doing good for all I could tell.
Was there a time when he apparently got behind a firewall and looked up how to kill your dad? Did you know anything about that initially?
So I found out months after that had happened. I was never contacted by the school or SROs or anything like that. And Marcy never brought it to my attention for months after that had happened. I think we were actually on the way to football practice one afternoon, and she brought it up. And
did she explain to you why he did that?
She didn't. She just told me how the school had found out that he was doing that or had done that. And that's all that she had said about that.
Okay. Were you concerned about it?
Oh, I was concerned. Went immediately to Colt. I think we were sitting on the football field after practice, and I'm like, I need to understand this. So the conversation I had with him was his little clique of buddies that he had. He said they were all kind of venting, and one or another were upset with what their dad was doing or not letting them do. And that one of his friends had made mention of not necessarily killing his dad. I think he was like, one day when I get older, I'm going to show my dad kind of who's boss sort of thing. And so Colt said, just as a kind of joking kind of thing, he said to me, I just Google searched it just as a random thing. And I explained to him what a serious thing that was. And, the red flags that come along with that. It's not a typical thing that a kid would do or search. And I expected to not have to be in that position to hear that months later from him or his mom.
How old was he when that happened? Was he 11 or 12 or do you know?
So he was 11 and she was in 6th grade, I think. I want to say the reason I'm going at 10, 11 age is because when he was 12, I think that's when 12, 13 inches when we went deer hunting for the first time up in Jefferson. So that would have been his age.
Based on his search, do you ever know whether a counselor at school ever talked with him about that?
No, I was not made aware of any counselor talking to him.
Did you always feel like that you and Colt had a pretty good relationship from the standpoint of discussing things?
Yeah, I always tried to create that kind of environment for him. I think at one point during all of this, people heard about the bubble. It's a thing that I kind of created with my children at a young age to give them the opportunity, you know, and it may have very well stemmed from this incident that I didn't really care what they did. I just needed to understand what they were thinking when they got into the bubble, and they could talk freely about what happened. And, you know, that way we could figure out how to fix it, and we would deal with, you know, the trouble or punishment after the fact. But it was always a free avenue of communication between us. And I was especially that way with Colt, because at a young age, I kept telling him that he was, you know, his brother and sister were going to always look to him, you know, as a role model, if you will.
Any other problems with him in the 6th grade?
No, not that I'm aware of. We did enjoy our time down there. We did a lot of fishing.
What about the 7th grade? Did you have any problems in the 7th grade?
So 7th grade started up here in Jefferson. We moved back up here after COVID. I wanted to, you know, Marcy, I think, had lost her job at Georgia Pacific, and I think had gotten another job in Douglas, I want to say at an electronics company, and had lost that job. And so I started to think, okay, you know, she was starting to show a little erratic behavior, what have you. And so I had reached out back up to Atlanta to see, you know, COVID was not over, but it was winding down, if you will, to gauge where the industry was construction wise and was things picking back up. So I made that call, and I had several offers, you know, within a short period of time. And so I accepted an offer. And when I took that job, I originally left Fitzgerald by myself, came up to Atlanta.
How long were you here in Atlanta by yourself?
So I was up here for about, I know, at least a couple months. And the thought process, I went back every weekend, you know, to Fitzgerald. And the goal was to come up here, get established with work, and just kind of send money. You know, she just put it in the bank. We didn't have anything really to pay for, thinking that at some point here, which we ended up doing, was we would all move back up to Atlanta, and we would have, you know, enough money maybe to get rental properties and just kind of start over in Atlanta.
Okay. And at what point did you and Marcy kind of split?
So that would be about the time Colt in that 7th grade time frame. Colt originally started 7th grade, was really going well. But at home, I was working quite a lot. I'd actually had a job offer after the job I came up to Atlanta for, making more money. And so being the, you know, single income, like, okay, $20,000, $30,000 more a year made a difference for us. So I took that job. And Marcy at this point was not working and was not getting out of bed. I think we've heard the shape that she was in. I would come home from work and just, it's not a good thing. I thought that it was something more than the drinking, just because of the scabs on her arms. And so Colt and I would have conversations about that. And so it, you know, it wasn't the smoothest in our house at that time frame, early 7th grade for him. So
what about at school? You had
So-
problems at school?
at school, about midway through it, he had came home from school one day and expressed that there were several kids bullying him. Originally, it was just kind of a mocking type thing. Colt's not, you know, he was a real quiet kid. He was just super shy is the best way I can put it, you know. And the story that I got from Colt was it started with him eating lunch by himself. There was a group of 2 or 3 boys and a couple of girls at his school that would mock him. And from that point on, it was a kind of a difficult time for Colt through 7th grade, in school and on the bus rides home.
Did you move at some point during the 7th grade?
So I believe that we finished 7th grade, and I tried to make sure that I believe that he finished 7th grade. And I was getting close to coming to the end of the lease that I had in Jefferson. So working with my landlord, who Marcy and my landlord at that time were constantly having a riff with the neighbor next door. And I told her, I said, listen, the call I got from my landlord originally that decided we had to move, she called me one day at work and said, I have called DFAX on your wife and you need to come home or I'm going to tell DFAX to take the kids. And I remember this being a Saturday. And so I asked her what had happened. And she said there was a confrontation between her, the neighbor, and whatnot. So when I got home, I met with the landlord. She said, this is what I'm going to tell you. I have no issue with you or your children, but Marcy can no longer stay on the property. So she has to move out of the house.
Go from there.
So at this point, Marcy and I were not getting along, obvious reasons. So she decided, and I had called Debbie. So Debbie came up, took Marcy, Jenny, and Coley back down to Fitzgerald. Colt decided he wanted to stay with me, finish out school, let's get through this lease, and then, just him and I kind of live together, sort of thing.
And when you brought him back to, where were you living when you brought him back? Were you living in Jefferson?
Well, so Colt and I never left. So we were living in Jefferson.
Okay.
Right.
And how old was he when you were living in Jefferson?
So Colt would have been 12 going on 13.
Okay. And when you were living in Jefferson, did you and Colt get along? Did y'all have any fights? Did he act up any at all?
No, we were, that was a time frame where I enjoyed really being with him. I had a little more one-on-one time with him. The bullying and everything, he could see I was up at that school talking with everybody on what to do, how to do it, getting him the counseling and everything, dealing with the principals and just talking to the educators about where he was. What alternatives could we do for Colt to not put him around that type of thing? Could he just do his schoolwork up in the admin part, and not have to worry about that stress? So he appreciated that. And that's kind of along the lines where I said, listen, I want to explain to you how when I was growing up, when I had trouble or stress or whatever, at a young age, I was introduced to the outdoors, hunting, fishing. And I said, would it be something you would like to do? I said, we could hunt, and just kind of my original thought was this would be a great way I could bond with my son away from his mother and everybody else, and just kind of use that time as I did as a kid growing up to just kind of, put him in a comfortable place, doing something we like to do. And he could talk to me openly and freely about what challenges he may or may not be having. But also, a bigger piece for me was getting him away from screen time and computers and Xboxes and things like that. I don't mind that kind of thing, but it was just to the point where I felt like he was that was all he was wanting to do.
What kind of outdoor activities did you do with him during that time period?
During that time period, we originally just started just kind of going to some areas to look at deer and show them, where we would do these type of hunts. And then as I felt like he was wanting to get engaged with that, I had some people I worked with that had some farms and some hunting land. So I think it was last day of the deer season, actually, I had said, listen, let's give this deer hunting thing a shot. See what you think. Prior to the deer hunt, I think I took him to the range a couple of times. We had gone to Mike's gun room, talked with Mike, and I told him what I was planning to do with my son. I wanted to buy him a weapon that, could shoot a deer and we didn't have to worry about it wounding it.
Let me ask you before you get into
Sure.
Mike. Did y'all also do other things like?
So yeah, during that time too, I'm a big golfer, and I had a little putting green set up in our house, and him and I would putt in the living room, just kind of mess around. So I'd asked him, hey, would you like for me to teach you to play golf? I've been doing it my whole life, and kind of just a casual conversation, but he was like, I would love it. So purchased him some golf clubs off of Amazon. We lived in Jefferson still at this time, but we would come to the Chimneys here in Winder. They had a really great practice facility, and we would hit range balls, and I was trying to teach him how to hold a club, how to hit. we did that several times.
And
Then,
did you also buy him a guitar?
so we did, actually, I think that was later on down the line. You know, we played golf several times. We were practicing all the times, and I'm trying to just, whatever I could do to just interact with him away from the computer screen. So he'd always had a interest in music. So went to Guitar Center on a whim one day and spent the afternoon in there and bought him his first guitar. And I'm left-handed, so we could not find one for me on that specific trip, and bought him an amp, and he started kind of trying to figure it out on his own. And then we went back. He enjoyed it so much, we went back and I bought him a second guitar, and I had found a kind of a beat up used left-handed guitar for me. And so that was another way that him and I kind of, on our one-on-one time, he was teaching me to play guitar and to read music, and I was terrible at it. And so we would sit in the living room, play guitars and things of that nature.
You mentioned Mike's gun room. Was there a time when you took him to Mike's gun room?
Sure. So we did the original, deer hunting conversation. I had told him that we could go. I've been to Mike's prior when we lived here in Winder originally, and Mike's a good man. And so Colt and I went in there, and I was explaining to Mike what we were doing, and he understood it, trying to get Colt engaged in the outdoors. And so kind of just going through the guns and explaining what all the rifles were. And Colt had seen me through the years shoot deer rifles on our farm in Statham, and him being a little bit little at that time, he would see they were big, they were loud, and they kicked. So he didn't want that. He didn't, that was his thing, is he was afraid of the kicking. And I said, they're not all built like that. I said, so we'll go and talk with Mike. So we went in there and talked with Mike, and I explained to him what we were doing. And so Colt, through the gaming and Call of Duty and all the things the kids are into nowadays, a lot of the weapons when you go into a gun store are what I call on an AR platform. Everything from shotguns to little plinksters all look like ARs. In fact, the first gun I ever had Colt shoot was a little 22 on the farm that I had that looked like a gaming AR that they play with on Call of Duty. So my thought process was, I will do whatever I have to do to get Colt interested in the outdoors. So he liked the way the AR platform looked. And Mike was like, okay, I have the Bushmaster with 450, look like the AR that we've all talked about here over the last couple of weeks. Different caliber, and was big enough to take down a deer. So
is that the reason that you were buying this? Some people look at this weapon, it's a pretty ominous looking weapon. Sure. And some people say, well, that doesn't look like a deer rifle, but right. So the weapon in question that we're talking about here was a different weapon than the original one I bought him. Even the deer rifle, the Bushmaster I used, it looked just like the SIG that we've been talking about here. And that's just the way a lot of the guns and weapons nowadays are. You still have the old style bolt action kind of things, but a lot of the weapons now have gone to what they call an AR kind of platform. You may shoot a different caliber, but the way the gun looks is relatively the same. And he was interested in the way that looked. He thought it was cool. It's like, oh, I play this on Call of Duty. I shoot this type of gun. So now this Bushmaster that you bought,
yep.
Is that the one that we saw on the photograph that they showed yesterday at the gun range?
No, it was not. Okay. That was the SIG.
That was the SIG?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the one that you purchased first for him to use was the Bushmaster?
Yes, that was the very first gun that I actually purchased it before Christmas, and had, it was specifically for our hunt. It wasn't, he wasn't old enough to own the gun, which we had talked through at Mike's. He watched me fill out the paperwork. I'm like, you got to be 18. Went through this whole thing, so. Which I explained to him on Christmas. Yep, I did give him that Christmas present, if you would. I didn't wrap it up as like this is a gift for you. I actually more thing for you. This is the weapon that you shoot when we go to the range, And if you keep doing really good in school, going to school and doing all the things you should, you graduate and you're 18, this will be your gun.
Okay. Was there a time when you switched guns?
So
with
after
Mike?
that, he shot that deer. Last day of the season, I explained to him going that morning that I had hunted for several years as a kid and never saw a thing in the woods. That 95% here, we're not going to actually see a deer. We're just going to go through the process and let him see what it took to do the day in and day out, get dressed in camouflage. We weren't in the woods 30 minutes, and a bunch of deer came walking out, and he was super excited. And I remember telling him to just take a breath and make sure this is what he wanted to do. And he shot that deer, and the deer fell right over. So when he shot the deer, I was sitting right next to him, and the gun made a weird kind of sound when he shot it. And I looked over, and I could see the bolt was jammed, and the bolt was kind of half in, half out. He didn't notice, but I noticed that it had jammed. So after that, he said it made a weird sound and kind of a flash, driving home. He's like, it kind of scared me after I shot the deer. And I said, okay, I did not get the bullet dislodged from that gun. So got home, we sat down, took it all apart, got the bullet out. I think we went to the range sometime after that, cleaned the gun, let him shoot it again, and it jammed again on the range. So at that point, we went back to Mike's, and I explained to Mike, hey, it worked. It's a great thing. He shot a deer. It was the greatest day of my life. Made a video of it, showed it to his grandmother and some of my family and his mom. And I said, but the gun jam scared the crap out of him. And I said, during the course of that hunt, he'd seen some coyotes run through chasing some deer earlier in the morning. And I told him, I said, well, there's a hunting season for that. And explained to him I did a lot of hog hunting and whatnot. So after the gun jam, we went back to Mike's, and I told Mike, I'm like, listen, it was great. Gun jammed. I said, but even in his excitement, the 450 did kick a little bit more than, he was hoping for, I guess. And I did have a kind of a different scope on it than what we all see here. And he said, when he shot that deer, the scope, it didn't bruise him. He said he just felt the scope kind of come up, and he didn't like that. So we traded that gun back in at Mike's. And I told Mike I was just looking for something a little lower caliber for him to shoot, that he was really enjoying going to the range and whatnot, and that we were going to do some varmint hunting, throughout the year in between deer season. So that's where the 223 came up.
Let me bring you back to during the time you were in Jefferson. Was there a time that the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office sent someone out to talk with you about some alleged threat?
Absolutely.
And did you cooperate with them?
Yes, I absolutely did. It took me completely by surprise. I remember getting up super early that morning to watch the British Open with Cole. I think we were sitting there at 5 o'clock because British Open time's different. So we're up super early. And midday, I think we watched part of the golf tournament. I fell back asleep, actually, and got a knock on the door. 2 Jackson County sheriffs at the door.
Did they tell you what they wanted?
Sure. They asked me if Colt was there, and I told him he was.
Did you ask Colt to come out?
Yeah, I went back into the room, and said, hey, listen, the sheriff's department's here. They've got some questions for you. And I asked him at that time, like, is there anything I need to know about here? He was just as surprised as I was. So I went, got him, brought him back out.
And did the officer speak with him?
Yes, they did. They originally, before I'd gotten cold, I'd asked him, what is this about? And he had made mention of Discord, asked me if I knew what Discord was. I'd never heard the term Discord until that moment. I told him I don't know anything about Discord. I don't know what that is. So when he brought Colt out there, and that's when they had the discussion about computers and did he have a Discord account.
Okay. And after that conversation that he had with Colt, did he have a conversation with you?
The sheriff?
Mm-hmm.
So yes, it was between all of us. I remember him asking Colt about Discord and what basically the allegations were. FBI had a tip, something about school shootings, and I immediately was like, I need to understand where this came from. This is, it's an extremely serious thing for me. This is not a joking matter. Even if this is not Colt, I still want to know how it ends up that they're at my front door. I was very serious about and making sure Colt understood how serious this was. And, ultimately, if they didn't like what he said, the second officer was there to take Colt with him. That's what the sheriff had explained to me. So whatever I had to do to talk to them, anything they wanted to know, I basically was like, yeah, let's figure it out. I told him at one point in this conversation, if he even thought that this was related to Colt in any way, shape, or form, he asked me if I had guns in the house. I said I did, and that he could take them. He could take those guns out of my house. I will go get them. He can take them with him.
Okay. Did the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office ever follow up with you about anything?
So during the course of that, conversation with him, I wanted as much information about this as humanly possible. And at the end of the conversation, he and I walked over to his car, and he said, listen, I believe Colt. And I said, okay. He said, I've still got some more information I need to look through and go over. And he said, I'll call you. And the next day, I think, is when we talked. I said, do you have a card? And he gave me his card. I said, you can call me anytime. I said, if you find out any more information, I want to know what you know. It was important to me right then to know what was happening. And he assured me that he would. So we talked the next day, actually, early that morning, I think it was. And he said that, hey, listen, I've gone through some more of my investigation. He said, he explained the chat room and how many people were in it. And then he said, he made mention of, I think it was Sacramento, California, maybe the IP address or something. It came back to somebody in California, and that it came back to somebody possibly in Russia.
Okay.
And so at that point, he was like, I don't see an issue here with Colt. And he said, if there's anything else, I'll reach out to you, but there's nothing further at this time.
Did he ever tell you to lock the guns up?
He just, not necessarily to lock the guns up, but he said, hey, just make sure that there's not free access to the guns. He asked me where they were. I told him they weren't locked up. I said, they are in my master bedroom closet where I kept the guns for most of my life. And when Colt was little, I said, they're up on the top shelf of my closet, not just laying around the house.
Okay. Is that, since he was 11 years old, is that the first time that he had any potential issues or problems, to your knowledge?
Problems with
acting out or acting depressed or anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that episode with Jackson County would be classified as a depression or whatnot. Nobody could really ever tell me if this was him, doing what they were there to do. So we had, there were times, when acting out with Colt really wasn't something that was ever part of his makeup until he was old enough to start requesting, I would call, a little bit pricier things that I had to buy for him. And sometimes if he did not get his way about whatever it was, we may have words back and forth. He's just a little impatient.
Would he throw temper tantrums sometimes?
Yeah. If he wanted something really bad after everybody moved out and it was just him and I did have a little more free reign with buying him things. Jenny and Coley weren't there. Marcy was not there. So I had a little more freedom. I was at a job making more money. So I could afford to buy him a little extra here and there. And so I wouldn't say he got accustomed to it, but he just didn't understand when he would ask for something, why I couldn't buy it right then.
That brings us up to the 8th grade time period.
Okay.
The beginning of the 8th grade, where were you?
So beginning of 8th grade, I think that we had moved back to Harrison Mill Road, Bethlehem area.
Okay. And were you and Marcy living together at that point?
No, she was still down in Jefferson, I believe.
Okay. In the beginning of the 8th grade, was Colt in Jefferson or was he in Fitzgerald?
So it was kind of a hybrid. He, going back to not getting really what he wanted all the time from me, Debbie would buy him whatever he wanted almost immediately all the time. So he kind of had that connection with her where he felt like he could get a little more from her. On top of, I think he was missing Jenny and Coley a little bit. And so there was a time where he was up here in Bethlehem with me. Debbie would come up and, he had gone back to Fitzgerald for a time and then came back up to Bethlehem. So there was I don't remember the dates exactly of when that was, but I know he was back and forth.
Okay. In the beginning of the 8th grade, was he there or here, if you remember?
So originally what had happened, I'm trying to recall exact dates here, but I know there was conversation of like late 7th grade, 8th grade, that we started talking about online school. Debbie and I were involved in those conversations quite a bit. And then at some point, I want to say it was over the summer, late summer, he had gone back to Fitzgerald with Debbie, packed up all of his stuff. And Debbie had talked to Colt and said, hey, listen, we can do homeschooling down there. And Debbie was retired and she would just kind of help him through homeschooling and kind of teach him. And actually Jenny was a part of that conversation as well when they were down there in Fitzgerald. So I spent a time up here in Bethlehem by myself.
The Coley and Jenny, they never had a problem going to school.
No, they were
Even when they were living up here with you, was there a problem with them getting them registered, getting them in school, and them going to school?
No, they now I want to be clear. This was a joint venture. Now, at this point, I've never been a single dad of 3 kids. I underestimated what it took. I can tell you that right now. It's a lot. And so I had help from Debbie with a lot of the registration. I had help from Debbie's other daughter, Annie, Marcy's little sister. She was engaged in helping me get everybody registered and in school. I was working full time. And so they were of great help, but we were able to get everybody registered. Jenny and Coley, that is. And
did you believe during the 8th grade that Colt was actually doing an online program?
Right. So this is where it gets kind of a little complicated for me, even look back on all of that. And so Coley and Jenny were good to go. Colt and I had a conversation after Fitzgerald and homeschooling with Debbie. This is what I want everybody to understand. There's a combination of things here. It was not for me. It was tough on him. The bullying kind of affected him in 7th and 8th grade. And what's not brought up in Discord or any kind of conversation, I find out later that, even the bus ride home for him, kids throwing shampoo bottles at him and milk cartons. And it was very difficult for him through 7th grade. So that's where I initially thought, okay, if he's going to homeschool down there, great. I really wanted to get him involved in middle school with Jenny. But we started down the conversation of online school here in Bethlehem. So he was open to that idea. I had talked to Jenny. I'm like, listen, I'm offering this to your brother. Would you like to do it? She ultimately chose to go to school. It was at that time I was working with Debbie on like, let's just do it. It was simple down in Ben Hill. But as it went along and I found out it wasn't as simple as getting online and signing them up, it was very more difficult than I anticipated. Everything was full. We were getting on into the school year. There were not a lot of options that were open and readily available for him.
Did your sister help you find an option?
Right. So as time went along, we're pushing through 8th grade and he's falling further behind. And I realized that. And I reached out to my sister, Lorraine, a retired school teacher, and explained to her the dynamic here. And, that I wanted him to be online in school and what had happened. And it was harder than I anticipated of finding him an open spot. And she said, hey, I know you got a lot on your plate. Let me start trying to track down some places where we could send him. So I had that conversation with her, and I think it was Georgia Virtual is where there were 3 schools she said that she had narrowed it down to. Georgia Virtual is what jumps out in my mind, that she requested all the stuff that she needed from me, birth certificates and whatnot, to get all their stuff completed online, which I gave her all that information. And there was even there was passwords or access codes created through that system in the email chain or talking back and forth with Lorene. So I had thought in a time period there that he was locked in and doing what he needed to do. I explained to Colt, hey, we've got you registered. I had thought at the time that Georgia Virtual, as it turns out, maybe it was something that I missed. I thought that, I guess I had thought maybe Lorene, once I heard passwords and showed Colt what he needed to do, I thought it was as simple as him going in there and doing what he needed to do.
Was there times when you would check to and asking?
So I had asked him, I can't give you exact dates here, but I did calling him from work and asking him, are you online doing what you're supposed to be doing? I remember him having a conversation with me about an algebra class, and when I got home from work, he was showing me a page of what he was working on. So I never, verified. That's my bad. I didn't fact check what he was saying. We established a trust between him and I and a respect for one another that, he was growing up, and I was trying, that's what the whole idea was try to get him to just be upfront and honest with me and moving forward to high school in the back of my mind is what I was thinking. But also as this time frame was moving along, we were getting further and further behind. And I knew that. And I got to a point in 8th grade where it's like, man, I don't know if he can catch up. Right. So I had a conversation with Colt originally and said, listen, Colt and I were at dinner one night. And he said, so what would you think about taking the 8th grade over again? And I had a two-pronged attack there on that. I didn't think that he was far enough ahead in 8th grade. And I didn't want him to come out of the gates behind in high school. We're already kind of bumpy in school with him. And I thought if he could retake the 8th grade, that would put Jenny in the same grade as Colt. And they were close. They had a great relationship. Would they be in the same classes? Maybe, I don't know, but they would be in the same school with the ultimate goal that they could kind of confide in one another, get through school together. And the bigger piece was if they went through 8th grade together, they would go into high school together and they would make that 4-year journey together through high school. That was my train of thought, right? It was never that I don't give a damn if he goes to 8th grade. That's not what happened here. It was very, very fluid kind of thing, trying to make sure I was, and listen, could I have done better? Yes, I could have done better. I could have done more. I see that now, but the overall goal here was just get him in a comfort zone place. And it got to that point where I thought, okay, well, I had to retake a grade. This would be great. If he could just go take the 8th grade again with Jenny, they could help each other and they could move through high school together. So that was the thought process.
All right. Now, was there a time that Colt went down to Fitzgerald to stay with his mother where he got into an altercation with her?
Yes. So that would be that summer timeframe. I don't have the dates here in front of me. I just know that Debbie, and this was the time frame when Debbie came up and they took his computer, packed up a bunch of his stuff, and he went down there to stay. He was kind of missing Jenny and wanted to hang out with Mamu. And so Mamu had called me. There was actually 2 that I know of. This is the only 2 that I was ever made aware of. The first one was Debbie had called me and said that Marcy had slapped Colt across the face really hard. They were arguing. I don't know what about it was not there. She just said it was an ugly argument. And I never hit my kids. There's multiple reasons for that. So Debbie said that DFAX was called. I didn't know if she had called or who had called. Ultimately, I find out that it was Annie that had called DFAX in the first episode of the slap, right? So I talked to Colt and said, listen, you okay? What happened? He said, we just had a knockdown, drag out kind of argument. Mama was drinking and just, she just slapped me. And I said, and Mama was there. She said she was standing right there. I was like, okay, that was the first episode. The second one, I don't
Did
think.
he ever tell you in that first episode that he broke a window on a door?
He hadn't broken the window or done the damage that we've heard about in court here yet. I believe my time frame was all of that happened after the second episode with Marcy, and it was of all things over chicken nuggets. And what Debbie had called me again and said that she didn't get Colt the right order from McDonald's, and I guess Colt smart alecked her about you didn't get me the right stuff or whatever. And Debbie said, and Marcy lost it. Her words were she attacked Colt, and she said just started hitting on Colt a lot, hitting him wherever she could hit him. And that I had talked to Colt about that. He said she hit me in the face, she hit me and I said over chicken nuggets. He's like, I could smell alcohol on her. She's screaming, just out of control kind of stuff. And I said, okay, do you want me to come get you? She was like, no, I'm going to go. He said, I'm going to stay with Mammoth, which when the kids and everybody went down there, I know we heard that they were living with her. Now, little Coley did stay with her, but Jenny and Colt, when they went to Fitzgerald, they stayed with Debbie, in their house. That was their place. So I asked him, do you want me to come get you? He said, no, I'm just going to go back to Mammoth's and just stay away from her. So it was after that time frame where my understanding was he was breaking the windows. I didn't know about the couch thing until after I went down there to pick him up, and I received a call one day at work from him, middle of the day, and he was in tears. And I'm like, what is wrong? He said he had another falling out with his mother. He said, I slammed the door and broke the window, and it escalated from there. He didn't tell me about him cutting up the couch, or, it's kind of unclear who really did that. One says the other wasn't down there. He said, I just need you to come get me right now. And I said, well, where are you? He said, out behind the house, just kind of staying on this little dirt road. And I said, well, it's going to be 4.5 hours before I can get there, but I'll come get you. He said, Papa Charlie, which is Debbie's husband, he said, Papa Charlie called the police on me. And I said, for what? And he said, because when I broke the window, they said I cut the couch up. And I said, did you cut the couch up? He said, I tore part of the top of the couch off. He said, but they're saying I sliced it all up and broke these windows. He said, I slammed the door and broke one window above the doorknob. He said, and Papa Charlie showed up with Ben Hill County Police and wanted to take me to jail, basically. He said, and the police officer was telling Colt that he couldn't act like this and disrespect his mama, grandparents, and if he couldn't get it calmed down, that he would ultimately take him to YDC or whatever. And Colt was upset about that and asked me, hey, I need you to just come down here and get me and bring me back home.
And did you do that?
I did.
You go down that same day?
That same day, yeah.
And do you remember about what month that was?
I don't remember exactly what month that was. I don't.
Okay. Shortly thereafter, did you find that Marcy had been put into rehab?
I did. So the rehab came after I'd picked Colt back up. And we were kind of resuming what I was just talking about, trying to get him.
Now, the other two children were not with you at
Still
that
down
point.
there.
It was just you and
Right.
Colt.
And Jenny was living with Debbie. She had taken over her mom's old room and whatnot. And that's where she resided every day, every night. Coley was in and out. He just kind of go with the flow kind of kid. And little Coley and Marcy were together a lot. Colt and I were back up here. And that's when I received a call. I think when I was talking to Investigator Smith, I said 2 a.m. I got the phone call. I actually, thinking back on that, I think it was 10-ish because I knew 4 hours it would take me I wouldn't be there till 2 a.m. So got a call from the DFACS case manager and said, I need you to come down here and pick up your children. Wouldn't get into why, just said that they were in danger. I explained to her where I lived, how long it would take me to get there. She stated, well, can you just be down here at 7:30 the next morning? We'll meet at a church down the road from their house and we'll all go over there together. I asked her, I needed to know what this was about. She said, I can't until we go over some paperwork, logistics stuff, and then I'll explain it to everybody all at once. I still did not know. In my mind, I thought as much drinking that she had been doing, I was like, oh, she'd had DUIs before. I'm like, oh, she got a DUI, probably had Coley in the car. That was my original thought. So drove down there the next morning. Colt and I did, talked about what we thought this might be, and met the defects lady, went to Debbie's house. That's where she was with the kids. Knocked on the door, went in, we all sat down. The kids were in bedrooms, so they weren't a part of the conversation. I actually find out later that Colt and Jenny had cracked the bedroom door and were listening to the whole conversation. And she said, listen, she said there had been a call made to defects, and I find out later that it was Annie, the little sister that had called defects, made a complaint that she was driving drunk or acting recklessly with little Coley in the car, something along the lines of to where they needed a hair follicle test her. And so she's reading off the timeline of when they did the hair follicle test. I didn't even know that took place. Apparently it took place a week or so, maybe two, before I got the call from defects that night. And she went through the whole process of we hair follicle tested you, and here are the results.
Okay. And at that point, you took the other two children with you?
Correct. She stated that I was to take all the children back, that Marcy could have visitation as long as it was supervised. And at that point, I asked by who. I wasn't sure if it was defects. She said, no, you will be the one supervising, and you are the one that says when she can come and when she can't come. She cannot just show up. This has to be agreed upon time and whatnot. So I took the kids back.
Were you prepared to have 3 children
No.
at that point?
No, I said this in passing to so many people. People talk about single mom, they go through, and as a dad, fortunate enough, just thing in the world to get up and go to work. As much as I was working it paled in comparison to what a single parent has to go through with one kid, let alone 3. So I underestimated the effort and everything that it took to just keep everything afloat with 3 kids, let alone all the ins and outs and things that happen with kids every single day. It was a lot more than I could ever imagine that it being, and I underestimated that greatly.
Now, was there a time when Marcy called you and threatened to kill you and Colt?
So, yeah. So that day, I originally got a call from Annie, the little sister, and I believe I was cooking breakfast or dinner. And because I know I was cooking something, because I have a phone laying on the counter, I just hit speaker. I'm like, hey, and she's crying. I'm like, oh, what's wrong? You okay? Her original statement was, we can't find my mama. I'm like, what do you mean you can't find your mama? They're in Virginia. Like, they're all up there. Charlie's in some golf tournament. She's like, no, she came back early. I'm like, well, then she's at the house. She's like, no. She's like, we can't find her. I'm like, well, how long have you been looking? Like, since yesterday. And I was like, oh, shit. I'm like, okay, have you called the police or anything? Like, is something wrong? I'm like, in my mind, I'm thinking, God, I hope nothing happened to her medically, like heart attack or something. She's like, I've got the neighbor going over to beat on the door. Mary Beth is their neighbor, whatever they grew up with. And if she doesn't answer, she's just going to go in the house. I'm like, well, call me back. Let me know if they find her, So Colt was like, what do you mean they can't, find her? I was like, I don't know, buddy. I said, you just heard everything I heard.
Were the other 2 children with you at this point?
Yes, they were with me.
Okay.
So she calls back sometime later. I don't know exactly the time frame, and says, Mary Beth is in the house, and they found my mom. They found Memu. I'm like, okay, great. Is she okay? She's like, no. I'm like, okay, well, what do you mean no? Is she in the hospital? What's going on? She said, no. She said Marcy had taped her to the chair in their office, and then not only taped her to the chair, left her there for a couple of days. They found her with soiled pants, and she just basically had to go to the restroom, whatever, just taped to the chair. And that she had taken one of the dog leashes out of the backyard and tied the chair to the sleeper sofa behind her so she couldn't scoot to the phone to call 911.
Object to the litany of things that he wasn't even there to know about. Do you have a response?
I'll try to redirect you.
I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you.
Sure.
But was there a time when you found out that Marcy threatened to kill you and
Sure.
Colt?
After what I was just trying to say right there, she went through what condition she found her mother. And she said that she had told her mother that she was coming up here, wanted her car and money or a credit card. And her mother asked her why. And she said, I'm going up to Winder to kill Colin. And I'm like, to kill me? And Marcy said, yes, she's coming up there to kill you. And she said, she told Mama, meaning Debbie, and since Colt is your favorite, I'm going to kill him too. And you live with that. So that on that day is the first time I had heard that threat.
And did Colt know that?
He heard it on speakerphone while we were talking.
Okay. Now, Debbie went to jail for a few months. Was there any contact that you had with Debbie during that time? No, not
Marcy.
Debbie, I'm sorry. Marcy. Marcy had gone to jail. Was there any contact that you had with her when she was in custody?
Right. So originally, I did not. And as time went along, Debbie had come up to talk, and hang out with us in Bethlehem and explained to me what she had went through and what condition Marcy was in and how she was acting, and just felt like whatever she was taking, it just wasn't Marcy. She just had lost her mind. That was her statement, I believe.
Did you want to try to bring the family back together?
Yeah. So
even
during
though
that,
she had gone to jail?
yeah, so during that time period, Debbie and I talked about, her being in jail, and Debbie felt like, felt bad that all that had happened, and that, maybe somewhere along the line she could have seen Marcy, acting and doing the things she was doing while she was down there. I wouldn't say felt bad for her being in jail, but just kind of a little down because her daughter was locked up. My kids were obviously upset. Colt and Jenny had talked about it. I'm not really sure how little Coley got brought into that conversation, but generally known in our house that she was in jail. I tried to keep the super negative stuff away from little Coley just because he's obviously too young to understand. And I thought, man, I just hate that all this happened for her. And the kids were like, well, we're going to lose our mom kind of thing. And at some point I just was like, I don't want my kids to think that I'm just going to walk away from their mom. She's the mother of my children. And I didn't condone obviously what she did or anything like that, but I thought I could use the time and Marcy reached out, I think, through the jail kind of connection thing. And I think she called me the first time and had apologized for everything. Said, she was, I think her comment was, I took a whole bunch of painkillers and I was high on meth, and I just was not myself. And I would never do the things I told my mom I was going to do, just.
During that time period, you had all three kids.
Yep.
Were there times when you and Colt would have problems?
So after that event right there, we, I wouldn't say we were having problems, but it was more along the lines of Colt. Colt was a good kid. He wasn't very patient with things. And if he wanted something and I didn't buy it right away, he didn't understand. Having the three kids and just, we've heard throughout this trial about how much money I make, and we never really talked about all the things I had to try to cover. And when it was just Colt and I could go and go buy a guitar for him and it'd be okay.
I want to talk about
it just got to the point where I would have to explain to him why I couldn't spend $15 on a game he wanted to buy, and it would frustrate him. So we would have disagreements about that.
You told the officer in one of the interviews that he would bull rush you.
Yep.
What would bring on that bull rush or him rushing at you? What would bring that on?
Okay. So there were 3 times that I can remember that we, the bull rushing happened. And again, I would never hit Colt or any of them. So I remember the first one was him and Jenny had gotten into an argument. First, it was just kind of kidding around. And somewhere along the line, I was talking to Debbie in the kitchen that day, and they, brother and sister, were picking on each other. It kind of escalated, and Jenny took off down the hallway, and Colt chased her down there, and he tripped and slammed his head into the door, the linen door, knocked a hole in that door. And then he got up and he was trying to pick the lock and kind of damaged Jenny's door. And I went down there and was like, he calmed down, took off after Jenny like a wild man. You're damaging this door. I have to pay for all this. This is just a rental house. And that kind of started he was already worked up kind of thing. I remember walking away down the hallway to the living room. And when I turned around, I could see him coming down the hallway, and he was just pissed. And so he kind of bull rushed me. I turned around, he kind of slammed into me, and I grabbed him and just held him up against the wall. And was just telling him, like, you need to calm down. You need to calm down. He had gotten one of his arms loose and was flailing around. He hit me on the side of the neck, hit me in the side. I got his arms together and until he calmed down. Just held him in place. The second time that this had happened, we were having a discussion about he thought he needed to take the Zoloft that his mom had given him, and I disagreed with that. So we had a kind of a heated conversation about yes or no, and I told him I don't want this. We need to go see somebody. This is not like taking aspirin. This is different. He was pissed because he'd been taking it from her for, I don't know, a number of weeks, and he felt like it was helping him and whatnot. Didn't understand why I would not give it to him. So that was the second time that we had that argument. And the third time, it was about moving his bedroom into the laundry room and separating him from his computer to the laundry room. Same type of thing. He would, he never really would challenge me face to face. And in this last episode, I remember like, hey, I want you away from your computer. I just bought him. He had his computer torn apart in his bedroom, and he was pissed because I was making him move and to separate him. He wanted to stay in his little bedroom there. I was trying to create space so he wouldn't be on his computer all night long. But I had bought him a set of tools so he could work on his computer. He's really good at it. And during this argument, after I did the same thing, I could see him coming. You can see him getting worked up. And I just caught him and held him and said, you need to calm down, get him calmed down. Like, I'm gonna let you go. So when you calm down, we can talk about things. I walked back into the kitchen and he had gone into his bedroom, and I bought the wrong tools, as it turns out, for his computer. And when I was walking into the kitchen, I wasn't even looking at him. He had thrown a screwdriver, ricocheted off the door frame and hit me. And that was, that was the three bull rush times that I remember that we had. Now we had disagreements and we argued, here and there, about normal things. You hate to say normal when you're talking about kids raising their voice and whatnot, but the bull rushing and fighting was not something that happened as much as has been portrayed here. We, if it was a disagreement, it was more kind of the yelling and screaming back and forth.
Did he ever threaten to kill you?
No, he never threatened to kill me. That never face to face, never heard that. None of my children, Jenny or anybody, never said, hey, nobody, Marcy, Debbie, nobody ever said, hey, Colt said he's going to kill you.
Did he ever use the gun to threaten you or any of the children?
Right. So, in these disagreements, this is the thing I need people to understand. The gun was a thing that him and I used to bond with, and I was very clear on the rules, right? No loaded guns in the house ever. And he abided by those rules. He respected the weapon. We didn't have them in a safe. We didn't, have locks on them, as we've all seen here today. But I'm telling you that he had a healthy respect for weapons. They stayed where I told them to stay. And in the heat of the moment, whether it was arguing with me or arguing with his mom, arguing or bull rushing, he never once made a threat to me or his sisters or brother or anybody that I know of going for the gun. He never made that kind of action or movement towards a gun, made a threat, never said anything about a gun. He was pissed about other things, but that gun was understanding we had that what it was for.
Now, was he allowed to have the cartridges in his room?
So the magazines were typically kept in my closet. With, the ammunition was in there as well. We didn't have stockpiles of ammunition just piled up in the closet. Typically, what would happen we would buy ammunition if we were going to the range a few days before. We'd either shoot it off or not. Bring back the left, and I would always put it up in the closet there. My clips, magazines for the weapons were up in that closet as well. At some point, I think it was for a birthday, he got a gift card. Debbie said, "Hey, I'm going to take him to Amazon to get some stuff for his gun." Colt said, "Hey, Mammy wanted to ask, could you buy me ammunition?" And I'm like, "Yeah, we're going to have it. We'll go to the range." I don't know what that time frame was like. I can't sit here today and tell you, yeah, she can buy you the ammunition because we're going to the range the next day. I don't have that time frame. And I said, "Sure, it's no problem." I did not find out that she had bought him 4 or 5 magazines on that trip to Amazon until after the fact. I saw them in his room, laying on the shelf. They weren't loaded or anything. I'm like, "Well, where'd you get these magazines?" He said, "Man, we bought them for me." So those magazines, they were empty, but they were in his room.
We saw yesterday a photograph of some Winchester cartridges that apparently were sitting on the shelf of the bed. I can't remember. Was that against the rule for him to do that?
So the rule was guns, ammunition, unloaded guns, and ammunition, everything stayed in the top of that closet. I did have a green ammunition box that it did not have a lock on that box. It was pretty difficult to open that box, but we tried to keep whatever ammo we were shooting or going to shoot or any leftover ammo in that green ammo box.
Was there ammo in that box that was to weapons that you didn't own any longer?
So there, in some of those pictures, I no longer owned several of those firearms. I owned a .308 deer rifle. Didn't have that weapon anymore. I think there was a picture of a 41 mag box of ammunition. I did not own that handgun anymore. And I think there was some 45 caliber ammunition talked about. I did not own a 45 anymore. And this is consistent with the kind of the way we were all brought up with guns. I did it with Mike. I did it with Elite Pond. It was a lot of buying and trading and selling of guns and upgrading, downgrading. It was just kind of something that I've done, my whole life. So yes, there was a lot of ammunition that did not fit any weapon that I had in the house.
We've heard that you allowed him to have unfettered use of that weapon, but it was always in his room. Was it always in his room?
So it wasn't always in his room. And were there times where that rifle was in his room? Yep, there was. And it was just there was never at any point during all of this leading up to what happened, there was never a perceived threat by me with Cole. I never heard or he never spoke to me about doing anything as drastic as he had done. So typically if the gun was in his room, we were going shooting or had finished shooting, and it may be a few days, a week, whatever, till we get around cleaning it. But we would always sit down in his bedroom or my bedroom or the living room floor, clean the guns, and I would prefer all the guns. Told him stay in my closet up on that top shelf, and that's where they needed to stay.
What guns were on the top shelf?
So we had hit the Sig Sauer in question that we're talking about here. I also owned an AR so him and I could shoot together, and then there was a shotgun.
Okay. And that was the only 3 weapons in the home?
Right. I also had a Glock handgun that was my personal carry that I had on me basically all the time.
And that was in the car?
It was in the center console when I went to talk to law enforcement the day after, but typically it was either on my person or in my book bag when I went to and from work. We'd been robbed through the years 3 or 4 different times for copper of all things. And I've, through the years, go in at crazy times, work night schedules, that sort of thing. So I always tried to keep, a weapon on me.
The state yesterday was pointing out certain days that things were said. Were there many days during the time that Colt was there that everything was smooth? There weren't any problems at all?
Yeah, there were. We've heard all, the last couple of weeks about trust and issues and everything. But there's a lot of times where, Colt, he was a good kid. He was very respectful to me. I just don't. It wasn't an every single day thing where him and I had issues or bull rushing or the yelling and screaming or whatnot. Colt was a very good kid. We talked about a lot. Him and I went to church when it was just him and I originally almost every Sunday. As the other two kids came up there, he kind of slacked off going to church with us. But he was a good kid. He was a compassionate little kid. And, he was really a thoughtful young man. He would help me fold laundry. He would help me cook. I was trying to teach him to cook. It was a little bit of a disaster at first, but he was respectful and he appreciated all the things that I would try to buy for him when I could. And he really, the bonding part, which started the whole thing of woods and shooting and all that, really I felt had helped. It helped him and I just, get that father-son bonding that I felt like he was lacking. So, he was a really just a good kid for most of the time.
What did you call us, Mr. Perry? I think the jury used the restroom break. All right. We'll be in recess for 10 to 15 minutes.
All right, so they are going to take a break. Man, Colin Gray talks a lot. I mean, it seems like he's comfortable, so like he's definitely forthcoming. I feel like to me, at least in my opinion, he seems more honest than Marcy did. Just the way, he's just free flowing with his words. It could just be that he is a good liar, but I don't think it is. I think he's actually telling the truth here. I found it funny. Well, it's not really funny, but his lawyer would be trying to ask a question and he would just keep talking over his lawyer. So I did see your question, Nanny. I will look and see if I wrote it down. If not, I will try to find the answer. Actually, let me look right now. I know I had something written down about it. Let's see. And if not, like I said, if not, I will. Okay, so I didn't write when it was, but he expressed interest in mass shooters prior to shooting. He had talked about his school shooter outfit, and that was, I have it written down after the sheriff had visited the home due to the FBI, the threat that the FBI had received. But I didn't write a date, so that's not good. So I will look it up and see if I can find the answer to that. Oh, good point, Nanny. I'd be interested to know how many men versus women on the jury. I know the juror that was sick yesterday is a male, but I'll see if I can find the jury composition too. All right, so while we're waiting for the jury, I did find it. A jury of 8 men and 7 women have been chosen in the trial of Colin Gray. So it's about 50-50. Let me see if it says, because that means there's 3 alternates. Let me see if it says, like, what the 12 are. Well, I guess not. So one thing, I knew they were looking to go to a different county. It appears that the trial is being held in Barrow County. The jurors are from Hall County. All right, so it just says 8 men, 7 women.
I wanted to ask you, right after the other 2 children came to live with you, did DFACS come to visit you?
They did.
Okay. And when they came to visit you, did they talk to you about anything that needed to be done in the home?
It was just a general conversation about the safety plan that they all, had put in place, their typical protocol of what they did, and that she would be doing a walk through the house to make sure everything was the way it needed to be.
Okay. Did they ever come back and visit you again after that one case?
They did. She came back and actually did a walk through the house just to check, make sure everything was the way they expected it to be.
If you recall, when was the last time that anyone from DFACS came by the home?
There may have been one more visit from her after the kind of walk through the house. I don't know exactly when that date was. It seemed like she was satisfied with the walkthrough. And the last time she came to the house, my understanding was to close out, the DFACS case as far as what she had on the books, and that everything was sufficient.
Okay.
I believe.
Now, you talked about Colt's computer. Did he have a computer in his room?
He did. He had a computer in his room, and I had purchased him and Jenny a laptop.
Did you know anything about any multiple accounts that he had, or any of the websites that he was getting on?
No, I did not.
Okay. Do you even know what Discord was?
Only time I'd ever heard Discord was with Jackson County, and periodically, only thing I really knew as far as so when I say social media, he didn't have Facebook, nor did I, but Discord and YouTube. If I was asking him, I think there was a couple times I made him show me what he was looking at on Discord, and it was typically all about gaming. And YouTube, he was just doing some, typical kid searches.
Did you ever see any communication that he had with any of the people on what we would consider the dark web?
No, sir.
During the time that you and Colt and the 3 kids were together, did he ever indicate to you that he wanted to hurt anybody?
No, sir.
Did he ever indicate to you that he wanted to do a school shooting?
Oh, no, sir.
Now, was there a time when Marcy came back and stayed with you and the kids for, I won't say an extended period, but for a period of time?
After I received a call from her at rehab, said she'd gotten her certain number day chip, and that Mamu and Papa Charlie said it was okay and agreed that if I wanted to come down and pick her up, that I could do so. So I did.
And how long did she actually stay with you?
I want to say, 4 or 5 weeks, maybe something along those lines. I don't know exactly to the day, the time frame.
Did Colt's mood change when Marcy came back?
It did, not at first. It did at some point kind of change and become a little difficult between those two. In the beginning, not so much. I know Colt was the one, I had a conversation with about going and picking her back up, and he was all for it. I had that conversation with Jenny. Jenny was not so warm to the idea, and we just kind of really kept, little Coley was all about his mama and wanting everybody to be together. We didn't really get into in-depth conversations, but in the beginning, Colt and her were okay. I don't know what or when it started to change, but it just became a little more argumentative, I would say.
Okay. And were you doing things with the other two kids during that time period too? Were you taking them places, buying them things?
I tried to spread it out with everybody as best I could.
Did Colt ever get angry about what you might be buying for Jenny?
One particular thing that jumps into my mind is we went to the Tanger outlets to buy school clothes for everybody. And I don't know, I spent $400 or $500 in the Nike store, and I bought, instead of buying Jenny a pair of tennis shoes, I bought her 2 pair of Nike tennis shoes so she could alternate. I think a sweatshirt, and I think I only bought Colt a Georgia sweatshirt and a purple pair of Nikes, and he didn't like them.
Okay. Would you say that during that time period, did you do telephone calls or text primarily during that time period?
With Marcy or the kids?
With everybody.
So we text a lot. In the beginning, I was not a texter. I'm more of a pick up phone kind of guy. Our marriage was based on texts. And it was just a quicker way for me to communicate with the kids during my day. So I would say the majority was texting.
Okay. And when Marcy was there, did there ever come a time where there became a problem between she and Colt?
It did. Like I said, in the beginning, it wasn't nothing really than just kind of disagreements, kind of a little bickering here and there, what have you. And then I want to say somewhere along the line, they had a disagreement. I'm trying to think. I want to say August timeframe. We had all that going on, trying to get people in school and whatnot, and they did have initially. They had a bad day, if you want to call it. They argued for most of the day, and then the second day after that, they had a kind of a serious altercation.
Okay. We saw a text message from Colt, I think yesterday, about blood on your hands, it's your fault, and that kind of stuff.
Yes, sir.
What was that in relation to?
So the way that I had taken it, and I think Colt and I talked about this afterwards, was there was a disagreement initially about him going to school, and I was siding with his mama, like, this is what we needed to do kind of thing. And he didn't agree with me taking sides kind of thing. And he always kind of held that card about Marcy saying she's going to kill him and kill me. So the blood on the hands kind of comment, it was kind of in a back and forth text. I think that argument between him and his mama, in the back of his mind, he was thinking, she's gonna do this, and when she does do this, that blood will be on your hands. Like, shouldn't have sided with her. I should have always sided with him after she had made that comment, and he had made it in passing that he just had always kind of worried about would she ever follow through with that threat. So that's what, for me, I thought the blood on your hands comment was with, if she ever followed through with this, you're siding with her type of thing, and you should be siding with me.
Did you ever think that comment meant that he was going to go out and hurt anybody?
No, there was nothing that led me to believe he was out there even thinking about harming anybody.
During the time that Marcy was there for that month time period, did she start drinking again?
Not that I was aware of. I was pretty dead set on no alcohol or drugs or anything in the house, and just didn't really have it. For my birthday, I was finishing Rockdale County Fire Department, and I had the project manager from Rockdale County for my birthday brought me a pint of Gentleman Jack for my birthday. And I never opened it. And I brought it home initially back, in August, and I put it in the cabinet. When Marcy came back, or I knew she was coming back somewhere in that time frame, I hid that bottle above the linen closet in the bathroom, just up on the very top of the cabinet where nobody could see it. But I didn't drink it, never opened it. But once I put it up there, I actually forgot I even had the thing. So at some point throughout the years, Marcy had a way of kind of searching through things and finding, medications or alcohol or anything that may be in the house. And she had found, and I didn't know that she had found that bottle. Colt had made the statement. It was either the day before argument or the one where he pushed her down. He had made the statement that she was drunk. And then after they came into the house, GBI did a search. As I was walking out, I saw that empty bottle sitting up there on top of the linen closet where I put it. So I don't know how it got empty. I just know I had put it there and it was unopened.
Did you ultimately call Debbie and ask her to come and get Marcy?
I did after the altercation between Marcy and Colt. It was clear it wasn't going to get any better. And so I had called Debbie and said, listen, I think, we need to just take a pause for a second. My initial goal was when I first picked Marcy up out of rehab, those first couple of weeks, man, she wasn't totally back to Marcy that I knew, but she was very helpful, man. She was really good. We went to church together. She was doing all the right things. She was helping me with school, trying to get him lined up and registered and doing all the right things. So there was this moment I was like, I could really use the help, give me a little more freedom at work to do what I needed to do. And just overall being a part of the household. And at that point, any little help I could have in the house, I would definitely take.
She left, was that on the 15th?
So I think it was the 16th. It was the day after the altercation where Colt shoved her down to the ground. I called Debbie and said, you need to come get her and take her back to Fitzgerald.
Did Jenny tell you what happened in that altercation?
So initially I got two stories. I got what she told me I got what Colt told me had happened. And I'm trying to filter through. Marcy had a way of kind of manipulating things as she needed to. And Colt, for any issues he had, with me, we had established this trust bubble, so forth, where he would tell me what happened and he would tell me if he was at fault. So there were two stories I was trying to navigate, which one based on the information I had. And I talked to Jenny and I'm like, what do you know? What did you see or hear? And Jenny gave me her version of it.
Okay. I want to show you.
Oh, so yeah, okay.
Yeah, that worked. Let me show you what's been marked as exhibit number 2.
Okay.
These are all the text messages between you and Marcy. Those are from the 17th after she left until the day after this incident occurred at the high school. In any of those text messages, did she ever tell you that she felt Colt was homicidal?
No, sir.
Did she ever tell you that she felt like he was suicidal?
No, sir.
Did she ever tell you that he was obsessed with school shooters?
No, sir.
Did she ever tell you that he was obsessed and looking on the internet at Nick Cruz or any other shooter?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, during the time that you had the children, did you try to be as positive with them as you could?
Yes, I really tried to reinforce, even if it was, a bad day or things weren't going right. I always tried to find that I don't know, they used to kid me. Like I always give them a pep talk. That was the thing.
And did you text them a lot about how much you loved them and how well they were doing.
Yep.
Did you do that on a daily basis, every other day, or?
If it wasn't daily, it wasn't 2 days, 3 days went in between. I always tried to just make sure that they knew I was thinking of them and wanted them to do good. And I was very proud of them. You know, they persevered through a lot.
Let's talk about we'll try to get through this before lunchtime. I want to talk about when you went to the school to talk with the people at the school about getting registered. What did you do in order to get him admitted to Apalachee High School?
So originally, when we reached out, had talked with the registrar and kind of explained what we were trying to do here. And I had started that conversation with her. I'm like, listen, not to get into all of this with her, but he had missed a significant time of 8th grade. And I wanted to ask her initially, was there a way that we could just have Colt retake the 8th grade? I felt it would be better for him and help him just kind of be more ready, if you will, for high school and not come out of the gates behind in 9th grade. And she at that point told me that her comment was, we just push them through. I remember it was what she said. She said, we don't necessarily fail any child, that we just push him through to the next grade and they try to help him along, catch up, you know, during the next year or, you know, first semester or so. And I said, well, okay. She said, well, let me do this. She said, I will work on a schedule for him that had part 8th grade curriculum in it to kind of help catch him up during that first semester and sprinkle in some 9th grade classes, kind of a hybrid of both in middle and in high school. And hopefully by the end of the first semester that he would be caught back up and be current with all the other kids in 9th grade. So that was the initial conversation with getting him registered for school. She said, this is going to take me some time to be able to build this schedule, so he's not going to start with everybody else. And I said, okay, well, when will he start? She said, you're probably looking at him starting a couple of weeks later than the rest of the classes and kids. But it'd be beneficial for him to have this kind of setup of classes and schedule and have this start date based on what she was going to help me do.
Okay. And is that the reason that there's a gap between the first day of school and when Colt was supposed to
Correct.
start?
Yeah, correct. She was tailoring the schedule to help kind of catch him up from 8th and in that first semester, bring him through 9th and get started. And by the end of the first semester, he might not be right there, but he would be close.
Okay. And do you recall the first day that Colt went to school?
So I think it was that 14th, 15th, 16th, somewhere in there. Like I don't have it in front of me, so.
All right. And
Whatever the day she had said, this is it. This is the day he's starting. I want to say it's the 16th, but without it in front of me, I can't tell you.
that's
exactly.
fine if you don't remember.
Yeah, that was the day.
And I think we saw text messages yesterday or heard. Colt told you that he loved it. He liked the teachers. He liked the people. And
Right. So I received, a flurry of texts from him that said, I love this place or I love this school. And I responded along the lines of, I'm happy. I'm so proud of you. He said, I love the kids here. Everybody's so mature.
okay. And did there come a time when you had conversations with Lisa Butler?
I did. Colt and I met with Lisa Butler. I know the exact time frame there was in the beginning of school, meeting with her. And I expressed to Lisa Butler that, Colt had been through a lot of things. He had a lot of challenges. And I think in that conversation with her, I want to say I used the word he'd been diagnosed, and that was the wrong choice of words. Talking to her, what I was trying to explain to her is that there were a lot of scenarios, a lot of things that he had been through on many different levels, not, without coming out and saying that what his own mother had said about doing to him. I was kind of new with the whole being the parent, dealing with the school kind of thing. So I was kind of struggling with how to articulate that to her, all of his struggles. But we did meet, kind of went through what Colt was, how he acted, and what our hopes were for him.
Did you tell her that you thought he suffered from anxiety and depression?
I did. I told her that it was more stress, I believe is what I told her. And the anxiety was a fear-based, that he wasn't stand in the middle of the crowd, look at me kind of kid. He was very reserved. And that I felt like he was, we were all struggling with the comments that his mom had made.
Okay. Did you ever say to Marcy that Colt was a piece of crap kid?
No, sir. I don't remember saying that to Marcy.
Would you ever say that to Marcy about Colt?
Being a piece of crap? No, sir.
Did you and Lisa Butler talk about getting Colt into some sort of counseling?
We did. She said there was a program called Aware, and it's kind of a specialized type thing where they really worked one-on-one with the child. And she thought this would be a great thing for Colt. And I explained that I had been compiling several places to think about taking Colt. There was conversations about Athens behavioral, inpatient sort of thing. I had reached out to several people, and that it was a fluid thing. I was, for my side of it, I told her, I'm just trying to compile as much information on the best route to make sure Colt was good. So I had as much information as possible.
Did you rely on the people at the school to be able to tell you this really would be the better option for you?
Yep. By the time I got through talking with Miss Butler, there was twofold. She had some good things to say about Aware, and that had been in the school for a while. It was a great program, good thing. I was looking at it as Colt, after his 7th grade and all that he went through, he didn't have a lot of trust in the schools and school systems and counselors. And I thought, my take on it was, okay, this would be a great thing, kind of twofold. He would get help. He would get the specialized help he was needing. But I explained to Colt that also you will see that high school is different than middle school. They are preparing you for college. Things are different. But it also, I was hoping Colt would see it as he could believe and trust in his counselors and the school system, and that they actually had their, for lack of a better term, their arms around him. They really cared about his well-being, and wanted to help him, and that he would be doing these things at the school. So it wasn't like he would have to be out of school, going to different places. It was all in the same house, if you will.
And was there a time that was scheduled that you believed Colt would be talked to by the counselor?
So my recollection was that September 5th, I believe that was a Thursday, that everything was established, the counselor was set up, and that he would be, I don't know if there was an exact time. I just knew that they would be meeting early that Thursday morning. I think it was Thursday, but it was the 5th.
Now, did you know that Debbie had also come up and spoken with Lisa Butler?
I did, because Debbie was up staying with us a great deal of time at this point, right? So we had discussed multiple things, trying to understand what would be best for Colt. I wasn't really didn't understand the whole inpatient part of this. I thought, man, he's just going to end up, I just thought that was an extreme measure. Debbie agreed with that, Colt. The conversation I had with him was he wasn't really jazzed about that. And then Debbie and I would use the evenings to kind of formulate a plan. I'm going to work. She was like, I will go up, talk to the school in your place. She's got a good, educational background. Her and Colt are super close. So we would talk about options of what we thought was best for Colt. We'd agree on whatever she was going to say, talk about, options or whatever with Miss Butler or whoever she was meeting with. I would go to work the next day and she would go to the school. So I knew when she was up there and basically what she was talking about, because we talked about it the night before.
And did she tell you about the program that she wanted you to go to in Athens?
Debbie?
Mm-hmm.
No, Debbie never brought up the inpatient, Athens behavioral inpatient part of that with me.
Who brought that up? Was that Marcy?
That was Marcy that was kind of on that.
And did Debbie have plans to come up and take Colt somewhere?
Debbie and I had talked about this Aware, and we both agreed that this would be the best option for Colt. So in my mind, I never had any other thought of, I know I had compiled a bunch of searches and looking at different places and talking to people, but with conversations with Miss Butler, Debbie talking about, her and I agreed that Aware was the best thing for Colt.
Now, you got some paperwork from Lisa Butler
Yes, sir.
for that program. Did you fill that paperwork out?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the state indicated it took you 24 hours or so to fill it out. Did you?
Something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why did it take that long?
I had to work full-time. Wanted to kind of just make sure Colt was good with it. He understood what was happening. And I filled it out, I think, the next day and sent it back.
Okay. Now, was there conversations between you and Marcy about coming? She was going to come up on Saturday before this incident took place. And y'all were going to take Colt to this place in Athens. Was there some conversation about that?
So the conversation originally was no. That weekend, that's the holiday weekend you're talking about? Yeah, we were talking about all going away as a family originally.
And why did you not go pick her up?
I didn't go pick her up. Couple of reasons. One, I thought I was maybe had to work that Saturday. I was not sure. It was kind of a fluid situation. But the kids, Colt and Jenny, they weren't really fired up about her coming back up here after Colt, especially after what had happened. So I've been through this enough with her. So I just kind of made the decision that listen, I'm not really sure Tuesday or Saturday if I have to work even for half a day. So I didn't go down and pick her up because I wanted the kids to be comfortable. I wasn't sure if I had to work. And for me, it's a 9.5 hour round trip to go get her.
Did you tell her that you were going to take Colt to the program there in Athens?
There was never a set time said to me to go take Colt. She was like, they're open anytime. You can take him on a Saturday, I think is what she said. But at this point, during these conversations, we were set for Aware and the school. So I had a plan in place.
Okay. And I'm sure you're going to be asked, you went to Athens that day, but you didn't take him to that program.
I did not. We went to Guitar Center.
Okay. You went to a guitar store.
Mhm.
And did you buy him this hat?
Yeah, I bought him, I think I bought him a hat, and some guitar strings. And I think I bought him a guitar cord.
And it has Fender on it. What does Fender mean?
So Fender is the two different type guitars I had bought him at that store. And that's one of those trips that we would use like the hunting and golfing or whatnot. Music was a bonding kind of thing for us. And sometimes we just went to Guitar Center and he would pick down the most expensive guitar in the store, made me nervous as hell, and he would just sit there and play it. We would just spend hours in Guitar Center, just kind of going through guitars and we didn't never even buy anything a couple of times. We just went in there and let him play guitars and just kind of roamed around looking.
Okay. You heard Marcy testify that you threw Colt's guitar across the road. Did you ever do that?
Those guitars are so sacred to that boy, and on top of they're fairly expensive. When I heard her make that statement, I wanted to go have my family get that guitar and bring it in here. There's not a scratch on that thing. I don't care what kind of disagreement I'm having with him or her. I would never do that. Was kind of a very sacred thing between him and I, and we shared a lot of time over guitar. So throwing that thing would not be an option.
Now, let's jump to the day of this horrible incident. You leave that morning. Did you take Coley that morning, or did you just go straight to work?
No, I try to take Coley to school every single day. We kind of had our own little ritual.
Okay. And where were you working? What were you working on at that time?
So I was finishing Rockdale County Fire and was engaged in Forsyth County Fire, finishing out both projects.
Were you nervous that Colt might not go to school that day?
Yeah, there was I think the day before, a couple of days before, when he had told me I went to school, and I found out that he didn't go to school. So, I was nervous.
Okay. Was there a reason that you would not want to put him in the car, take him to school, and then go to work?
Well, there's a couple things. His bus came at a time, it was before Jenny, but it was later in the morning. So I'm relatively new at Kevin Price. I'd taken a day or two off already. I'd taken a field day trip with little Coley. And so for me to have to do that, it would put me at work late, super late. So had that conversation with Colt, like, I need you to go. He assured me he was going to go. And I felt generally comfortable that, yeah, I connected with him. I still in the back of my mind, I was like, man, I need you to go kind of thing. And so no, nervous, yeah, but I knew that he would go. I felt like he would go.
Okay. Did it ever cross your mind that he would be able to put this weapon that we've seen into a backpack and get it into the school?
Not only, no, I never imagined that in my wildest dreams. I never thought that he would even have a thought process of bringing a gun to school or doing any kind of harm to anybody else, let alone anybody at school. So no, that was not on my mind at all.
Okay. And did you know anything at all about, did he ever talk to you about any obsession that he had with school shooters?
No, sir.
We've seen this big poster of newspaper articles and photographs of various and sundry people. Did you see that in his room at any time?
I did not see that poster. There was at one point in time where I went into his room originally. So Colt, typically his room was usually always dark. He had a room darkening shade on even for the daytime. Lights were off. His monitor screens were usually the only light in the room. I had gone in there to take him dinner one night, and there was a picture on the wall. It's a young kid. I didn't know who it was. We had been talking about, we always talked about bands and different things. And he always would say I was old. And I would tell him that band members we talked about, their kids are starting bands. And I was like, man, who is that? He was like, you don't know who that is? I'm like, no. I said, I think that's that kid's son from Green Day, like the band. And he laughed. I've never seen that picture before. Didn't know who it was at all. And that's kind of where the conversation ended.
Okay. And you heard testimony about in photographs where these, or some of these, were on the wall a couple of months before that.
Right.
And did you see those photographs as they were brought in?
No, I didn't see the shrine at any point in time in Colt's room. I think I told Investigator Smith when I saw that for the first time was during that interview. And I don't even remember seeing it on the day I went home of the shooting. I pointed out to Investigator Smith, I'm like, that single picture of that kid with the glasses right there, that's the only picture I ever remember seeing on his wall or talking to him about,
Okay.
other than the concert posters and whatnot.
So when you went home that day, before the police got to your home, you didn't see those photographs then?
When I went home, I got home after Marcy, Jenny texting back and forth. I went to the house, went in. Marcy had texted me what she thought had happened, and I just could not get my mind wrapped around. There's absolutely no way. I went into the house. I went to my room or Little Coley's room, into my closet where the guns are stored. Sorry. And I moved everything out of the way to check there first. Weapon was not there. I'm like, shit. Went down the hallway, cracked open his computer room door. Now that was not his bedroom. His bedroom was in the laundry room at that time. So if I did all my talking to Colt at that point, once we switched the rooms, it was in his laundry room bedroom. I cracked the door, looked in there to see if I saw a gun or his gun or anything like that in case it was in there. Did not see it. I didn't see any shrine or anything on the wall. Never saw it.
Okay. Well, you had plenty of time while you were there to jerk all those off the wall, didn't you?
Yeah, I could have done that easily, but I'll say this, I didn't know even 17 killed. Like I read that, I can understand, but I couldn't tell you anybody in the shrine by picture who any of those people were. I had no idea.
Did he have other things on his wall at various and sundry times?
We had all kinds of stuff. We'd hang targets that we go shooting with. We had concert posters. He had some weird poster. I still don't know who the guy is with the red hair. He had his deer that he shot mounted on the wall.
Have a flag in there at one time?
He did have a flag that Jenny bought him.
And I know I'm not going to go all over almost much time. I'm not going to go over all the flurry of text. You've already seen those back and forth between you and Jenny and Marcy. But when you got home, did you turn the TV on? We saw the TV was on when they were.
Yeah, so when I came in the door, the TV was on. And my first few steps in the kitchen, I remember hearing that TV and I thought, see, this isn't him. He skipped school today again. But my initial thought was that, man, like he didn't go to school today. I was kind of upset about that because I heard the TV.
They played a clip when the officers came up and there was something kind of unclear that they said, and then you said, I knew it. What were you talking about?
So after me looking for, the SIG weapon, after the texts I received from Colt, this is not your fault. I'm sorry. All the things that we all saw and read. Marcy's kind of phone call to me is the first time anybody had ever said to me anything about school shooting. And I remember her saying, he talked to me all the time about school shootings, and she was crying. And I'm like, what? I said, I've never heard anybody say anything to me about school shootings. Just calm down. I remember telling her, there's no way this is Colt. And then Jenny's text. So those combinations of all that happening, when the police showed up, and I thought, okay, that's what when I said I knew it, I kind of pieced everything together of what was being said to me through texts and phone calls with Marcy. And I'm like, shit, the gun wasn't at the house. So I kind of knew it at that point, what had happened.
Did you mean that you knew he was going to do this?
No, that's not what the statement was. Like, I knew he was going to school to do what he did.
You heard Jenny testify.
Yeah.
Did you ever tell her to lie about anything?
I would not tell my children to lie. We go back as far as anybody wants to go. Purpose of the bubble, all of this was to create an environment for my children to tell the truth. I don't care what you've done. So we could work things out. Never, I've got family in law enforcement. I would never tell her to lie about anything, first of all. But something serious like this, at this point, I still want to know what the hell happened. So I would never ask her to lie or cover up about anything. In fact, on the way there, what she said to me was, Colt was fascinated with school shootings. And I remember looking at her and saying, why would you say that? Why didn't you tell me? And she said, he made me promise not to tell you. And I said, Jenny, I needed to know things like that. And she said, well, I'm scared. She said, do you think this is what this is about? And I'm like, the interview, and they're talking to me and her. And I said, I'm sure it is. Pulled in that parking lot, sat in that truck. She said, how long do you think this is going to take? I'm like, I have no idea. But the last thing I told my child was, whatever you do, don't lie. Just tell the truth. Just tell them what you know and don't lie. That's the last thing I remember telling Jenny when we went in there.
Were you upset and surprised when she came in and said that?
I am still to this moment extremely shocked. I know that's Jenny Gray. That's my daughter. I don't know who that was sitting up here. She doesn't act like that. She doesn't talk like that. I was shocked at what she said. I don't know how else to put it.
When she came to live with you, did you give up your master bedroom for her?
So part of the frustration probably with Colt as he saw it, I kind of gave Jenny a little more than I would give the two boys. I come from a family of girls, and Jenny was kind of special to me, and so I wanted her to feel that I loved her and she was safe there and didn't have to deal with anything. So I said, you live with 3 boys now, so I'm going to give you the master bedroom, the master bath, so you have privacy. I had heard and listened and been around sisters my whole life, so I know she was reaching that age, and I wanted her to have that privacy to not have to deal with Colt and all of us. So I made sure she had her own space in there to do whatever she needed to do. So yes, I did.
And did you and Jenny ever argue? Did y'all have any problem?
No, Jenny and I, was kind of a shocking thing to hear her talk about. Colt didn't really go, but Jenny and Coley and I, it's rare, if at all, that we miss church. Our Sunday was go to church. She's a big reader. I would take them to Barnes & Noble right across from Athens Church, spend money on books for her, spend the day there. So we just had a really good relationship where she saw what I was doing for her and with her, and bought her an iPhone. I didn't buy anybody else an iPhone. I had to save a little bit longer. She was very patient and waited, but I just tried to do extra things. So Jenny and I really never had a riff, and I could talk to her about things and she could talk to me about things. Jenny was wise beyond her years. You know, she's very calm and perceptive and understood a lot more than people give her credit for. She's a smart kid too. So in my mind, we had a great relationship.
Is there any, if you can remember, any red flag or anything that Colt did that would make you believe that he would ever be capable of doing this act?
No, I struggle with it every day. I've never seen that video until yesterday. You know, he's a good kid. You know, he wasn't perfect, nor was I. But to do something that heinous, like I don't know if anybody could ever see that kind of evil. And like the Colt I knew, the relationship I had, there's this whole other side of Colt I didn't know existed. So, no.
Was everything you did for Colt, did you try to placate him and try to make him okay?
I did. Just wanted him okay.
Thank you.
Not very good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take a lunch recess. We'll be in recess till 1 o'clock.
All right, so that was, I believe Colin Gray. Like I genuinely believe that what he's saying is the truth. Like I said in chat just now, Marcy knew. Colt's mother knew what he was doing, what he was obsessed with, fascinated with. You know, sending Nicholas Cruz emails and money for his commissary. And yet she said nothing. She laughed about it with him. It doesn't take away from the fact that Dad had those guns laying around unsecure where, you know, Colt was taking pictures with them. I mean, even the image of him with the rifle in his mouth, the butt of the gun in his mouth, like that is haunting. The kid had issues. And I don't know, this is tough. This is tough. Yeah, Doodles, I'm wondering why they didn't charge her. Maybe it's coming. Maybe there's not enough to charge her with. But her negligence, just like I had seen, you know, with that, the one charge was cruelty to children, and it had said malicious or negligent actions caused physical or mental pain. She was negligent. She didn't tell anyone what was happening. What she did instead was give her son her medication. That, in my opinion, probably messed him up even more. Right, Nanny? That's all Mom did. You know, I would like to ask Marcy now, like, why didn't you tell anyone? Why did you laugh about it and say, oh, that's cool? No, it's not freaking cool. Me too, Nanny. He was doing his best. I do believe that having the guns and the ammunition laying out, that is negligence. That is actually, before we go to skip over lunch, I'm just going to read again the definitions because he's being charged with second-degree murder. So second-degree murder in Georgia is when a person causes a child's death under the age of 18 through criminal negligence, specifically by committing cruelty to children in the second degree. It does not require malice, with penalties ranging from 10 to 30 years in prison. So that is the first. So then if we go to the cruelty to children, which I don't know what degree he is being charged with, but cruelty to children in Georgia typically involves malicious or negligent actions causing physical or mental pain to anyone under 18. Penalties range from misdemeanor charges for certain third-degree offenses to felonies with up to 20 years in prison for first degree. Let me see if I can find his charges. Let's see, Colin Gray charges. Because I don't, and I know there's second, I think it was second-degree manslaughter. Let's see. Oh, so actually it's, oh, that's Colt. I'm looking for Colin. Colt pled not guilty to 55 felony counts, including 4 counts of malice murder. Let's see. That article didn't help me. You know, I wish Google had, oh, this is interesting. Okay, so second degree murder, 29 total charges. All right, I'll look for, so I can see the cruelty to children. Let me look up manslaughter. So in Georgia, manslaughter is characterized as either voluntary or involuntary. So that would be involuntary. Involuntary manslaughter involves either a misdemeanor or a felony with penalties up to 10 years. So involuntary would be the unintentional killing via reckless or unlawful conduct. Was he reckless? Yes. But I don't think he should be guilty of manslaughter or murder. In my opinion, is he guilty of cruelty to children? Yes, because he was negligent. He wasn't malicious, but he was negligent. His actions of not securing those weapons, knowing what he did know, because he knew that Colt had looked up how to kill your dad. He knew that the FBI traced the IP address of someone threatening to shoot up a school to his home. He knew his son was volatile and aggressive. As he said, he had to bull rush him. So I think it's the only thing I can think, and that's why I'm still going to wait for the jury instructions, because the judge is going to explain further what you would need to find in order to, find guilt. So at this point, I'm going with just the lesser charges. Oh, that's true too. Yeah, Nanny. She even Googled after watching Crumley documentary. And it was right before right before the shooting happened, she was looking that stuff up. And I had said, what, did she know it was going to happen? Like, did she have some idea in her head? Like, what happens if, did Colt tell her I'm going to shoot up a school? And so she was kind of trying to get ahead of the game, looking up what would happen, considering Colin had got him the gun for Christmas. I mean, there's so many what ifs, but right, Doodles, if mom would have told him everything, that would change things. But the fact that she kept it to herself and even encouraged Colt's behavior, I mean, we can't predict what Colin would have done. I would hope that if Colin knew that his son was emailing and sending money to a mass school shooter, he would have thought differently about having guns and ammunitions unsecure in his home. So let me skip. I'm sitting here in the dark. So let me, it's nice though. It doesn't start getting dark until almost 6 o'clock now. So spring is, and actually we spring ahead. Is it next weekend? Hold on a second. It's not this weekend. I think it's next weekend. Yep, the 8th. Oh, it's going to be awesome. We're going to get another, it'll be dark still in the morning. It'll be dark in the morning when I go to work, but we will get an hour more of daylight in the afternoon. That is so exciting. Alrighty, so. Jury's coming in. All right, here we go. Right, the dyeing hair, outfit she knew about, and yeah, because he had told her, Colt told her that dad was buying him like the half face mask to complete his, quote, school shooter outfit. Mom is just as guilty. If dad is guilty, so is mom. That's my opinion. Her negligence also caused children to be hurt or killed. Yeah, curious. I'm interested in this too.
Left out. In first grade, Colt was going to Statham Elementary School.
Yes, sir.
And y'all were living at the farm in Statham.
Yes, sir.
And Colt had an individualized education program, otherwise known as an IEP, in first grade, didn't he?
As far as I know, I wasn't involved as much as far as that type of knowledge of schooling. Debbie and Marcy were really engaged with what he was doing school-wise. So he was involved in first grade and something like that, but I couldn't tell you in detail what it was for.
Okay, and an IEP is tailored for each individual child's educational disability, correct?
As far as I know, that's.
But Colt's was actually for behavior, wasn't it?
I don't remember that.
He had a formalized behavior intervention plan.
I wasn't involved in the behavior plan.
Okay. Do you remember it saying that he hurts others, hits and kicks?
No, sir, I don't.
And you didn't know anything about him saying that the behavior occurs 2 to 3 times per day?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay. And that was in first grade.
It sounds like it was in first grade.
Okay. Do you remember Miss Lee, his first grade teacher? That name sound familiar?
I believe that was one of his teachers.
Okay. And you had to deal with Miss Lee about how y'all would handle his behavior at home.
Marcy typically dealt with school issues and the kids at that time, and in our marriage and their age.
Okay. So let's go to second grade. He's still in Statham Elementary School, and his teacher that year was Lori Moore. You remember her?
I don't remember that name, no, sir.
Did you know do you remember that Lori Moore had behavior issues with Colt throughout second grade?
I don't. Again, I wasn't as involved as I later became with their schooling in their younger years.
So you don't think you were communicating with Lori Moore?
If I was, I can't tell you specifically what I was communicating with her about.
Okay. Do you remember that she sent an email or tried to communicate with Marcy 6 separate times about Colt's behavior?
Maybe to Marcy, but I don't recall that.
And you remember after she couldn't get in touch with Marcy, she started emailing you specifically, and she emailed you 13 times about Colt's behavior in second grade?
No, sir, I don't remember that.
And you don't remember the conversation on October 19th, 2017, where you'd say, hey, Miss Moore, I'm sorry I'm texting you late this afternoon. And you reference in there talking with Miss Lee last year, and y'all had a system of how you were going to handle Colt. You remember telling Miss Moore that?
If you have reference to that, then I did.
Okay.
I don't recall that, but no.
And so that was about, in her messages with you, she's talking about anger issues that Colt had, aggression to other students in those 13 emails she was referring to you,
Yeah, it's so long ago, I couldn't tell you about any of those emails, to be honest.
property destruction.
No, sir.
Okay. You don't remember any of that?
If you've got record of it, then it took place, but I don't recall the specific conversations.
Okay. So y'all are at the farm, and you left the farm when Colt was in third grade?
Third or fourth grade.
Third or fourth grade. Well, he withdrew from Statham on May 22nd, 2019, which would have been the end of his third grade year.
Okay, starting the fourth.
Okay. Now Marcy testified that y'all left Statham because you were having financial troubles. That's not what you said.
Right.
Which is it?
So it's a combination of both.
Okay.
Financial troubles, just not making as much money, but also a chance to possibly sell the farm, make a profit, and want to kind of have the lake life.
Okay. And so you move up to Hall County.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you live, he goes to White Sulphur Elementary School,
That's correct.
and you live there from August to December of 2019.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And why did you leave there?
So we left there. Initially, there was an argument between the landlord and Marcy. She was under the use of things that we've talked about during this trial. And we were promised several things in that home, including there was a downstairs leaser that we had asked to be moved out of the house. And that guy did not break his lease or remove anything from the property. So we kind of had an agreement in the beginning that wasn't met. So we started to look around and decide if this was the right house for us.
Oh, okay. So, and that would have been Jeremy Baker was your,
I think so.
okay. And that was at 412, or excuse me, the house you were in was at 3208 Winterberry Lane.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. And isn't it true that he actually filed a dispossessory on you guys because y'all are $10,000 late in rent or behind in rent?
Right. So I found out the same way. Yep. I found out the same way I found out at Traditions. Marcy was the financial person in our marriage and household. I usually went to work, made the money, and she paid the bills.
Here's my problem. See, I asked you why you left,
Mhm.
and you gave me an answer
Yeah.
that didn't mention you being 3 months behind in rent and being kicked out.
Well,
You said you voluntarily left because you had a disagreement.
Well,
And now you're admitting that it was.
that was part of it.
Answer the question. Just make sure that when you ask the question, you finish his answer.
Sure.
Let me ask the question a little better. When I first asked you why you left, why didn't you mention this?
I was trying to get to that before you cut me off.
I cut you off. I could have
So
sworn that you
what
were
I'm saying, when I found out we were actually late behind when I came home from work one day and all of our things were on the curb. Did not know at that point, as in Traditions, that she was not paying the rent when she told me that she was.
Okay. And then you went to Forsyth County and lived there, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the dispossessory was filed against you on March 9th of 2020, evicting you from that house.
Correct.
Okay. But you didn't mention that in your direct.
Which part? The
Being
Forsyth?
kicked out of Forsyth, being evicted.
I didn't think you asked me that until right then.
I didn't ask you, but he was asking you what happened. And you said, well, we decided to go down to Fitzgerald because things were slow and we wanted to see the
Sure.
quiet life. And you made it sound like you chose to go down to Fitzgerald and leave Forsyth County, but never mentioned that you were evicted from Forsyth County.
Right. We decided to break the lease was the impression I had with Marcy.
Uh-huh.
So I'm not aware of us owing anybody anything from the Forsyth County home until
Okay.
right now.
So if Marcy, when she testified that y'all are evicted from these places, that's actually the truth.
It's hard to say what Marcy is telling the truth about or not telling the
Okay.
truth about.
Okay. So you moved to Fitzgerald in February, March-ish of 2020,
Mhm.
and Colton rolls at Ben Hill on March 4th of 2020.
Okay.
Right. And then COVID shut down right there, right?
Yes, sir.
Basically about the same time. So fourth grade was basically an academic non-event for Colt, wasn't it?
Somewhere in there, I think we were doing the online school program through Ben Hill, I believe.
Now, in fifth grade, Colt's still at Ben Hill Elementary School,
I think so, yes.
and that would have been the fall 20, spring 21 school year.
Okay.
Okay. And that was mostly virtual, wasn't it, because of COVID?
Correct.
Now, sixth grade, fall of 2021, Colt starts Ben Hill Middle School.
Yes, sir.
And on August 20th, he searches abuse, the word abuse,
Mhm.
and then a few hours later searches how to kill your dad.
Yes, sir.
Now, what is happening in his life at this point where he's searching for abuse?
It's a very good question. The only search that I was made aware of until all of this started was how to kill your dad.
But abuse, that connotes emotional problems,
It can,
and it connotes he's trying to reach out, right?
I would suppose, but I didn't know about the abuse search.
Okay. And then he searches how to kill your dad.
Yes, sir.
Now, Colt's 11 years old at this time,
That sounds about correct. Yes, sir.
and he's talking about homicide, violence, a lot of turmoil in this 11-year-old, isn't there?
Sounds like it based on the search.
Now, at that point, DFACS down in Ben Hill becomes involved with your family, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And DFACS officer or caseworker comes out to your house. I think she testified, and you were in the carport and y'all spoke about things at that point.
Yes,
And you were actively moving back up to Jackson County.
So at that time, I had received a job offer, and I had left Fitzgerald to take the job in Atlanta and was solo up here for a couple of months by myself.
Okay. Well, my question was, DFACS was involved with
Yep.
your family
Yes.
at that time,
Mhm.
and you actually met a DFACS officer and talked to her about that.
I did.
Okay. And that would have been in October of 2021.
If that's what you have, yes, I don't know the exact dates.
Now, you move up to Jefferson around November 2021.
Correct.
Okay. And that's the Rice Creek Drive, Evan?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Now, Colt's not enrolled in school there that semester, is he?
Not right off the bat, I don't believe.
Okay. So you leave in November, but you don't enroll him in school.
I don't. Like I said, I'm working day to day. She was always the insurance school enroller, things of that nature. That was just kind of the agreement we had.
So Christmas comes and goes. New Year's comes and goes. The kids aren't enrolled in school.
In seventh grade.
The October, November, or it's 2021 into New Year's of 2022. Kids are not enrolled in school.
Not yet.
Okay. In fact, we go through January, all of January, kids aren't enrolled in school. So it's been, what, 2.5 months since y'all left Fitzgerald?
Sounds like it.
Okay. Still not enrolled in school.
As far as I know now.
That's kind of a recurring theme with your family, isn't it?
You say so. Yes, sir.
So on February 1st of 2022, Colt is still not enrolled in school, and a DFACS referral is made on your family from Ben Hill.
In Ben Hill or in Jefferson?
Well, Ben Hill's the one that made the referral, but y'all are actually in Jefferson.
Okay. Yes.
You remember Sujette Giddens testifying about
Yeah,
that?
I remember her.
Okay. So it's a week later that he starts, on February 8th, he starts West Jackson Middle School. You remember that?
Yes,
So this is finishing out his 6th grade year.
correct.
Okay, so the beginning of his 6th grade year at Ben Hill, he searches abuse and how to kill your dad. And then now he's starting a new school for the 2nd semester, 6th grade.
Okay.
And I think you testified on direct that he had no further problems in 6th grade.
Correct.
Now, do you remember that on March 10th of 2022, so about a month after he starts, he gets in-school suspension?
Yep. Never heard that until the other day sitting here when it was discussed in the court.
That wasn't brought up in the bubble?
Wasn't brought up in the bubble. Had no idea he was suspended.
Okay. And it was for, let me pull that up. And it's 2 pages. All right, so, and Hitler on a school calculator.
Right. Never told of that
Okay.
by anybody in the school.
So this is the same school year about the how to kill your dad and abuse.
Correct. Which I didn't find out till months later that the search even took place with the how to kill your dad.
I mean, to you, does that look like a child that has a lot of anger issues?
I would think so, but when I found out about the how to kill your dad part of it, like I said, it was several months later. And the excuse that he gave me about that, I took him at his word, and he wasn't really lashing out at me or saying I did anything specifically wrong to him.
I was referring to this.
Oh, I didn't know anything about swastikas or suspension or any trouble he was actually having at this school. I think, if their parent was notified by email, her voicemail was full. So I wasn't on the voicemail or email, so I didn't even know this took place.
Let's go back to my question. This connotates a child with a
Sure.
lot of anger.
I don't know if this highlighted specifies anger.
He's not drawing Pokemon on the school calculator.
No, he's not.
He's saying F you.
Yep.
Okay. So what? He's 12 at this point?
Yes, sir.
Now, that's March 10th. That's his first month at school.
Okay.
19 days later, he gets in school suspension again. All right, so this is March 29th.
Mhm.
Leaves the cafeteria without permission. Now, he was already serving silent lunch for something he did in class, and then he leaves silent lunch, I think is what Mr. Green testified to. So this is 2 weeks after, or excuse me, 19 days after the first one, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then 2 weeks after that, he gets his third in-school suspension on April 13th. And now he's going hands-on with another student. Correct?
Yes, sir.
So let's recap Colt's 6th grade year. He makes inquiries about murdering a parent. Correct?
Yes, sir.
He misses almost 4 months of school. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And then gets 3 in-school suspensions in less than 3 months for property damage, disobedience, and physical violence. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Does Colt seem to be, to you, a child that is out of control?
If I had direct knowledge of any of these, then I would say yes.
So you're saying he's doing this at school, but there's no manifestations of that at your house?
At our house, no.
Just a good kid.
I mean, is there a perfect kid? No. But as far as hands-on with any of us or destroying property, no.
All right, well, let's move on. Now, Colt's 12 at this point, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Let's move to his 7th grade year. That was 6th grade. Now he's going to a new school. This is the fall of 22 into the spring of 23.
Jefferson Middle School.
Jefferson. He's at Jefferson Middle. And I think you testified on direct that 7th grade going well.
Started out really good.
Okay. When did it stop being really good?
About the time that, as far as Marcy's interaction and involvement with our family took a turn for the worse, as I described. About the time she had a huge falling out with the neighbor.
That would have been around October.
Yep. And
What about September? Didn't Colt, right off the bat, when 7th grade started on September 22nd, deface 2 separate bathrooms at the school?
He did. I talked with him about that, and he said that he didn't. Yes.
Does that look like a child that's full of anger?
I don't know about anger, but destroying property. I see a child that's extremely disrespectful.
Well, it seems to me like he's lashing out. Would you agree with that?
At who?
That's a good question. So you were talking about Marcy. October with the landlord. Defects got involved again then, didn't they?
They did. I think they got involved, as I stated, with the landlord calling me. I was working a double shift day and nights kind of on a project, and she had apparently locked the kids out on Halloween night.
So I think the defects worker testified that they opened the case on November 2nd. Does that make sense?
That sounds timeline wise.
So we're talking 2 months after that bathroom incident.
Okay.
Now, Marcy, Jenny, and Coley, they go back down to Fitzgerald in Ben Hill County.
Correct.
And you and Colt stay up in Jefferson.
Correct. The choice was up to them, and Marcy had to leave the premises.
Okay.
So-
Now, you mentioned that you bought the Rock River Arms rifle for Christmas, and it's going to be that Christmas, correct? Indirect.
I don't know if that's when I bought the Rock River rifle.
Didn't you say in direct that you bought it for him for Christmas? You didn't give it to him at Christmas. It was after presents. were
That
over
was
with.
the Bushmaster 450.
That's a Bushmaster. What's the Rock River Arms rifle?
That is my rifle.
That's your rifle. Okay. Now, you said you gave it to him for Christmas because he was doing good in school.
Correct. I think I told Investigator Smith I was using it as a carrot for him to continue to make a strong effort.
So Christmas of 2022, he's doing good in school.
He's doing better. There was room for improvement, and I was just, again, trying to give him, something to work towards.
Do you remember the principal of Jefferson Middle School coming and testifying and saying that they were trying to email you all the time because Colt was up to double-digit absences in
Correct.
school?
I do remember talking with that principal several times.
Okay. And y'all had that attendance meeting, she testified, on January 11th, 2023.
Correct.
So by January 11th, which obviously he hadn't had much school second semester, he had already had double-digit absences, so basically first semester.
Correct. And I heard in testimony that, I don't know who he was talking to, but he was telling me he was at school, but would miss the bus and stay home.
But they're sending you these emails and
Correct.
trying to get in touch with you about all his absences.
Right. And
Are you getting those?
I was getting those and doing everything I could to be involved with the school and figure out what was going on.
But Colt was doing so good in school, you got him that rifle.
He wasn't doing so good that it was a work towards kind of thing.
Oh, okay. Now, you said that bullying started midway through school year.
7th grade-ish.
Can you give me more of a month?
I can't. If you have something that you can show me to refresh memory, that would be good.
Well, you were referring to your conversations with Cole, so
Right.
I didn't know if you.
I don't know exactly what month or date. It was just, it was conversation where he came home and didn't want to go back to school.
Okay.
And I'm trying to understand why, and that's where the bullying came in.
Well, taken literally, middle of the school year would have been the Christmas break, and I'm not taking you literally. So,
No,
do you know if it was before or after Christmas break?
I'm not sure.
Okay, would it have been right around Christmas break?
It could have been. I don't know exact dates or time.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this:
Sure.
How long was he talking about it before you emailed the school to address it?
We had talked about it, and it was very shortly after our conversation, and I understood what his impression of bullying was that I reached out to the school.
How long would you think that was before when you first started mentioning it till you reached out to the school?
I'm not sure.
Would it have been a month?
In the time frame, I don't know. It's been quite a while since that happened, so I can't tell you when exactly I reached out to the
Would
school.
have been more than a month?
But I'm not sure.
Weeks?
I'm not sure. It would have been.
Days?
It would have been relatively, after we talked about it and I understood the full totality of what bullying was to him and what was actually going on.
I understand, but I'm trying to get you to narrow it down
Yeah,
a little bit
I
more.
don't-
You can't give me anything better than middle of the school year?
Yeah, I can't give you an exact day or time when that happened.
Well, we talked about earlier that when Marcy was found in November of that year, that Marcy was found and DFACS opened a case. Do you remember in March, Michaela Anderson come into your house as a DFACS worker to meet with you?
I do. I think I stated at one point that I don't remember that, but after I saw her walk in here, I do remember talking with her
Okay.
several times actually.
Okay. So she came to your house the first time on March 9th, 2023.
Yep.
And she tells you she's with DFACS.
Yep.
And she's there to monitor Colt, make sure he's doing good.
Right.
Okay. She asks you about school.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes,
And
sir.
you tell her, going great.
Well, I didn't tell her it was going great. I told her, we're moving through school and, he's doing good.
Okay. You didn't mention to her anything about having this attendance meeting because he missed double digit school.
I didn't tell her that. No.
Okay. You don't think maybe she could have helped with that with Colt?
I don't think it crossed my mind that DFACS would get involved with absentees.
Okay. And you don't mention anything about Colt being bullied at school?
With her, no, sir.
No. And this is March 9th.
Correct.
That's kind of why I was asking you to give me a time frame.
Yeah.
Because if
I
Colt's
got you.
getting bullied in January, why wouldn't you have told her in March?
Yeah, I understand what you're going at there, but I think by the time I talked to her, I'd been engaged with the school on the bullying issue, talking to them, meeting with them, counselors, teachers, all of that.
Okay. Would it help you? Did she tell you that she'd be checking in monthly?
She did.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so I think her next mint was on April 12th of 2023.
Mhm.
Okay. And she talks to you about Colt needing counseling or therapy.
So it was a suggestion. Yeah.
And you told her you didn't think he needed it.
Based on what Cole and I talked about and how I felt like the school told me they were going to respond, that we were good. He was involved with counselors at school.
Okay. And you didn't tell her about all these outbursts he'd been having at school and the property damage.
From 6th grade,
Sure.
no, sir.
You didn't think he needed any therapy. I mean, his mom had just been taken down to Fitzgerald and had that whole drunk in the, you didn't think he needed some therapy for that?
Well, to be honest with you, this is kind of my first steps into being a single parent. So, I didn't really have every, thing that I needed to do and know what to do. I'm trying to figure it out as we went along, trying to do the best I could.
So this is April 12th. And again, you say, she asked about school and you say Colt is doing good in school and he likes going to school.
In the beginning, he did, yes, sir.
Well, no, she's asking about how things are going April 12th. That's
Okay.
kind of towards the end, isn't it?
I think so.
Okay.
Middle of school, yeah.
April 12th, that's what you consider the middle of school?
I'm sitting here trying to think, so school ends what? What do you have? June, July, August, somewhere in there?
Well,
So,
when my kids were in school, they generally got out in May.
so I thought we were out June, like beginning of June. So towards the tail end, I guess April would be, outside of the bullying issues, he was,
But that's not what you told her. You didn't say outside of the bullying issues,
Right.
he's doing good in school.
Right.
You said he's doing good in school and he likes school.
yeah, I mean,
Just left it out completely, the bullying.
I didn't feel like DFACS was going to do anything more than the counselor and the school administration was already doing for Cole.
Okay. So it's actually 5 days after that you first emailed the school about Colt being bullied on April 17th. Does that sound about right?
Sounds like maybe.
And the next month, May 5th, so this would have been 2.5 weeks after you sent that email about Colt being bullied at school, she visits again. correct?
Correct. Every month.
And you say Colt is doing superb in school, correct?
If that's what the statement says, yes.
And you still make no mention whatsoever of Colt being bullied.
Okay.
And she tells you at this time that she wants Colt to do counseling, right?
She may have.
Okay. But you didn't give him any counseling.
I did not.
Now, it's 2 weeks later that the Jackson County Sheriff's Office shows up at your door.
Yes, sir.
And that's pretty unsettling to have law enforcement show up at your door.
Obviously.
Jarring. Okay. And they told you that Colt had made threats on Discord to shoot up a school.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you look to see what Colt was doing on Discord?
I didn't know what Discord was.
Okay. So you didn't make any inquiries with Colt and like actually look into his Discord?
Oh, I didn't know what Discord was. I asked Colt, sat down, had a long discussion about what Discord was. He gave me the rundown as he knew it. And all I did was tell him to shut it all down.
You didn't ask him to like pull it up for me, let me look at it?
I don't believe I did.
Oh, okay. But he did spend a lot of time on the computer, didn't he?
He did gaming.
Okay. Now, this is less than 2 years after he searched how to kill you on a computer.
Okay.
But you didn't mention that at all to the deputies.
No, sir, I didn't. I didn't find out, like I said, until after the fact, and was really settled with the explanation I got from Colt. So no, I didn't bring it up. And to be quite honest, I was more focused on what they were there for.
Well, they were there because they had reports that Colt threatened murder on a computer, and you had information that Colt had once searched murder on a computer.
Well, actually, they were there because someone in a chat room made a threat, not specifically Colt.
But they're there to look at Colt, and they gave you Colt's name.
Colt was on a list of what I was told of several different juveniles that were in the chat room, not just Colt.
But they came to your house because they had the name of Colt.
They did, and they were
Okay,
on
and they
their,
told you that.
and they were on their way working down the list, is what he told me, of several different names of children that were, or juveniles that were in that chat box or room or whatever. But Colt was on that list, and several others were too.
They were asking you
Yep.
if Colt could have been the person that was talking about murder on a computer. And you had information, whether you got it at the time or got it later, you had information that Colt had once searched murder on a computer. And you did not share that with them, did you?
They did not tell me directly, Colt.
My question, you did not share that with them, did you?
Which part?
That Colt had once searched how to kill you on a computer.
I did not.
Thank you. Now, you know at this point he has trouble controlling his temper, Colt, when they're out there talking to you.
Controlling his temper, I don't know. I know he would get frustrated
Okay. And he would get all red-faced and angry
at times.
at times. And you actually bring that up with them.
Right.
Can we pull that clip up? Can we pull it up, Sam?
All right, so we're in this. Now, look, let me give you the backstory. So, yeah, absolutely. Now, look, if you're gonna get all red faced when you talk to him, just calm. All right, so we're having this. Let me give you the backstory. So
you're warning the police officers before they see Colt.
Right.
Calm.
Right.
Colt's a little volatile at this point, isn't it?
Not volatile. It's just more, and I don't know if embarrassment's the right word. He just gets flustered. His face gets really red, and to be honest, when he gets to that level, he tends to just shut down, not talk at all.
In fact, I think you said in there that he gets flustered under pressure and doesn't think straight.
Yeah, that's what I believe I said.
And you know he's interested in school shootings at this point.
I don't think I do know that.
You don't remember telling them that you guys talk about this a lot,
We talk about what we see on the news,
about school shootings.
any shooting.
Okay. Now, you also know he has access to firearms at this point.
Correct.
In fact, you say, I'm going to be mad as hell if he did threaten the shooting, and then all the guns will go away. They won't be accessible to him. Right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, they ask you to restrict Colt's access to guns.
They asked to make sure that they're not laying about the house and freely available.
Freely available, because you don't want dangerous kids having access to dangerous instruments, do you?
That's correct.
I mean, that's just reasonable, right?
Yep.
Now, you believed this tip enough at the time that you took Colt's computer away.
Correct.
Okay. So they're going down this list. They're not sure it's Colt. They're not sure, but you believed enough. You actually took his computer away from him.
Until I could get a follow-up call the next day from that sheriff verifying that Colt had nothing to do with it.
How long was the computer taken away?
I'm not sure how long I took it away.
I think you talked about it to Jason Smith. Let's look and see what those things say.
I get stuff. And again, you just say I didn't work in law enforcement. To me, as a regular data, if the law enforcement comes from, no matter who they are, law enforcement comes to my house and tells me that my son was in a room where they were talking about committing a school shooting, that's going to be a giant red flag.
Oh, and it was.
No matter what my kid says, the kid can lie, right?
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
And it was.
That's a huge red flag.
Yeah. It was. And I talked to that officer.
I'm probably going, you're not going to have a computer, you're not going to have a phone, you're not going to be on the internet. Is that right?
It was done. No, no.
You take his computer?
Yeah, we just, like,
Right, just like when you took it down after you got stuff.
everybody take a break.
Right.
And when you feel like coming back and being normal, let me know, we'll talk about all this.
Right.
Along those lines.
So you come back being normal. You
Right.
didn't say anything to him about when they cleared him the next day. It sounds more like a longer period of time there.
Yeah, I'm not sure, you know, he was asking a time frame at that moment. And ultimately, there was a lot of other things running through my mind other than how long I took his computer away at that moment.
I think there's another, I think they bring it up again later in the conversation, see if it sheds any more light.
When did you give his computer back to him? Because he was able to go look up all this about the school shooters and stuff. When did you give his computer back to him?
In Jefferson?
Yeah.
I have no idea when I gave it back to him because that was towards the end of school and then we started moving.
Okay, so what the next day was it?
I don't think it was the next day. And then he also did have a laptop, I believe, at that time too.
So you take away his computer because of this threat. You take away his ability to talk about school shootings, but you don't take away his ability to commit school shootings? I mean, the gun stayed, right?
Well, the gun stayed, but at that point, I just, there was no, this was Colt said to me by law enforcement. There was a lot of variables and unsure statements by the sheriff. So,
So at this point, you're not sure, is it Colt? Is it not Colt? I don't know. I'm going to take away his computer,
right.
but not the guns.
Correct.
Now let's jump to September 4th of 2024. This is the day that Colt murdered 4 people at Apalachee High School. This is 16 months later. That afternoon, you are talking to GBI agent Kelsey Ward. Remember that?
I do.
She came out to your house and
Yep.
y'all met in a car.
Mhm.
Now, when you're talking to her, she's trying to figure out why Colt did what he did earlier that day, wasn't she?
Yes, sir.
That was the point of it.
Yep.
Okay. And she's asking about Colt's friends. Remember that?
At some point, I'm sure she did.
Now, you never mentioned, y'all talked for like an hour and a half. You never mentioned one time Agent Kelsey Ward that just 16 months earlier, Jackson County Sheriff's Office deputies came to your house and told you that Colt may have been threatening to shoot up a school on the computer. And she's asking you for anything you can think of about why Colt would do that very same thing. And for an hour and a half, talking about Marcy and your back and everything else, you never mentioned them coming out to that house, did you?
No, sir.
In fact, she actually, when she's talking about the friends, she asked you, did you ever have any reason to talk to him about what he did on the computer? She's specifically asking, has there ever been a reason that you would need to talk to Colt about what he did on the computer? Did she?
Is relating to Apalachee?
Relating to Colt, and that's what she's talking to you about.
Sure. I didn't feel it relevant to talk to her because I had followed up with Jackson County and was specifically told that Colt was not that person.
You didn't think it was relevant. Is that what you're telling us?
What I was told was anything from Russia to California and multiple other persons could be involved. So I didn't think at the end of the day that.
But you didn't know it wasn't him. You just don't think it was him.
No, I was told it wasn't him. I was told I do this for a living and I believe Colt.
That's not what the Jackson County deputy said on the stand.
Well, that's what he told me on the phone, on the follow-up phone call. That's what he told me the next morning.
He never said that on the stand.
I can't.
Did he?
No, he didn't say that.
Okay. And then Agent Ward asked you if Colt had ever done anything that would cause you to want to monitor who he talks to on the computer. And you say, no.
Okay.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Why don't we play that clip?
I have to do for you.
Tell me about his friends. Like, who are the names or people that you hear, or does he?
There's nobody he has ever been like friends with.
Okay.
And now what or who he's talking to on the computer, he pretty much kind of keeps that under wraps.
Okay.
I've never had a reason to go in there and like grill him about.
He's never done anything that caused you to feel like there needs to
Correct.
be any extra
Correct.
monitor on that front.
Yeah.
Now, you do bring it up with Investigator Smith, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But that was an hour and a half into the interview, wasn't it?
Okay.
Before you first bring it up with him.
Okay.
Okay. And you meet with Investigator Smith on September 5th at around 3 o'clock, right?
I'm not sure of the time.
Does that sound about right? Because you remember you put Jenny first.
Correct.
Okay, so around 3 o'clock sound about
Sure,
right?
yeah.
Okay. And it's around noon of that day that Marcy sends you that text asking, what the hell is this? And has the picture of the FBI where it says you didn't come out of your house.
Yes, sir. I remember that text.
So at noon on the 5th, you know the world knows about it. And then in your interview, then it becomes relevant again
The world knows about,
that they'd come to your house.
the FBI?
Well, Jackson County for the FBI.
Oh, yeah. Not necessarily that the world knew. Marcy sent me that text. I didn't make her aware of the situation for obvious reasons.
So on the 4th, when you're talking to Kelsey Ward, it's not relevant. On the 5th at 12, around noonish, you get that text from Marcy where you find out people know this now. And at 3 o'clock with Investigator Smith, an hour and a half into it, now all of a sudden it's relevant.
I don't know, relevant is the right word. I believe talking to Kelsey, we're talking a matter of hours, short time after the shooting. I'm still in a state of shock, trying to process what all happened, to be able to sit and recollect every single thing that has happened.
Yeah, I mean, I understand, like little things would be hard to remember.
Not little things, everything. This was I was doing my best just to just get through what questions they were asking. And it was several, it was
Let
the
me ask
next
you
day when I talked to Investigator Smith and had time to kind of process everything.
Let me ask you this. The entire conversation with Agent Ward and with Investigator Smith was all about Colt committing a school shooting.
Yeah, I agree.
And this is the only information you've ever had in your life up to this point about Colt and school shooting. And it's police coming to your house. And that didn't pop in your mind.
The way that I left it with Jackson County, Colt was never told to me to be the one that actually did this.
Wasn't it true you were just hiding it from them because then they would think you knew this was coming?
No, sir.
Now, let's go back. We were go back in time. I want to go through this chronologically. The sheriff's office has just come to your house, and that was May 21st, 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, less than 3 weeks later, on June 9th of 2023, Michaela Anderson with defects comes back out to your house for those monthly checks on Colt, doesn't she?
Mhm.
And she asks you, how's Colt's behavior been? And you say Colt's behavior's been okay. You don't mention to her that Jackson County came out to your house 2.5 weeks before.
No, sir, I did not.
And she asks you again, do you think Colt needs counseling? And you say, nope. Right?
Correct.
Okay. You also don't say anything to Michaela Anderson about planning to move to Barrow County, do you?
I don't think at that point I'd actually found a place where we were moving at all. The overall goal originally was try to get as close to Statham as we could. So I didn't have a dead set place yet.
Right, but that's not what I asked you. I said you didn't say anything to Michaela Anderson about planning to move to Barrow County. Did you?
No, I don't think I did. It was again, nothing set in stone.
No, you just said the final address wasn't set in stone, but you were searching for places near Statham in Barrow County. You just said that.
I did just say that.
Thank
There
you.
was nothing set in stone. It had to be Barrow County.
But you never said anything to her about planning to move, did you?
I did not.
And this is the woman who told you in March she would be coming to your house monthly to check on Colt.
Correct.
It was her job to do this.
Correct.
2 weeks later, you signed the lease at 896 Harrison Mill Road.
Yes, sir.
And you don't let anyone at DFAX ever know about your change of address, do you?
I don't. I think the last conversation I had with Michaela was she was satisfied with everything that was going on. That I think she worded it that I was more than helpful. Colt was polite. I was very pleasant to meet with and looked like we were on the right track. So I did not.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you remember testifying at a bond hearing here in court?
In the very beginning of all this,
Mm-hmm.
yes.
Okay, and you swore to tell the truth, whole truth, no truth, self God?
Yep.
You did that? Okay. Do you remember me asking you about defects coming out your house, specifically about Michaela Anderson coming out your house?
In the beginning, I do believe so. You may have asked that question.
Okay. In fact, I asked, so while you were at 954 River Mist Circle in Jefferson, a defects case was opened on your family in November of 2022. And your response was, I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, I remember that conversation with you. And to further that conversation, you also asked me if I've ever been arrested. And I had stated that I had not. And in fact, there had been some things 30 years ago, roughly, that had happened. There had been a lot that happened at that point. I've been, arrested. I've been in jail now for a year and a half. And so I'm trying to still process what exactly happened with my son and me being locked up for it. So if I did not remember every single detail that you were asking me at that point, that is my bad.
That's your bad. Okay.
I did at the end of the day, we had so many meetings with DFACs here and there. I couldn't, I wasn't sure when I met with her.
All right. Well, let me say, so my next question to you was, after you said I wasn't aware of that, I asked, you don't remember them coming out to your house and interviewing you after November of 2022 into May of 2023. Now, this is November-ish or October-ish of 24 that I'm asking these questions. It's just been 2 years. And you said DFACs never interviewed me at that time.
Yeah.
And then one of them I don't remember or I can't recall.
Right.
You said they never interviewed me at that time.
Yeah. After 2 years, I didn't remember
Yeah.
that, honestly.
And then I asked, between November of 2022 and May of 2023, they never did a home visit and spoke with you at your home in Jefferson? And you said, no, sir. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. Yes, sir.
And then I said, in May of 2023, was there a home visit by DFACs where they told you there would be monthly home visits? And you said, no, sir, not at that location. So then I asked, well, not at that location. What location did you have contact with DFACs? And you said, I had contact with DFACs in my home recent here in Bethlehem. I received a phone call at 10:30 at night from a DFACs caseworker that gave me instructions to get in my car and come pick up my younger children. So you're referring to when Tamika Mitchum called you.
Correct.
Again, just completely leaving out the Michaela Anderson stuff.
Totally agree.
The Shonda Goolsby stuff.
Yeah, there were multiple DFACs.
Multiple. And
But-
you said, no, sir.
You already answered the question.
Go ahead. Sorry, there were multiple DFACs.
So for me to be able to try to keep track of who all and when I met them without having everything in front of me, I may have misspoke to you, but it was not in an effort to deceive you or anything. I really was just trying to process being arrested, what had happened, and I just, I couldn't remember what DFACs I talked to and when.
Okay. Well, I understand completely if there's multiple DFACs involvements, which you just said.
Sure.
Correct?
Yep.
If you have multiple DFACs involvement, getting confused as to which is which. I understand that. But I'm asking you, and you said, no, you only had one contact with DFACs, and that was at your house in Bethlehem when they called to tell you to come pick up your kids.
Most recently. Yep.
That's not confusing multiple. That's saying there's only one.
Yeah, I think I was referencing in the moment, like who I was dealing with currently.
So I actually asked you that. So this would have been after June 23rd of 2023. You said, yes, sir. And then my last question was, and you're saying that you had no contact with DFACs prior to that? And you said, no, sir. You sound pretty adamant, not confused.
Okay.
Let's move on to 8th grade. Now, Colt registers on August 8th, 2023 at Heyman Morse Middle School, correct?
Yes, sir.
But then he withdraws 3 days later on August 11th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he never actually went there.
Correct.
Okay. And then he moves back to Fitzgerald with his mom,
I moved back with Debbie.
but that's where his mom is, right?
Correct.
And he never attended Heyman Morse before he went down there.
No, sir.
Did he attend school in Fitzgerald?
No, the plan was Debbie was going to sign him up for homeschooling.
But he never went to school in Fitzgerald.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And it's down there that Colt begins cutting himself.
So I found that out in a weekend trip back home after I was up in Atlanta. Yes, sir.
But that's your understanding of when it was started?
Somewhere in that time frame. Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think they show you the pictures
Yes, sir. So
of Colt's arm.
Yes, sir.
We showed those on the thing.
Yep.
Okay. And is that what they look like when you showed them to you?
he did. That's what they look like. Yep.
Okay. And were you aware of these photos on Colt's phone? Were you aware of this photo on his phone?
I don't think so. No,
Okay.
sir.
Do those look familiar to you though?
Yeah, those are the ones that were on his arm.
Okay. And those are pretty substantial cuts, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
I mean, the ones from the other picture were from the September 4th, and this happened almost a year before. So
Yeah.
a year later, it's got a pretty wicked scar still.
Yes, sir.
And you took that seriously, didn't you?
I took that serious enough when I went back. This happened when I was in Atlanta. When I went back home, Marcy brought it to my attention. I asked Colt what happened, what he was doing. He said, he was just sitting in his room, kind of spacing out, did it with his pocket knife, and I took his pocket knife.
He did that spacing out.
Yeah, he said, I asked him if it was an anger issue or was there something like wrong? Was he, try to give me the backstory? He couldn't really give me a good answer as to why he did it. I think he said something along the lines, I just did it. And I said, okay. And I took a knife he had in his room.
But that's a sign of depression, don't you?
I did not know that was a sign of depression. No, sir.
You didn't know that that's a cry for help?
I didn't know that was a cry for help. No, sir.
You didn't realize that's a form of violence?
A form of violence, yes, probably, but I guess, yeah, you could say it was a form of, doing something harmful to himself is the way I took it.
Yeah. He's only 13 at this point.
Correct.
Where did you get the knife?
I had pocket knives down there, so I guess he had taken one of my pocket knives. I'm not sure. I wasn't in the home day in and day out at that point.
But you removed his knife, right?
The one he said he used.
Okay. Because you can't hurt himself if you remove the instruments or hurt yourself, right?
That particular pocket knife and the answer of I don't know why I did it, then yeah.
I mean, like we said earlier, children that are in danger shouldn't have access to dangerous things, right?
If they can't tell me why they're doing what they're doing, then yeah, I would take the pocket knife.
Yeah, it's just reasonable, right?
If you're harming yourself, yes.
Okay. Or if you're a danger to harm yourself.
Correct, but like I said, the answer was I don't know why I did it.
Okay.
Just kind of spacing out.
So you told Investigator Smith that Colt stopped cutting himself after that summer.
Yeah, that was the only issue I've ever seen where he did anything like that.
Did you ever check into that? What measures did you take to check into if he continued cutting himself?
It's as far as I knew, it stopped right then. He never made any other attempts or cut himself, to my knowledge, after that.
I understand, but what I'm asking is what steps did you take to monitor that?
I didn't monitor it because I wasn't in the home daily. I was up here, pretty much gone.
No, I mean, he was only down there for a few weeks.
Right.
After he comes back is when you don't even know he's cutting down there, do you?
No, I didn't know he was cutting down
So
there.
you find out when he's here.
No, I find out when I went home on a weekend visit from Atlanta and saw those cuts on his arm.
And he's here at that point.
No, he's in Fitzgerald.
He's still in Fitzgerald.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How shortly after that did he come back to live with you?
I'm not sure what that time frame was.
I mean, he was only there for a few weeks.
Maybe I can't tell you exactly when he came back.
It was less than a month,
I'm not sure.
less than 2 months.
I'm not sure of the dates. I just know what happened to make me go get him.
But you don't know when that was.
No.
Okay. But back to my original question.
Yep.
Now that he has come to live with you, shortly after you find out he's been cutting himself,
Yep.
He's in your house now.
Yes, sir.
What do you do to monitor, check up on, to make sure he's not still cutting himself?
I don't think we ever had a conversation about it. There was no further discussion from anybody else in the family that he was cutting himself. I talked to Colt a lot. We had a pool in the backyard at Harrison Mill. Saw him with his shirt off all the time, playing in the pool. I didn't see any further evidence that he was cutting himself.
Okay. Were you aware of this picture that was taken on April 1st, 2024?
No, this is the first time I'm actually ever seeing this picture.
Okay. So you didn't know that he was cutting himself in April of 2024. He lived with you then, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
Now, let's move on. We're going back to Fitzgerald. This is October 3rd of 2023. Colt has that juvenile complaint form where he broke windows, stabbed cardboard. I think he testified about that on direct. That
Yeah.
whole incident down
Oh,
there?
yeah, yes, sir.
Okay.
After Marcy beat him over chicken nuggets, yes, sir.
So breaking windows,
Broke a window.
stabbing things with knives,
Marcy made the claim that he cut the couch.
and he says he didn't.
He said he didn't.
And you just always take Colt's word for these things?
Over Marcy, yes.
Okay. You don't ever check into it?
I believe my son more than I believe his mother.
Now, we're talking about more violence and improper use of a knife, correct?
As Marcy alleged.
But you have knowledge of this, these allegations that you've been told about them.
Correct.
Okay.
Through Marcy.
And Colt comes back to live with you in Barrow County,
Correct.
and that's October 3rd, or roundish early October.
Yeah, ish.
Now he's not going to school at this point.
Correct.
He's not enrolled anywhere, is he?
No, sir.
Okay. So you just go to work every day and there he is.
Correct. He's in the house.
Okay. Then on October 13th, that's when DFAX calls and says, come get your other two kids.
Correct.
Okay. And you drive down the next day, and now you have custody of all three kids,
That's right.
and Marcy does not.
Right.
Okay. You call the shots when it comes to the kids.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, the caseworker talks to you while you're down there,
Yes, sir.
and that's Tamika Mitchell.
Yep.
Okay. And she tells you to get these kids in school ASAP and into therapy.
Yes, sir.
Did she? Okay. And you told the caseworker that the whole family will be going to therapy.
Correct.
But you don't put them in school, do you?
Initially, no, sir.
And you don't put them in therapy, do you?
Initially, no, sir.
Now, you also talked to Tamika on the phone on October 18th, so a week later, and you tell her over the phone that Colt and Jenny want to do homeschooling, but the school doesn't have room, so they have to go physically, right?
Yes. That sounds like what I was talking about with her.
And she tells you to get the kids in therapy. So this is the second time she's told you to get kids in therapy, right?
She asked if I had them in therapy.
And you tell her that you and the kids will be going to therapy.
Yes, I tell her I'm currently trying to make that happen.
Okay. And then approximately a week and a half later is when the Barrow County DFAX worker comes out to your house to look at your house. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And you tell her that you have arranged counseling services for your kids and yourself at Barrow Village Ministry.
Correct. Arranged probably wasn't the right word to use with her. I was in the process of researching everything that I could as far as therapy went and family matters. Relatively new at being a single parent. So I wanted to let her know that I was not doing nothing about it. And I had researched Barrow Ministries at some point, trying to figure out what was the best avenue for us.
So you didn't want her to think you weren't doing anything,
I wasn't not doing anything.
and you were researching,
I was looking around trying to figure out what was best.
but you never pulled the trigger on any of them, did you?
Just collecting information.
Just
at that point.
collecting information. So they've asked you twice to get the kids in therapy because they've been through a lot, haven't they?
They have.
And you keep telling them you're gonna. And one time you kind of alleged that you already had, but you didn't.
Right.
But you don't ever follow through on any of it, do you?
It's not the only thing I had to worry about. While I had those kids, there was a lot I was learning on the fly, being a single parent, working full time, just trying to get my feet under me on how to do all of this by myself.
So that's a no.
That's just a fact. So if you consider it a no, then it's a no.
Did you?
No,
Ever put
I
them
did not
in
actually enroll them or myself in therapy.
Thank you. Now, they also asked about weapons, and you say that you have weapons, but they are stored and locked away out of the reach of the children.
Okay.
And again, that's not true, is it?
I don't remember saying locked away. I just remember saying they were stored and out of reach of the children.
But that's not true, is it?
The lock part, no. Stored and out of reach, yes.
Out of reach is true.
For the most part, yeah, they were out of reach of, they weren't readily available for just laying around the house.
Colt couldn't reach that shelf in your closet.
I guess that he could if he stood on something, but even I have to reach up and over to get it.
But I mean, obviously, to DFAX, they're concerned about weapons being accessible to the children, and you're assuring them that they're not accessible, but they are, aren't they?
Right, and I'm being forthcoming and open and letting them know I do have weapons in the house as well.
But didn't you also tell her that this was the first time you had ever had DFAX contact?
I don't know if I told her that or not. Like I said, there were multiple DFAX people I was talking
Pull that
about.
up for me. She made a summary right there.
Yep.
See if I can find it. So down there at the bottom, the next to the bottom one, BFA, that's you, biological father, never had CPS involvement and felt appreciated at CM's help and made it easier for the children to feel safe. So you told her you've never had DFAC's involvement, didn't you?
That's what I told her.
Isn't that eerily the same lie you said here in the courtroom at your bond hearing?
Again, this was not a lie.
I mean, this is the same year.
I mean, this was not an outright lie as in deception. There was just a lot of things going on, and I didn't recall, certain meetings with DFACs.
So this is October 30th of 23. The very next day, DFACs closes their case, don't they?
Yes.
And that's because you told them that you were getting counseling and that the kids had no access to the guns.
Told them I was working on counseling, and
That's not what she recorded.
I don't know why she recorded what she recorded. I know that I told her I was working through multiple avenues of therapy, not locked into one. I never signed anything to go specifically to a counselor. I was compiling information.
Yeah, doing a lot of research. Let's go to November 4th of 2023. Marcy comes up, and that's when she keys your truck and gets arrested.
Correct.
All right. So, I mean, that's been a very stressful summer and fall for Colt, hasn't it?
It has for all of us.
I mean, it starts with Jackson County coming to the door about school shooter threats. Then it goes to him cutting himself. And then shortly thereafter, he gets the juvenile complaint for breaking the windows and cutting the couch. Then his mother, a few weeks after that, loses custody for drug use. And a month or so after that, she gets arrested for keying the truck. He's not in school. He's not in counseling. That's a rough summer and fall, isn't it?
For all of us.
For a 13-year-old.
For a 50-year-old. For all of us.
And on November 17th, you buy him that 6-hour M400 rifle.
In November, I actually purchased the weapon for me, and was going to use that weapon as something that he and I could bond over with.
It was his Christmas present.
It was not directly a Christmas present. It was something I told him he could use. I had one. We could shoot together. And at a later date, when he was a legal age, I would give him that gun.
So this was not his Christmas present?
This was a part of his Christmas. This was not a here is your gun. The conversation was, I bought this weapon. This is one that you can use to shoot when we go to the range or hunting.
Well, first off, before we get into that, you did purchase it on November 11th.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that is 7 months after Jackson County asked you to restrict his access to guns? Correct.
Not sure they asked me to restrict his access, just to make sure that they weren't readily available.
And 18 days after you told DFACs Colt didn't have access to guns.
Correct.
He's about to.
The gun was not for him. So it wasn't his gun.
Okay. Let's play what you told Agent Ward about it.
The weapon that he had was a AR-15, it was a 223, and it was a Sig Sauer. And that was kind of like his big Christmas present where I said,
Well, you cut it off with what I said.
Oh, did I? I'm sorry.
Do you want to play the whole thing?
I'm not going to play an hour-and-a-half interview.
Well, that's the part where I said, this is a gun that I bought that you can use when we go to the shooting range or hunting.
Right. Well, I didn't say you weren't saying that.
Right.
But it was his big Christmas present.
It was a part of his Christmas.
Thank you. Now, at this point, had you given the knife back to him from cutting himself?
No, I don't remember giving him a specific knife.
Okay. I mean, well, you took away his knife. You testified to that.
Yeah, I took away a pocket knife he had down in Fitzgerald.
Did you ever give it back to him?
I did not.
Okay. Now, Colt is 13 years old at this point. This would have been 23, Christmas 23. Yeah, he's 13 at this
Yes,
point. Okay. And you let him keep the gun in his room?
At times.
Okay. Well, right after Christmas, he got to keep it in the room.
He did.
Okay. And on December 19th, you ordered that laser sight for the rifle on Amazon.
Which one?
We can pull it up. That one there. Green laser rifle, the ones in the pictures.
Correct. I had actually ordered that laser for my rifle when I ordered it. But yes, I did order that laser.
Now, Colt is still not in school, is he?
No, sir.
And you got the kids in October.
Correct.
And this is December.
Right.
You haven't done anything to enroll them in school.
For 8th grade or 9th grade.
When you got the kids in October.
Right.
So this is December. You haven't done anything to get them in school.
Yes, sir.
Did you even do any research?
I don't believe I did.
Okay. Now in January of January 12th, actually, Annie's the one that registers little Coley at Austin Road Elementary School.
Correct.
Okay.
Annie, myself, and Debbie were working on registration for all the kids.
In January.
I think Annie and I started talking about that maybe prior to the new year.
Mhm.
I was needing guidance on what to do and how to do. I've never been in the position where I had to enroll our kids. It was always, Marcy.
Did you ever think about going to the Bear County School website?
No, I didn't. Because I relied on Debbie and 40 years of education, and she usually guided me through what had to happen as I became a single parent.
Oh, okay. So that's little Coley though on January 12th, right? That's not Jenny and Colt.
I believe so.
Okay. In fact, on January 25th, that's when Laureen sends you those emails giving you a step-by-step guide of how to get them in school, virtual school, or online. And she tells you exactly how to do it, doesn't she?
Yes,
And she even volunteers to pay for it, doesn't she?
she does.
And you don't do it, do you?
I don't do it. Jenny and I were in a conversation of did she want to do it, and she opted to want to go to public school.
So Jenny's registered on February 2nd, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is second semester, correct?
Yes, sir.
She'd already missed the entire first semester of school, didn't she?
Yes, sir.
Now, on the 6th, the school emails you with a start date for Jenny and Colt, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And you email back that Jenny's sick with a fever and will start on Thursday, right?
Sounds correct.
But Colt never attends.
He does not.
In fact, at that point, on the 13th of February, you email the school and say you're going to sign Colt up for online classes at this time.
Yes, sir.
And you actually said at this time.
Yes, sir.
So on February 13th, well into the second semester, you hadn't done anything to get Colt enrolled in online classes.
No, sir. It was kind of an ongoing
Yeah. In
operation.
fact, you never sign him up for online, do you?
So I had, in talking with my sister, I had thought there was email communication back and forth that Georgia Virtual was where he was enrolled. There were access codes sent in an email. And I remember talking with Colt saying, we have you registered. I thought at the time at Georgia Virtual, here's the access codes, and you should be good to go.
But you never did anything to get him enrolled, did you?
I physically did not do anything. That's it.
I think you testified on direct. That was your bad.
Yeah. I was needing as much help as I could get. There was a lot of, I was responsible in trying to cover a lot of things.
Now, that's on the 13th is when you tell them that Colt's not going to school.
Yep.
On the 29th, you, Colt, and Jenny go to Wilson Shoals Gun Range.
Yes, sir.
Right. And that's a school day, right?
Maybe it was, I'm not sure.
Is school not very important to you?
It is.
Now, it's around this time that Colt's aggression is escalating, isn't it?
Maybe, I'm not sure.
You don't remember when it was?
I don't.
You don't remember when he starts fighting with you physically?
Physically, I think I mentioned it 3 times. I don't know when the exact date of those were. I would say that aggression-wise, just more temper, kind of short-tempered, more than he would normally be.
Do you remember telling Kelsey Ward on September 4th that probably 5, 6, 7 months ago, his attitude escalated to the point where he would be like cussing and talking to me like you shouldn't talk to your parents, and he's like gone to hands-on trying to fight me?
Yeah, that's correct.
So you said 5 to 6, 7 months ago. That was in September or so.
Right.
7 months would be around February,
Right.
going into March.
Yeah.
Okay. So around this time we were talking about.
Sounds like it.
Okay. And you told her that he went so far as to strike you in the face.
And one of our scuffles, yes, sir.
Does he
Side of
appear to you to start being out of control?
It was not an everyday thing. It was more based on if he didn't get his way about something or we had a disagreement, it was arguing and cussing most of the time. And we did have separate instances where, like I said, he would bull rush me.
I think when you did on direct, when you were describing the bull rush, you said you could see him kind of building up in him,
One time I could see him getting angry,
getting all worked up.
just, not agreeing with what, I was saying, and I could tell by the tone of his voice that, it was escalate.
His anger is building up, isn't it?
It was in that moment on that particular day.
To the point he lashed out in a violent physical way.
He just bull rushed me. Yes, sir.
Struck you in the face.
He was flailing all about it. He didn't strike me in the face. He struck me like right there. I don't think he was aiming. He was just more kind of flailing around.
So where again was it?
Just right here.
So the neck,
Right.
not the face?
Right there.
Well, how would you describe that? The neck or the face?
Well, it depends on what part of the neck, maybe bottom of my face, top of my neck,
I'm
right?
asking how you would refer to that.
I would refer that to neck or face.
When you talked to Agent Ward, you referred to it as face, didn't you?
Yeah, it sounds like that's what I said to her.
You said, so we've probably had 3 or 4 of these kind of altercations where he's gotten above aggressive with me. Above aggressive. I call it a bull rush. The second to last time, he hit me in the face.
Yep, I remember telling her that.
Okay. And then I think you actually referred to this when you talked to Jason Smith the next day, the bull rushing again.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you, second time, he was kind of like flailing around and he hit me in the side of the head. And I told him, don't hit me in the face ever again. Remember that?
I do.
So it was the face.
It was face.
Thank you. Now, so this is all happening the end of February going into March. March 8th of 2024, you buy that Sightmark Ultrashot RSP, correct?
The site?
Mhm.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was for Colt's gun.
That was-
$150.
That was for the SIG, yes, sir.
Okay. It was found in Colt's closet. The box was.
Mhm.
Okay. And 3 weeks later, on March 28th, 2024, you buy him that bungee sling,
I actually bought the bungee sling for my rifle.
but it was Colt take it for his.
I saw it in the picture hanging in his closet, but that was a purchase I made for my rifle.
But Colt had it in his closet.
In that picture, that's the first time I've seen it in his closet, yes.
Okay. And on that same date, you buy the Hornady, if I'm pronouncing that right, custom 223 Remington 5.5.
Ammunition, yes, sir.
Okay. And that's found in Colt's bedroom.
That's, yes, where it ended up.
And that's all around the same time that the bull rushing is starting.
In that time frame, yes.
Okay. Now let's move to May of 2024. Tell me about Elite Pawn and Jewelry in Conyers. What is that?
Pawn shop and gun store.
Okay. And why do you go there?
I purchased 2 guns.
Okay. So the first one is on May 3rd. You buy a gun for $794.80.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's on May 3rd. You go back on May 10th and make another purchase of $449.34. Is that also a gun?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On May 17th, the week after that, you go back and you make 2 purchases, both of $52.95. What's that?
For $52?
And 95 cents. But it's 2 of those.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was.
Okay. And then you go back the very next week and make another purchase for $52.95.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Sounds like it.
So you're going on the 3rd, the 10th, the 17th, and the 24th.
Okay.
Basically every same day, every week.
Yep.
Okay. And that's $1,400 in 1 month at Elite Pawn and Jewelry.
Okay.
And they're all gun related?
Sounds like it, yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm not sure what the $52 were.
Okay. And on the 31st of that month, you order the high-powered laser sights and accessory rail set from Amazon.
Correct.
And that's the one that's on Colt's rifle.
It's on his rifle and my rifle.
Okay, it's pieces that you put on different rifles.
Correct.
Okay.
Part of them went on mine, part of them went on his.
And then let's move on to June. So that was May 31st, so the last day of May. First day of June, June 1st, you order the bore sight 223 from Amazon.
Yes, sir.
Now, it's also sometime in early June that Colt throws this screwdriver at you. Correct?
Sounds like it, yes, sir.
And that was during a fight.
That was during an argument.
Okay. And he throws it at you. Must have been right around before June 7th because you make an email, a text message about it on June 7th.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he's angry at you,
He's frustrated.
and he throws a screwdriver at you.
He threw it down the hall towards me.
Okay. Well,
I had my back totally towards him. Didn't even see him throw it.
but he threw it at you. He was aiming for you.
I don't know. He was aiming for me. It ended up hitting me, but I didn't physically stand there and see him aim for me.
All right. Well, let's talk about play the clip where you talked to Investigator Smith about it.
And Jenny described seeing him kick you, punch you, hit you.
That was the second time.
And that was how it goes.
Probably a month and a half ago before he started back to school. And that's when I pulled in
Did you ever throw anything at you?
yeah, he threw a screwdriver at me.
What?
So at the beginning of that, he says, Jenny described seeing him kick you and punch you and hit you. And you said, that was the second time.
Right.
You didn't say that didn't happen.
What's that?
You didn't say that didn't happen. That he kicked you, punched you, and hit you.
Right, that was Jenny's statement.
And you said, yeah, that was the second time.
It, meaning the hitting part.
Oh, okay. And then he threw the screwdriver at you.
He did throw that screwdriver, down the hallway towards me.
All right. Well, let's look at the text message you sent to Colt about it on June 7th.
Mhm.
and that's you. Hey, Bubba, hear what I'm saying right now, okay? What I'm about to ask you is not trying to start anything. Make sure you understand that, okay? Are you worried about his anger there?
I was worried about him taking it as far as he did. Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, like even with just sending him this text message, you seem like you're worried about him getting angry.
Yeah, I'm worried about, we'd established a close bond at this point, and I thought that I'd created avenues for him to be able to come and talk to me before it got to this point.
Okay. And then the next one you say, okay, question I have is this. Did you tell Mamu that you had the screwdriver in your hand for self-defense?
Right.
Please tell me the truth, because we both know I wasn't even looking at you when you threw it at me.
Right.
Okay. So he threw it at you.
Right.
All right. So that's on the 7th. 3 days later on the 10th, you order him that tactical vest from Amazon.
Yes.
And Colt had asked you about that. Get it for him.
The tactical vest, yeah. He
See-
wanted,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, he wanted to use it. He saw people at the range using it. So he thought it looked neat and asked me to buy it for him.
Okay. And you ordered it to appease him.
I did.
Okay. And you told him you were getting it for him in a text message, didn't you?
I did.
All right. Let's see that text message. And you say, yo, I got this for you, son, because I love you. And also, hopefully, you can work on being a little more patient.
Mhm.
Colt, when it comes to you, and if you need something, if I can do it, I will do it. But if I cannot, then I cannot do it. And that's when I need you to be okay with it, knowing that as soon as I can, I will. At the end of the day, being disrespectful and flat out being mean and ugly doesn't do anything. So please, when you feel like you're getting angry or about to lose your temper, take a deep breath and then realize I'm going to make it happen at some point. Okay? I'm working hard for us. I do not want any more of that pushing, shoving, hitting anymore. We both deserve better than that. So here's the windup and the pitch. See you later, alligator. Love you.
Yes, sir.
And then that's the one we talk about when you feel like getting angry and about to lose your temper. You get angry and lose his temper a lot.
Not a lot.
Okay. And you'd say you don't want any more of that pushing, shoving, hitting.
Yes, sir.
So he's physically violent.
Not all the time. No, sir.
Well, I know not all the time, but there are times that he's physically violent.
3 times the pushing and shoving, three times that I remember.
And the throwing the screwdriver.
Correct.
Okay. And you also add in a screenshot of the tactical vest in this. Hold on, we got to pull it up.
Yeah, there you go.
And that's the one there. And then he sends a photo of him in the vest.
Yep.
Now, on the 28th of June, you purchase a knife for Colt at Academy Sports.
That was a purchase for me.
For you.
Yes.
So this knife,
Crown handle. Yes,
that's
sir.
the one. That's your knife.
I purchased that knife.
Where did you keep it?
I had it in my pocket sometimes, had it in my book bag at other times. Sometimes I forget to take it to work.
Was it accessible to Colt?
It may have been if I didn't have it on my person.
I mean, that's the one that was found in Colt's book bag at school, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, I agree. I didn't know that he had taken that knife.
Okay. So you're not worried about Colt cutting himself anymore?
Again, that knife wasn't for Colt.
But it's in the house where he can get to it. You weren't worried about him cutting himself anymore?
Again, I didn't purchase that knife for Colt, and typically it was on my person.
Okay. So let's move on to July. That was June 28th. So let's move into the month of July. I think you were testifying earlier that Colt can be violent, but it's not all the time. Jenny sends you a text on July 3rd. And she says, hey, I think he calmed down.
Mhm.
And you say, he doesn't calm down that quick. And Jenny, I can't live like this.
Right.
It's seriously not good.
Mhm.
It tears me up. I just want him happy. And man, he calls me everything in the book.
Yes, sir.
How many good days is he having if you seriously can't live like this?
It's just that I couldn't reach him. That was the part I was trying to, I guess, convey to Jenny is, I wanted him to not get as upset as he would over silly things. So,
Does he have trouble calming himself down?
no, not typically. Even after one of our dust ups, he would relatively calm down. fairly quick.
Okay. Do you want to read your statement again?
Which part?
Where you say he doesn't calm down that quick?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take days or anything, for him to calm down, but he doesn't calm down in 5 minutes either.
Now, Colt would chase Jenny around the house. Correct?
He chased her one time down the hallway. Yeah.
And that wasn't in a playful way, was it?
It started out as a playful kind of thing in the kitchen while Debbie and I were standing there talking.
So they're playing around in the kitchen,
Yeah.
and then all of a sudden Colt
Yeah.
didn't play
Jenny,
anymore.
yeah. Jenny did something. I don't know what exactly she did, but as soon as she did it, she took off down the hallway and he chased her.
In a violent way.
Oh, I don't know if it was violent. He just chased her down the hallway.
Well, do you think it was playful then, or did you think it was violent?
I think it was brother and sister kind of picking on each other.
Just brother and sister picking on each other.
Right.
And that's what you're testifying today.
Well, Debbie and I were standing there. I don't think either one of us thought it was a violent thing.
Okay. Well, you talked to Investigator Smith about it, didn't
Right.
you?
I did.
Let's play that clip. See if you thought it was violent then.
Told me about the incident where he chased her into his room and said it scared her. It scared me. Yeah. And you and her have talked multiple times about getting him help. Yeah. Going back for a while.
You're asking time frames. I'm sorry, I can't snap off with what these time frames are, but yes, they're like, there was no like blind eye. We're trying.
He says, she told us about the incident where he chased her into his room and she said it scared her. And you said, yeah, it scared me.
Yeah, it scared me because when he got to the end of the hallway, he tripped and went headlong into the linen closet and put a hole in it with his head.
Okay. And then he put a hole in her door, trying to get into her door.
Not at that time. He got up and I think he was trying to pick the lock, I think is what she said he was doing.
Okay. But he put a hole in her door too.
Not at that point. I don't think so.
Okay. So he can go from being playful to chasing his daughter to the point it scares her, so his sister, it scares her and scares you like that.
Well, what scared me was him banging his head into the door.
That's not how you said it.
I said it scares me. Right. He never asked what scared me. I just told him it scared me. And I'm telling you what scared me was he tripped and went headlong into the door.
Oh, okay. Okay. Now, so that was on the 3rd. You pick up Marcy on the 6th of July, correct?
Sounds accurate.
And she moves into your house.
Correct.
And you refer to her in your phone as my pretty.
Yeah, that's how I always taught her.
Okay. And she talks to you about Colt while she's up there. Correct?
Okay. Yes.
Y'all talk about Colt a lot.
We talk about all of our children a lot.
Okay. We specifically talk about Colt a lot.
I don't think any more than the others, but we do talk about Colt. Yes.
You don't think you specifically talk about Colt any more than the other kids? At this time.
Oh, I don't know about this time. We were talking about a lot of things at this time. If it was more about Colt, we probably had good reason to be talking more about Colt.
Yeah, I think y'all have pretty good reason to be talking about Colt. This is when he starts showing signs of depression, isn't it?
Maybe I'm not, I can't tell you I can look at somebody and see depression.
Well, you don't remember telling Investigator Smith that he suffered from depression for a while?
If I use the word depression, it was more just kind of really disappointment of what his mother had said and done leading up to,
So the word depression is being thrown around in your house in July.
It's just casual conversation, not being thrown around.
One of your children having depression is casual conversation?
We're talking about our children. I don't know how you want to quantify it, but we're just talking about what's going on with all of our kids.
All right. Well, did you talk about Colt on July 20th when he had the panic attack at the house?
I did.
And you were there then, weren't you?
I believe I was, yes, sir.
And Colt wanted y'all to call 911.
Yeah, I never heard him state it to call 911. I wasn't in that living room at that time.
Okay. But he was acting bad?
Not bad. I
didn't mean mad. Bad.
Oh.
He was having a bad time of it.
That particular night, I came out of the shower, I believe, and he was in the kitchen with Marcy in tears. Yes, sir.
Okay. And y'all been talking about depression?
We've been talking a lot of things, not specifically only about depression, but
Well, I know you don't talk only about depression, but y'all have been talking about depression.
in conversation, yes, we've talked about depression, a lot of things.
And now he's crying, wanting to call 911, having a panic attack in your house.
Yeah, when I found him, he was crying. I didn't know it was a panic attack. I've never seen a panic attack. So at that point, I didn't know that's.
And there was discussion about taking him to the doctor the next week,
I believe there was.
but y'all never took him to the doctor, did you?
No, Marcy took him in the bedroom and got him to calm down. I asked her what she thought it was. She had made mention of a panic attack. I think I said something along the lines, I've never seen one. So
Did it scare you?
it scared me to the point where I've never seen him, cry really like that.
But you didn't take him to the doctor.
I did not know, sir.
Now, 4 days later, that's when Marcy starts giving him Zoloft.
I'm not sure when she started giving him Zoloft, to be very honest with you.
You remember getting the text on July 24th where she texts you and says, I started Colt on Zoloft today. Don't say anything about it unless he brings it up.
I remember that text.
Okay. And now that's Marcy's prescription, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't take him to the doctor?
I did not know, sir.
Okay. And did you think he needed medicine?
I didn't think he needed medicine, no, sir.
Okay. Did you want to go to a doctor and see if she's giving him medicine? Don't you want to kind of talk to a doctor about that?
I didn't think that, I needed to take him to a doctor.
Did you tell Marcy not to give him the Zoloft?
I did tell Marcy. The comment was where I think she had made mention of how she was divvying up her medicine.
Mm-hmm.
And when I asked her, like, well, how do you know what to give him? She said, I researched it, but then I talked to my doctor about what I was going to do for Colt. That's kind of where we left it.
But you didn't stop her from giving him the Zoloft?
I did not stop her from giving him the Zoloft.
Don't you have full custody of those kids?
Oh, I do, yeah.
Isn't there a safety plan in place to protect them from Marcy?
I don't know if the safety plan was in place at that time, but there was one at a point, yes, sir.
And you decide who visits and when she visits and what contact she has with them, don't you?
I do.
Okay. And you didn't stop her from giving your son Zoloft?
I didn't stop her from giving him Zoloft, no, sir.
Okay. Now, you testified to some stuff about registering Colt. I think you said that you went up and met with the registrar and they said, don't start right away.
I think I talked to
Get
her.
a schedule under control or
I think I
something?
talked to her on the phone. I don't think I ever met with her face to face.
Oh, okay. Why is there no record of that in the school records?
I don't know.
You don't know. Didn't you hear Lisa Butler testify? Do you remember her testifying? And her saying that y'all came up on the 13th of August.
Right.
And she sat down with Colt and made a schedule for him.
We were talking about the schedule and when his start date was.
And that's on the 13th.
I believe so. It's been a minute.
Okay. So the first day of school was on the 1st.
Right.
Y'all actually, according to the school paperwork, you signed the registration papers on the 6th. Marcy finished them up on the 12th. And then you met with Lisa Butler on the 13th.
Right.
And Colt's first day was on the 14th.
The 14th.
So 2 weeks after school started.
Right.
Okay. Now, on August 11th, so August 6th is when he's registered for Apalachee. August 11th, Colt at 11:22 a.m. texts you to stop by Academy and pick up a 150 round pack of 5.56 or 2.23. Remember that?
Yep.
Okay. Why would Colt be asking you for ammunition?
The only reason we would be ever talking about ammunition is we had talked or were planning to go to the shooting range.
But didn't you say that you kept the ammunition away from Colt?
I did in my closet up there with the weapons.
So how would he have any idea how much ammunition or if you needed any ammunition?
Because we had been shooting before, and I think with the holiday weekend coming up, we had talked about going to the range, and he knew what kind of ammunition.
When did you last go to the range?
I'm not sure at that point.
Because the last record we have would have been in 2023.
And what range?
Let me see. That was 24. March of 24.
What range?
I think it's the Wilson Shoals.
Is that the only record you have?
Yeah. Of you taking the kids.
Yeah, go to the range.
Yeah.
That's it?
That's all we got.
Okay. Well, there was another range, Charlie Elliott.
I saw your name
At
in
Charlie
that one,
Elliott.
but not the kids.
Right. Colt never took Jenny to that range, but Colt and I did attend Charlie Elliott shooting range.
Why wouldn't Colt's name be on the register?
I don't know.
Okay. And when was that?
I'm not sure when that time frame was.
Okay.
We did attend Charlie Elliott a couple times though.
Okay. So on August 11th, though, Colt asked you for a 150 round pack of 5.56 or 2.23.
Sounds like it, yes, sir.
Did he say what he wanted it for?
He did.
Okay. Did his request raise any alarms with you?
No, because we had made mention of the holiday weekend coming up.
Okay. And was he still being physically violent at this time?
Physically, I can't remember when the last time we were physical with each other, but we were having disagreements here and there, but it wasn't a ongoing thing.
Okay. You remember talking to Jason Smith on the 5th, and you said this was probably about 3 weeks ago. We had an argument or whatnot, and I was like, where I would get a fuck you and a slam the door kind of shit. He just wouldn't let it, like he wouldn't let it go. It just seemed like he was wanting to, instead of back off a fight, like he was really wanting to fight.
That's what I told Smith.
On the 5th. And you said it was probably about 3 weeks ago, which would put it around August 11th, Thomas.
Yeah, and I think I told Smith too, and these days after, the day after talking to Smith, there was a lot going on. I was not.
Well, I know I'm not holding you to a specific date on that kind of stuff, but you
I'm
said
just-
about 3 weeks before, and that would be around this time period. Okay, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and he's asking you for 150 rounds of ammunition, and he's still in that wanting to fight you.
Not every day, no, sir.
Well, of course, not every day. Let's go to the 13th. That's the day you went to Apalachee to get Colt's schedule. We already talked about. And you met with Lisa Butler.
Right.
And she introduced yourself as the school counselor.
She did.
Okay. And you said nothing to her about Colt needing counseling.
I did not at that point, I don't think.
Okay. So the next day is the 14th.
We also had a school tour.
Yeah, she talked about that. On the 14th is Colt's first day of school.
Correct.
And he had already missed the first 2 weeks of school.
Correct.
And he did not want to go, did he?
I think his comment to me was he was scared. He was a little nervous.
Okay. And he made threats of violence that morning before school to you in 2 texts, didn't he?
I need to see the text. I'm not sure what you're
All
talking
right,
about.
let's pull him up.
Yeah.
Those?
Mhm.
I'm sick of your shit. This is the fucking end for you.
Mhm.
There's more.
Yeah, I know.
No more apologies. I fucking had it with you.
Mhm.
The way you twist shit is so old. I have no idea what ATP means.
Me either.
Okay. But I'm being told it means at this point.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And then you fucking caused this.
Okay.
No mention of Marcy. Whenever something happens, just know the blood is on your hands. Fuck you.
Correct.
And this is at 6:49 through 6:51 a.m. before Colt goes to school.
Yep.
And that's his first day of attending school since May 21st, 2023,
Yep.
when Jackson County came to your door about threats to shoot up a school.
Yes, sir.
Did those texts alarm you?
They did, but I kind of knew what they were about.
I think you testified about, you kind of knew what they were about?
Yeah.
You're just guessing? Does Colt still have the rifle in his room at this time?
I'm not aware of the rifle maybe being in his room at that time.
Okay. So let's look at this picture we have. That was modified on August 3rd. That's Colt's room, isn't it?
That is his room.
And that's the tactical vest you ordered for him.
Correct.
Now, you took Colt to school that morning, didn't you?
I believe I did on his first day. I can't really remember.
And you did not go inside to tell anyone about those texts?
I did not. And I wasn't aware of that picture either.
I understand. But the rifle is in his room, isn't it?
In that picture, it is. I don't know when it was taken. I don't know where I was.
Well, sometime after he dyed his hair.
Yep.
And before August 3rd.
In that time frame, I don't know. I don't know where I was, what time it was. I had no idea that picture existed till I saw it the other day sitting in his courtroom.
And now at this time, you and Marcy had been talking about Colt needing serious psychological help, weren't you?
Marcy was bringing that up. Yes, sir.
Okay. And she was telling you that y'all discussed inpatient treatment for him.
She did.
She did, not you.
Yes, I didn't believe he needed inpatient treatment at that point.
All right. And you actually talked to Investigator Smith, and he says, have you been in communication with Marcy about any kind of stuff for him, any kind of like mental health? And you said, yeah, her and I talked about that. And she was like, he needs help at another level. And Smith asked, what does she mean by that? And you say, she means like checked into a place.
Mhm.
And he says, when does she make that comment? And you say, recently, while this has been going on. So she's telling you Colt needs to be checked into a place.
She is.
Okay. Now, the next day, on August 15th, so this was his first day at school where he says the blood will be on your hands. And now we moved on to the next day, Colt skipped school, correct?
I was told, I think by Colt, I'm in school.
But he wasn't.
I found out later that he was not.
So he skipped school his second day.
Yep. I received a text, I believe, from him, said he was at school. I called or I texted him and asked, did you go to school? He said, yes. And I think I said, have a good day. I'm proud of you.
Okay. And him and Marcy have a physical confrontation.
And what was that day?
August 15th.
Yeah, that's
It's a
the
Thursday.
day. That's the day they had the issue.
And the issue was about the gun in his room.
No, originally I thought the issue was about, Colt made mention to me that she was either drunk or high.
Okay, that's Colt's version.
That's Colt telling me in the very beginning.
But she told you that it was about the gun in his room. And she wanted it put away and out of the house.
That she was actually in the house, that staying with us. I thought that he had went to school. Text, as stated, she did not even know that he had not left the house and went to school. So the version I got from her was, yes, he and I had an argument, I think is how she posed that. And then somehow she said something about the gun and Colt not wanting to give it to her or something. I'm not sure exactly how that story went.
Okay. You remember telling Investigator Smith that she said something about the way you're acting? I'm going to talk to your daddy and we're going to have to take these guns and get them out of the house. And what she said is he flew off the bed. She said she went down in there and said, you need to get your shit straight, go to school, and we need to just get these guns put up. And that's when they went from bad to worse. And she said she was going out of his bedroom and he pushed her and she hit the door of the wall and the side of her head. And it's like, okay, I'm on the way home. Remember telling Investigator Smith that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. So she's telling you that she wanted the guns out of the house. He loses his mind, flies off the bed at her and pushes her and she hits her head. That's what you're being told by her.
That's her version of it. Yes, sir.
Okay. And Colt texts you at 11:04 that a.m. and tells you about that. Correct?
Part of it. Yes, sir.
So let's pull up the mom. Okay, so at 11:04, he's texting you, Mama just attacked me.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then tried to grab my gun.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's kind of accurate what she was saying.
No, she was saying that he had his gun or was doing something with his gun, and his version of it was he was nowhere near his gun. It was just sitting in the corner of his room, and she came in and went for it, is what he said for me.
But it was an argument about his gun.
I think it was an argument about school, his attitude, not wanting to go, just a kind of a rift that they had always had, to be honest with you.
Okay. But this is an argument involving the gun.
Yeah, this is the first time, to my knowledge, that we had ever had any issue with a gun being in our house. Nobody ever went for a gun, used it aggressively, or even in our arguments, Colt and I touched, made reference to the first time the gun ever was involved was when Marcy went for it, according to Colt.
So never, 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 ever, ever, never until this day.
As far as in an aggressive or negative manner.
Okay. And this is the day after he made that text about the blood being on your hands.
Right, and I think I stated, I took that blood on your hands as he thought that his mama may go through with the threat to kill him.
Okay.
That's how I read that text. That's how I took it.
You took it that he's scared of his mother killing him.
Whatever they were arguing about, I don't think he ever got over that statement that she made.
That's not in any of his texts to you.
No, it's not. And
You just thought that.
That's just how I perceive that.
Okay. So you're going through this month thinking in your head, Colt's terrified of his mother killing him.
Not terrified. I just think that he had that thought in the back of his head.
Okay. And this is the woman you went and picked up and brought back to your house to live with Colt.
This is the woman I went and picked up after we went several family visits, Colt and I, to rehab to see that she was doing better. It earned her chip. And I was told that she was to a point where she could be released and that she had permission and her parents were on board. So I went and got her.
What about Colt?
Colt was on board. He went down there for family days with me.
I thought you just said that you were worried that Colt was afraid she'd kill him.
In that argument,
So you have a child that's afraid of their parent killing them and you're going to bring her into your house?
not afraid of killing him. I'm just saying he always had that, we both had that thought,
Okay. Well, let's see the text that he sent. This is at 1:52. Do this. So Colt texted you, she was grabbing for my rifle. I didn't know what she planned to do with it, so I kind of acted in flight or fight. Correct?
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, I got hit.
That's okay. I know what's coming.
And then you say, it's all good. Why was the gun involved?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that kind of disturbs you that there's a gun involved in this, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's the first time that a gun was, involved in any kind of argument or altercation.
Okay. And then he writes, I don't know. She backed me into my room and started talking about, oh, you're going to get your gun, even though I wasn't. And then she grabbed it.
Yes, sir.
So the gun is in his room.
It was on that day.
Okay. And it was after that day, that she asked you to get rid of the guns.
She asked me to put the guns up.
And you agreed that you would do that.
Yep, put them up where they normally are up, and there's not been an issue.
And you didn't do any of that
I did. I put them all back up in my closet,
in your closet.
in that top shelf
Okay.
where they sat.
And so I think you talked to Smith. What did Marcy ask you about the guns? What did she say to you about the guns? And you said, she just said after the confrontation she had with Colt, she was like, you just need to put them up or get rid of them. And I said, okay. And he says, did you put them up or get rid of them? And you said, they're up. And I didn't. My thought was, I'm going to have a conversation with Colt about this. So putting them up for you is in an unlocked closet.
Yes, sir.
On a shelf.
Yes, sir.
And you're not home during the day.
Not home during the day.
Colt is.
He was.
And you didn't do anything else to make the guns more secure from Colt.
No, sir. To that point, I didn't. There was no perceived threat from Colt.
Okay. In fact, later the same day at 3:48, Colt texts you, asks you to buy the Apalachee bore sight with the red laser bore sight and 3 sets of batteries from Amazon. He says, could you please buy this?
Correct. That was in reference to us going the following weekend to the range.
Okay. And you ordered it for him the very next morning.
For him and myself.
Okay.
That was a accessory we both used on our rifles.
The morning after he had a physical confrontation with your wife holding the gun.
He wasn't holding the gun. She was.
That's not what she
went
said.
I'm sure that's what she said, but he told me she went for the gun. So I put him up.
So the 16th, you order him the Apalachee bore sight at 6:25, and at 8:57, Colt sends you a text. They also talked about the holes in the door, and that's referring to the holes Colt put in the 2 doors, correct?
Yeah, the one headbutt where he tripped, I think was an accidental thing. I don't think he was doing that on purpose. In fact, I know he wasn't.
Okay. So this isn't the first house Colt has put holes in, is it? Didn't he put a hole in the house in Jefferson in 2022?
I don't know if I'm aware of that, of a hole he put in the wall.
Okay, and of course he broke the window down in Fitzgerald.
Yeah, he slammed the door and broke it. He just cracked it. It really.
And at 9 a.m. he sends you the text. Sends you this text. I am restraining myself as for what I feel like doing right now. I have barely any control over. So he's telling you he's losing control over himself, isn't he?
I wasn't sure what was happening with him at that moment. I was not there.
Okay. So that's the day that Marcy leaves and goes back to Fitzgerald.
So that's the day we all thought he was in school. Marcy was in the house, didn't know he went to school. Debbie, Charlie, everybody comes up.
Yep.
He's hiding in the closet.
Right.
And I later learned what those texts were about. He was sitting there listening to the conversations going on in the house.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when they go to leave, he comes flying out of the house and has a violent outburst with them.
I heard multiple stories of what happened.
Okay.
I heard Colt and I heard Marcy's version of it.
Okay. That would have been his second violent outburst in 2 days.
According to Marcy.
Okay. And when Marcy and Charlie and Debbie leave, they come to your work.
They
Meet
do
you
that.
there.
They come to the Rockdale Fire Station I was building.
Where you were, and they meet you.
Correct.
And they tell you about what Colt had done, come flying out, threatening to kill them, and all that kind of stuff.
Yes, she didn't necessarily, I don't think she mentioned the word kill or anything like that. She said that they were taken back, didn't know that he was in the house till he showed up at the door. And I think he was cursing at Charlie about being in our house.
Did Debbie talk to you about those awful emails that we went over in court that day that she got from Colt?
Do you have them?
I don't have them with me, but you remember when she testified all about the fuck you and your God and all that, hope you all die?
Oh, to Debbie?
To Debbie.
I remember.
And that was in the aftermath of this, wasn't it?
I believe it was.
And did you see those? Did they talk to you about that?
I don't think Debbie talked to me about those emails at all.
Okay. When they come meet with you, do they tell you about Colt acting this way?
What they had told me was he came to the door, surprised everybody, and was pissed off about Charlie being in the house and Mamu talking about calling defects on me.
Well, Let me ask you this. What they described to you
Mhm.
of how Colt was acting, did it disturb you?
I wasn't surprised. He was mad. I wasn't surprised at that. I was actually mad that what was happening inside of the house. I was also upset that he had lied about going to school again. So there were multiple things I was upset about, actually. But what he was telling me was going on, being said in the house, I was upset. Yes, sir.
Okay, let's talk about specifically your thoughts about Colt.
Okay.
As they're talking to you at this fire station that you're working at, does it worry you, what they're describing, does it worry you about Colt, about how he is in his emotional states?
It didn't worry me to the point because I knew he was pissed about Charlie because Charlie had threatened and had called the police on him prior down in Fitzgerald. They did not like each other and had multiple run-ins.
Okay, so your testimony today is that you were not worried about Colt being like a troubled teen or upset or anything like that.
Well, I was concerned about him being upset for sure. I was concerned about him not being in school again. So yeah, to say I was not concerned, no, I was concerned.
Okay, but you were worried about Colt's emotional state at this point, based on what they told you.
I was worried about him being upset again after I've worked really hard to kind of keep things calm, and upset about him not being in school.
Okay. And they gave you the Zoloft for Colt to keep giving him the Zoloft, didn't they?
Yes, she gave me a Ziploc bag of broken up little pills. I wasn't sure what they were at the time.
Okay, so I want to pull up a text that Debbie sent to Colt. I think it's already in evidence at 10:21 a.m.
Let's actually come back to that. I think we indicated yours in the break. Go ahead, take 10 minutes.
All right, so we are going to a break. And so this is where I was saying yesterday when they were talking to the judge, they thought it would be a little more than a half day of testimony. It has now been, let's see, we're at about 7 hours of testimony. So it took all day. So we have about, let's see, this is about it looks like, let's see, actually less than that. Let me move forward. Yeah, so maybe about an hour, probably an hour left for this live stream. So this is going to be the longest live stream for this case. And while we're watching this, I am going to see if I can find anything about Colin's parents, because that's a really good question, Nanny. They talked about Marcy's parents, but they never mentioned Colin's. Neither did Colin himself.
If you're just talking about, according to them, Colt has a outburst where he threatens to kill everyone at the house. They drive to your work, give you the Zoloft. They tell you their version of events, correct?
I don't know about the threat to kill everybody in the house. That's not what I was told, but the rest of this is accurate.
Okay. And I'm not showing this so much to go to the contents. It's more the timing.
Okay.
So this is sent at 10:21, because remember it says UTC plus 0, we're UTC minus 4.
Okay.
So it's actually 10:21, not 2:21. So this is still early morning, mid-morning.
Okay.
And she's saying we gave your medicine to your dad. So this would have been after you've had that encounter with Debbie and Marcy and Charlie, correct? Assuming that's correct.
If they came to my work, that was after everything happened at the house.
Okay. And they've given you their version of events of what happened at the house.
Well, Marcy gave me hers.
Okay. So that's the only one you talked to was Marcy?
Right.
Okay. So that's at 10:21. 10 minutes later, you start doing some searches at 10:31 a.m. You search troubled teen options near Athens, Georgia. That's at 10:31. So you kind of believed Marcy a little bit, didn't you?
Well, this was the ongoing conversations that we were having where I was trying to figure out what would be best for Colt.
Because he's a troubled teen, isn't he?
I think they all have been through more, all the children and myself, than the normal person would, yes.
Okay. So after you look here, you then visit at 10:32 Eagle Overlook Recovery.
Correct.
Okay. We're going to go to that website there. and that's a treatment center for teens in Georgia.
Correct.
Okay. And then you go to Wolf Creek Academy,
Mhm.
and that is here.
Right.
Now, that's a boarding school.
Right.
Okay. Now, at 11:46, so that would have been around 10:30 or whatever. At 11:46, so about an hour later, in the midst of your searching for psychiatric options, Colt texts you again. Hey, if we could get 150 rounds, that's fine. But could we get at least 50? So you haven't taken the guns away, and he's pestering you for more ammunition.
About the upcoming weekend to go shooting.
And you know he's emotionally unstable.
I know that he's in my thought process that, you know, he may have temper issues.
Okay. So 11:55, so 10 minutes after that, you search child psychology.
Right.
And then at 12:24, you search hope, anger management, help overcome personal emotions.
Right.
Okay. And you found the counselor center you liked, Enlightenment Counseling.
It's the one I decided to reach out to. I wouldn't say liked, it's just the one I picked to reach out to.
Okay. And that was at 12:41. So we're still that midday of the 16th.
Right.
You send a submission contact form to Enlightenment Counseling.
Yes, sir.
And it says, I'm a working dad of 3. Colt is my oldest, 14 years old. We've had a very difficult past couple of years, and he needs help. Anger, anxiety, quick to be volatile.
Okay.
I don't know what to do. I have United Healthcare. Can you help?
Right.
Anger, anxiety, quick to be volatile. Does that sound like a child who should have access to an assault rifle?
To that point, even with his anger and being volatile at points and times, there was never any kind of threat or comment made from him about using a weapon negatively or otherwise.
Okay. And she responds pretty quick to you, 37 minutes later.
Yep.
Thank you so much for reaching out. Would you mind sending me your number? I can give you a call to discuss services. It'd be a good fit for Colt. I've definitely worked with teenagers before that. You have gone through the things he's experiencing. It sounds good. I can go ahead and send out paperwork and get services started for him.
Right.
So she's good to go, right?
Yep.
Okay. And you respond back to her about getting a number. And if you miss it, please leave a message and you will call ASAP.
Right.
Now, at 2:06, let's get down to mine. So 30 minutes later, Colt texts you, did you see my text? All right. And he's referring to that earlier text about getting the ammunition.
Correct.
Okay. That one's 11:46. And you respond at 2:07, yes, later. I need to pay for everything first, but we will.
Right.
We will. You're actively looking for psychiatric treatment, but you're going to get him more ammunition.
I'm actively looking for anger management to try to help calm him down in ways I could deal with that. And the ammunition was in regards to what we were planning to do the following weekend on the holiday.
Okay.
Which,
But then at 2:52, you look for gun safes online.
that's right.
So this is all in that same time period.
Yeah.
Anger, anxiety, quick to be volatile. Now we're looking at gun safes.
Yeah, we're looking at gun safes because the first time that the gun had ever come into play in any kind of issue that I've ever had at my house was when Marcy was there and she went for the gun. So up until that point, there was never a threat, never any kind of thought process of him doing anything with a gun.
Are you saying that you looked at this because you were afraid of Marcy with the gun?
No, I was just looking at options to put my guns up maybe in a better manner than in my closet.
Right. Because Marcy's already left and gone home to Fitzgerald.
Correct.
Okay. So this is gun safes because you know things have changed and you need to do something to lock those guns up better than you are.
This was a search, again, that, you know, I started looking around because I knew Marcy would be back at some point and there'd never been an issue with a gun in my house, however it was stored. So I started looking around at what we could do. And
Are you trying to insinuate that you're doing this because you're afraid of Marcy with the gun?
That's all we did.
I'm asking him a question.
is
Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not putting the blame on anybody. I'm just saying the gun came into play for the first time.
Right, because Marcy came up there because you went and got her and brought her up there, and now she's gone. And the only way for her to get back up there is for you to allow it. So the gun safe's not for her, is it?
Well, no, she had showed up at the house unannounced before, and Debbie would bring her up to the house whether I had planned for it or not. So
Not that summer,
I'm just talking over the past.
over the
I
past
can't-
17 years you were married to her? Like, what are we talking about here?
I don't know. I can't give you exact dates.
Not that summer. That summer, you picked her up from the rehab,
Mhm.
brought her to your house,
Right.
and she stayed there until her parents came and took her back. And you have authority of whether or not she comes back to your house.
I went and picked her up under the understanding that she had crossed certain hurdles and horizons in rehab, and she was going to continue those efforts and wanted to be near her kids. And I was trying to, help her with that. And the gun safe was just something I thought after that episode, no matter whose fault, the gun came into play for the first time that, in an argument situation. So I started looking around for gun safes.
Because at that point, none of it had ever been locked up.
They had never been locked up in a safe, and they had never come into play in any type of argument or heated situation.
So let's show a clip of you had with Jason Smith on the 5th, where you were talking about the gun safe and stuff.
Mhm.
With what had happened, for me to tell you, it was unbelievable. We've never had this weapon in our house. We had a long conversation with Colin about it, but they would never been there. And it was just like a story, like, these are escapes. How we go with the words and we just get through all of this. I was just sitting here thinking, we sitting here telling that through up in my closet, and they were up and out of reach and out of sight, like, it just comes across in this camera film, I guess, like, I should have done more, yeah, and I'm like,
Do you feel like you should have done more?
well, as soon as I felt like something was different, like with him, that's immediate when I was like, I need to buy this gun case, and if he continues to kind of not be who he said he was
When
going
did
to
you buy the gun case?
I have to sit in my heart and I couldn't afford it.
Well, what was the catalyst for that? I remember you telling me
Yeah,
about that.
I was just saying that I could just, him going back to
Was
school,
that after Marcy told you to put the guns up?
no, this was after him and her had that big old thing.
There was a red flag going on for you, like, hey, I need to lock this gun.
Well, there was like, okay, until we can get him some help and everybody calm, I just need to do the right thing and just get him put up or out of the house, like either way, like, and that was known, that was coming. I had to pay $78 more to sleep by. So it's still sitting around for $134.
And that was after the incident last week
With
with them.
Marcy, him and his mom, so
It
really.
came up last week.
Yeah, and really, I was debating, like, this week, like, well, if he goes to school, then I may just come home and take everything up to Mike, and just kind of hold on to him for a while, just until I make sure everybody's like.
Why didn't you do that last week?
So Jason Smith asked you, do you feel like you should have done more? And you said, as soon as I felt something was different, like with him, that immediately when I was like, I need to buy this gun case. And if he continues to kind of not be who he said he was going to be, that was the catalyst for getting the gun safe. Him
Being who he was supposed to be was more going to school, doing the things he said he was going to be. And the gun safe catalyst is the gun coming even into play or being a part of an argument between anybody in the house.
And then Jason Smith asked you, so there was a red flag that went off. Hey, I need to lock these guns up. And you said, well, there was, like, yeah, until we can get him some help and everybody calm. I just need to do the right thing and just get them put up or out of the house.
Yes, sir.
Till you can get him some help.
Yeah, we were in the process. There
You
was,
wanted to do the right thing.
yep, we were actually had counselors said at school, and we're in the process of doing the right thing.
So you knew the right thing to do was to not let him have access to the guns.
No, not necessarily him, just to do the right thing to make sure that a gun wasn't involved in an argument with him or Marcy or me or anybody else in that house.
But you didn't do the right thing, did you?
Immediately, no.
Okay.
As far as buying a safe, I did not buy a safe.
So you're still trying to get him counseling at this point. We're still on the 16th, same day.
Correct.
All right.
I believe counseling was dialed in and ready to go to where?
And Marcy and you haven't done aware yet. This is on the 16th.
Okay, all right.
We'll get to the aware thing.
Okay, all right.
Okay. This is before that, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So y'all are trying to get him counseling. You just filled out the enlightenment form.
Right. Okay, so yeah, I'm still
That day.
collecting who would be best.
And you're communicating with Marcy and Deborah because they want him to get counseling too.
Correct.
Okay. In fact, you send a screenshot of that enlightenment response to Deborah,
To Debbie, yeah,
and she responds, "That's awesome, Coley. Thank you."
yes,
Okay. So that all happened on the 16th.
correct.
I think you sent that enlightenment response on at 3:46.
Right.
And she's so happy that you did that.
Mhm.
At 4:35, so less than an hour later, Dawn Crook calls you, goes to voicemail. She leaves a message,
Yep.
and you never call her back.
Correct.
Let's fast forward 5 days. Now we're on August 21st. That's 5 days after the first voicemail from Dawn Crook. She calls you back again, goes to voicemail, leaves a message, and you don't call her back. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So that's at 4:26 when she leaves that voicemail. Okay. 6 minutes after that voicemail is left, at 4:32, Marcy searches Dawn Crook, Bethlehem, Georgia. Is that a coincidence?
I don't know.
Or have you told her about Dawn Crook just calling and leaving that voicemail?
I don't know how that transpired. I know that I talked to Mamu about it. So more than likely it was Debbie that had shared that with her.
Because I mean, so you told her, I just got an email from Dawn Crook, a voicemail, and and Marcy searches Dawn Crook, Bethlehem, Georgia.
Sounds like it.
Okay. Now that's at 4:32. 2 minutes later, Marcy's looking at different places. Crisis stabilization. She searches crisis stabilization, advanced behavioral health system.
Okay, yes.
Okay. And then she sends you at 4:38. So this is 12 minutes after Dawn Crook left you that voicemail that she's good to go to help with Colt. Marcy sends this. This is what Colt needs right now. They take our insurance and he will go there until he was stabilized and they figure out a treatment plan. She's talking about an inpatient here, right?
Right.
Okay. Dawn Crook is an inpatient, is she?
No.
Okay. In fact, that's at 4:38. At 4:39, you go to their website, Advantage Crisis Stabilization. And that's the one in Athens, right?
Yes, sir.
That we've been talking about.
Yes, sir.
That's at 4:39. At 6:10, Dawn Crook from Enlightenment sends you an email. Hope you're doing well. I wanted to follow up and let you know that I tried to call you to touch base on Friday. Left a message for you today as well. If you could please call me back when you have a moment to discuss details and getting services started for Colt. You never responded to that email, did you?
I don't believe I did, sir.
No, it's because you and Marcy believe Colt needs something more than just counseling.
I don't believe Marcy and I.
Why didn't you respond to her then? You set it up with her because Colt just needs counseling. That was your idea.
Yeah, I reached out to her.
Okay. Marcy says, no, I think he needs to go to this place where he can be held there until he's stabilized. And that's when you just ghost Dawn Crook.
Well, that's when I, was trying to figure out what the best option was for him. I think I may have talked with Cole at some point about what his mom was researching and inpatient. I didn't.
You didn't want to do inpatient, did you?
No, I didn't. I wasn't sure what inpatient meant. That's why I think I did the search. But I thought that, it wasn't to the point that she was making it out to be. This was more, she wasn't in and day out with us. I thought this was more of an anger management issue.
Right. The stuff Dawn Crook could handle.
Right. And others that I'd looked at. I wasn't, at this point, I'm still I'm not exactly sure what I should be doing. So I'm trying to,
Trying to get some guidance.
No, I'm just trying to research what I can to understand. I know what Colt's going through day in and day out and what facilities offer and what aligned best with Colt. And I just didn't feel like inpatient was where it was at.
Did it occur to you that maybe you could get more information if you called Dawn Crook back?
She was just one of the people on the list. So no, it was just a fluid situation.
And you never contacted anyone else on the list?
No, I just continued to research.
Okay, that research thing again. All right. Now, you were worried about his violence. And you worried that he needed something more specialized, weren't you?
Are you telling me or asking me?
I'm asking you.
I just knew he had anger issues.
But you didn't think he needed to be in someplace.
Institutionalized, no.
That wasn't you. Okay. You remember talking to Investigator Ward about that?
I may have.
Let's see what you said to her about it.
With counselors.
I was about to ask.
Yeah, and my mother-in-law is a school teacher for 40 years. Like she gets it.
Okay.
And I'm like, he's got to have specialized. This isn't just five and dime. Like he may need to be checked into someplace. I said, if it continues to escalate and it goes towards his brother or sister,
Right.
then he needs to go right.
Again,
So you're telling Agent Ward, he can't just have this five and dime. He needs to be checked into someplace.
yeah, that I was kind of going over the whole thing with her after, trying to explain to her what I was researching, what I was looking at for him. And as far as escalating to his brother and sister, in my mind, it was still the anger issue. And if he ever went to hit or do something to his brother and sister, then obviously,
Okay.
that would be a,
Well, let's piece this through a little bit. Isn't that, so you said, so we've been on the phone with counselors. That's not true. You've not been on the phone with anybody.
not on the phone. I think I left that email with Dawn, and may have misspoke right there.
May have misspoke. Okay.
We're talking about an hour or so after the tragedy had happened.
Okay.
So to sit and think that I'm having a line by line conversation with the GBI in my front yard and can recall every single thing I was doing in phone calls, that's.
I understand that, but have you noticed that when you get confused and you may not say it right, you always say it exaggerating how much you did?
Exaggerating how much I did?
Yeah, like when you're mistaken, you're mistaking the exaggeration benefit to you direction.
I don't think it was a benefit. I was trying to convey that I was not doing nothing, and I was trying to do the best that I could do. I don't,
But you weren't on the phone with counselors.
There's no game plan for being a single parent.
I
I've never been one, so
So you had not been on the phone with counselors, correct?
Had not.
Okay. And then you said, he's got to have specialized, can't just five and dime, like he needs to be checked into someplace. Isn't that the exact opposite of what you just told us?
that was just a conversation that, I said after Marcy and I had been talking,
Let me rephrase, or actually, no, I'm not going to rephrase. Isn't that exactly the opposite of what you just told us?
If you say that's the opposite, then that's the opposite.
You told us that Marcy wanted him to be institutionalized, put into a place, and you didn't think so. You were against that. You didn't agree with that. But you're telling Ward he's got to have specialized, can't just five and dime, like he needs to be checked into someplace. Isn't that the exact opposite of what you told us?
It is the opposite. But what I left out to Agent Ward was that was the conversation between Marcy and I, and still just kind of, very emotional about what happened. I did not word it correctly.
Yeah. And then you say, okay, I said, if it continues to escalate, and it goes towards his brother and sister, then he needs to go. Correct?
That's what it says.
If that violence that he's had, that you've seen, continues to escalate, and it goes to his brother and sister, he needs to go.
Yes, sir.
Don't you understand that if he has a rifle, it will be too late?
Argument.
Again, the rifle never came into play with anything that we were ever arguing or going through in that house. And the escalation was towards me, not his brother and sister.
Colt told you he wanted to be in an insane asylum, that he needed to be in an insane asylum.
I believe he either texted or told me that in passing that it was something him and his mother were talking about, and he was kind of off the cuff with it.
All right, I think you talked to Smith about this.
Mhm.
Good.
Some years ago, he was suffering from mania.
No, this is what just came up and with his mama. This is a hot one on
That's right, with you.
No, this just happened, just happened. She was up here last week, whatever, here recently, last week.
But Cole never told you you suffered from mania.
To me, never heard that.
How do you think Cole's telling me?
I don't know why he would say that, but I'm gonna tell you where I heard it. Marcy comes up, or she's going home, one or two, we start having a conversation about Cole. I'm like, when I got that kind of said to me, we were talking about counselors in school, and she's like, well, this is what he asked me. I'm like, okay, he said, she said, I was talking to him, he said, do you think I need to be, what is it? Do you think I need to be, or how do you get into an insane asylum?
When did he say that?
Here recently, to his mama, and she said that to me, and I'm like, what is that? So that's kind of like another thing where, like I'm telling you, I can feel something is off, like this is not getting better.
But for you, that all feels only that.
Like we need to do something immediately, yeah.
So you felt like y'all needed to do something immediately. She's telling you feel something is off.
Right.
And y'all need to do something immediately. That's what you felt.
Right.
But you didn't do something immediately.
I didn't do it immediately.
Okay. Skip to the next. Not the word one.
About what he told,
Right.
what was it? Mania, whatever, was a thing about, and that's where I'm like, he's gotta go. Like, we have to make it happen right now, something's wrong.
When was that?
That was just the other day that his mama told me that, like, okay, we're gonna make this happen.
And that's where I'm like, he's got to go. Like, we have to make this happen right now. Something's wrong.
Yes, sir.
You believed he needed to go somewhere,
I believe you need more than anger management at that point.
but you didn't make it happen.
Not that day, no, sir.
And Colt still has access to that rifle.
He does.
Okay. In fact, this photo was modified on August 21st,
Yeah, never seen that photo.
but that's him with, that's not even the rifle. That's your other gun, isn't it?
Never knew that happened.
But he has access to your guns, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
Next day, August 22nd, Thursday, Colt skipped school. Next day, August 23rd, it's Friday, Colt skipped school. The next day, August 25th, it's a Sunday, you search Advantage Crisis Stabilization, and then you searched again 5 minutes later, Advantage Crisis Stabilization. That's that place in Athens.
Yes, sir.
And that's you searching for it.
Right.
Okay. Monday, Colt had skipped school that Wednesday, Thursday, Friday before. He goes to school on that Monday, and that's the day he has the anxiety attack at school. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And he goes to see Lisa Butler in the counselor's office. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at 10:42 a.m., you get an incoming call from Colt. I'll pull up your records. So look there, this is all your phone call logs for that morning. Okay. I think the first one starts at 7:30 in the morning. And then you come down at 10:42, and that's where you get one from Colin Gray. Okay.
Yes.
And that's when he's calling to tell you that's actually, he's with Lisa at that point, correct?
Yes,
Okay. So you kind of talk to Colt and you talk to Lisa in that phone call.
correct.
Okay. And then at 10:58, so shortly after that, 10:42, 10:42, you get an email from Lisa Butler with the Project Aware form.
Correct.
Okay.
Mhm.
So this is at 10:42. She sends you, and you see at the top says attachment Project Aware Consent Services.
That's right.
And that's the email she gave you because y'all talked about the Project Aware, and that's the first time y'all talked about it on August 21st. Correct?
I believe so.
So going back to your phone calls that morning, you got from Colt Gray, from George Clackham. Leave it up. Uncall. I'm just going from the top. From George Clackham to Andrew Harrington. Who's Andrew Harrington? Somebody you work with?
I think it was a subcontractor that worked for me.
Okay, so that's work. Then you got a couple of My Pretty, and that's Marcy.
Mhm.
And then again, there you go, 10:42, Colt Gray. Okay, and then some more My Pretty, Colt Gray. So you did not call up to the school that day. The school calls you through Colt, correct?
I don't think she had the right numbers that she was calling me from. So when Colt called, I answered.
But you don't call up there.
I didn't know to call. She didn't have the right number. I answered Colt's phone call.
What I'm saying is you didn't call the school that day.
I don't think I had a reason to call the school that day until Colt called me.
So you became Project Aware. You became aware of Project Aware because Colt has an anxiety attack. Lisa Butler reaches out to you through Colt, sends you the form.
Right.
That's not what you told Jason Smith, is it?
Again, there was a lot going on. Everything, I think I told Jason Smith the same thing. Everything that we talked about, timestamp, dates, it may not have been correct. It was, I've been up all night with Jenny
Mhm.
and may have got orders wrong of what was going on. So
Yeah.
if you're about to show something that
Now we're gonna play something.
I said different, then I
Yeah,
did.
it's a little different.
I could not convince him to go back to school after he came back that second time. I don't know what to do at this point. So I called up there and said, I want to see the in-house counselor. Can we do this and set it up?
What's the counselor's name?
Lisa, I need to look at my phone. Lisa Hughes, I think. I think she sent me an email and said, hey, they made contact at the school and she said, we would like to bring in a third party, be aware.
Bring like third-party therapist
Yeah,
or
it's called
psychologist or something?
Yeah, the awareness is the count.
Okay. When were they gonna do that?
I had to fill out all the paperwork, which I did Thursday and Friday.
So you had an appointment this week?
Giving them all permission, like, bring everybody, bring a specialized person, like,
What were they specifically like treating for?
they were gonna talk to him about coming to school, not worrying about what people are saying. Don't be a loner, you know, come on, get back into the swing of things at school.
And
And try to
other people were saying it was at the stuff by this mall,
Yeah.
that was it, and the rest of it, exactly.
And then he was more worried about everybody knowing that he, you know, mom was in that bed, and that his biggest fear was failing and falling behind once he was in high school.
So the appointment this week on Sunday goes for like today or tomorrow.
Yeah, so they needed me to give permission. I filled out all the paperwork online and said, thank you so much for this.
Okay,
You just told him that you called up to the school because Colt needed counseling, and you talked to the counselor when you called up to school.
correct. What I should have told him was this was the time that Debbie and I were working together on this, formulating the plan in the evening on what to do. Debbie was actually the one going to the school and communicating.
No, this is before Debbie. We'll get to that in a second.
Was
Debbie
it?
hadn't come up yet.
Okay, so there was a lot of things moving at that point in time, but as far as me calling, I don't guess I did call the school. I was trying to communicate to Jason that I had some plan in place for Colt.
Okay, so again, your confusion leads towards you looking more proactive than you actually are. You don't call up to the school and you tell them that the reason that you wanted to do the Project Aware came out, what they were going to talk about was making sure Colt came to school and he felt good at school. You don't mention anything to Jason Smith that what precipitated this was a panic attack at the school where he had to spend the entire day at the school nurse's office.
I didn't tell him that. No.
You didn't tell him that. And then you make the phrase, I filled out all the paperwork on Thursday and Friday. I think you've said that a couple of times where your attorneys have said that through court. You filled out all the paperwork, correct? Isn't it true that the form is one page? That's it?
It's paperwork.
That's what you consider all the paperwork. But you filled out Thursday and Friday is what you said. Colt's name.
That's what I filled out. Correct.
Now at 12:03, so that was in the morning, 10 something. At 12:03, you get an email from Karen Hope about offering Colt counseling through the school. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Could you pull that for me? Karen Hope, glad to have you aboard. I'm Karen Hope. She gives her email and phone number. You ever call those or text any of the email?
I did not reach out to
No, never reached out to her.
her.
So at 12:18, you get a text from Marcy that says, been texting with Colt. He seems okay, but they have him in a conference room until he feels stable. So, I mean, that's not a good text to get until he feels stable. Colt had a pretty rough day at school, didn't he?
It sounds like he just had a kind of, like I had referred to, he doesn't like being put in the spotlight and, doesn't like everybody looking at him. So I think he kind of had a panic attack about that. Yes.
Yeah. So that night at 7:59, you order that unisex half mask.
Yeah, I don't remember ordering that half mask for him. I've seen that picture. I don't remember doing that for him.
Okay. But you don't just dispute your Amazon account records that we showed earlier.
And my bank records, but
Bank
that
records.
wasn't the first time where Colt had purchased something without me knowing.
Don't you get an email from them when they tell you? Well, if Colt is,
I'm not saying Colt did it. I'm just saying that I don't remember buying that for him.
okay. Mask arrives a couple days later, and let's go to the 27th. So that was the 26th. We'll go to the next day. Colt skipped school. In fact, he didn't go back to school that week. Does he?
No, sir.
In fact, he doesn't go back to school at all until the day of the shooting, after that panic attack, does he?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Now, Deborah Polhamus,
Hang on, I am not sure that, and I'll have to look. There may have been some days in there where I was told or thought he was going to school.
but that day, the 27th, the day after his panic attack,
Mhm.
that's the day Deborah Polhamus arrives at your residence.
Yes, sir. I
And
think
that's when y'all start talking about what we're going to do about Colt.
Right.
With Deborah, y'all getting those plans together, I think you talked about.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And she's talking to you about advanced behavioral in Athens.
Her and I were talking about it because I said, hey, this is what Marcy had brought up, and I was just uncomfortable with the inpatient. So her and I were talking about that.
I thought we just went through all the interviews with Jason Smith and Kelsey Ward where you were saying he needs to go somewhere.
Yeah, I don't dispute
Okay.
that, but Debbie and I were talking about that as well.
Well, it just sounded like you were going back to the whole, I didn't want him to go inpatient.
No, I'm just telling you what we were talking about.
So she's talking about Advantage again. In fact, she had called them on the way up there. We saw the phone records.
Right.
Okay. And that's when she tells you Saturday, nobody's there on Saturdays. I mean, they're not crowded on Saturday. It's a good day to go, didn't she?
She said I could take him anytime.
Anytime you want. Anytime there's an issue.
Right. Saturday wasn't like Dad said.
But Saturday was a good day, wasn't it? A good day to do it according to her.
Yeah, she said it was any day was good.
But she specifically pointed out Saturday being a good day because they would not be crowded that day.
Yes, she said Saturday or any day would be good.
All right. Now, going to that Wednesday at 7:44 a.m., Colt texts you a text. I have to kind of dance around the inconvenient truth at times. I have no control over what these things say and tell me to do. Is this the first time Colt has said anything to you about voices telling him to do things?
I don't know. He's telling me voices. I don't really remember this text.
It's marked red. Says it was read at 7:45.
I mean, I obviously I read it,
minute.
but I don't remember, him saying anything about voices or anything like that. It was an odd text that I got from him.
You don't have a recollection of I have to kind of dance around the inconvenient truth at times. I have no
No,
control over what these things say and tell me to do. That doesn't scare you?
It was just an odd text.
Okay. Well, 1 minute later, you text Marcy, call me.
Right.
And she immediately calls you at 7:46.
Mm-hmm.
And you talk for 6 minutes and 42 seconds. Right?
Yep.
And that was about that text you just got from Colt.
It may have been. I'm not sure what we talked about.
You two were communicating regularly about your concerns with Colt.
We were communicating about everything all the time, so it's hard to say.
And within 2 minutes of getting off the phone with Marcy, you receive an email from Jade Baker at 7:54 a.m. And it says, "You are so welcome, Mr. Gray," because you had sent one earlier saying thank you. "You're so welcome, Mr. Gray. I'm the clinician who will be working with Colt. I plan to begin working with him early next week. Please let me know if you have any questions or concerns. I'm looking forward to supporting Colt. Have a wonderful day." And she gives her cell phone number.
Yep.
You didn't respond with any questions or concerns, did you?
Not in an email, no, sir.
Getting a text from Colt that he hears voices 10 minutes earlier telling him things to do that doesn't rise to the level of a question or a concern?
Not through an email. I just kind of felt like, we had engaged this place. I wanted to kind of bring everything that had happened and was going on and sit down face to face and explain it with them.
Later that morning at 9:52, Colt texts Marcy, "There are people after me, and I don't like it, my teachers. I feel as if they're plotting against me. Somehow I feel like they'll hurt me, and I stayed home again." That's just 2 hours after the voices text that you got.
Yeah, I had no idea about that text. I wasn't on it.
Yeah, but you knew that he thought the teachers were out to get him.
No, I didn't know that.
You don't remember Colt telling you that he feels like the math teacher was out to get him?
I remember having a conversation and asking him about what he said to me, and the conversation was more about him kind of being called out in front of others in the classroom and asked to answer a question kind of in front of everybody, that she was more kind of not after him, but just kind of putting the spotlight on him.
That didn't raise to a concern that you would want to share with Jade Baker?
Not at that point. I knew that he was worried about being in school, and, as I'd said before, he didn't like the spotlight. He didn't like having to be standing in a room full of people he really didn't know yet and answering questions maybe he didn't have the right answer for.
So in one day, Colt talks about having no control over the voices in his head, and they're telling him to do things.
Yeah, he never said voices there.
He says these things.
He just said these things. That's like I said, it was an odd text. He never said voices.
And he still has that gun, doesn't he?
We all have them, and they're in the closets.
Oh, they're in the closet?
Yeah. Most of the time. They weren't in there every single day.
No, they weren't.
Had no
There's
idea.
that mask.
Yeah, I had no idea that picture ever existed. Don't know when he took it. Don't know where I was.
Well,
Don't
there
know
was
what time of day.
testimony that was on the 28th,
Right.
that picture was taken.
I'd
You got
never,
the mask on the 27th.
Judge, if you let him ask the question.
I'm trying to explain to you, I've never seen this picture
I know you
before.
haven't. I know you haven't. You said that already.
Right, so
But what I'm saying is the picture itself is evidence, isn't it? Colt has that gun after he had the mask,
yep.
which was delivered on the 27th, and this picture's on the 28th.
And that I had no idea that he had the gun or when
But he does, is what I'm saying.
obviously.
Obviously. The same day He talked about having no control over what these things say and tell me to do. Let's go to the, and now this is on the 28th. This is exactly 1 week before he kills 4 people. Let's move to the next day, the 3rd, August 29th. It's a Thursday. Colt skipped school again. Now at this point, Marcy, at 2:59 p.m., she Googles school shooter Nick. And then at 3 p.m., she Googles school shooter parents charged with manslaughter. And then Marcy looks at a CNN article, what James Crumley's manslaughter conviction means for parents. And then at 3:05, just 6 minutes after the first search, she Googles, why were Ethan Crumley parents charged? And then Googles what led to James and Jennifer Crumley's guilty verdict. And then 4 minutes later, Googles safe storage laws, Georgia. And then 1 minute later, safe storage laws, Georgia. And then 1 minute after that, looks up Giffords, which is that thing we saw about safe storage and saving kids from gun violence. That's a lot of searches in 15 minutes for Marcy, isn't it?
I have no idea what she's texting or researching or when she's doing it.
She's not discussing these issues with you?
No.
I mean, for 15 minutes, that's all that's on her mind. Parents getting charged for a school shooting, gun safety, locking guns up. She's searching just that for 15 minutes straight.
She never told me anything about searching any of those.
Because she called you right after.
Correct.
All right. There's all her searches.
Yeah, I've seen this.
She calls you the very next minute at 3:52.
Mm-hmm.
Or you call her at 3:55. You call her back at 3:55.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think I answered when she called. I'm not
Okay,
sure.
so you call her back at 3:55.
Correct.
All she'd been thinking about before she called you was this
I have no
parents
idea-
being charged with a school shooter.
No idea what she's thinking about.
And y'all talk for 14 minutes.
Correct.
Okay. And as soon as you guys hang up, because she called it 3:55, you go 14 minutes from that. Now you're at 4:11, 14 minutes later, she looks up again what led to James and Jennifer Crumley's guilty verdict.
Okay.
All she's thinking about, calls you, talks for 14 minutes. The minute she hangs up, right back to it.
Okay.
And she never mentioned it to you at all?
She didn't mention it to me.
That's wow. Cool. Okay.
Do you want to know what we talked about, or
Couldn't care less. I apologize, Your Honor.
you don't want to know what the phone call was that I called her about? Does that matter?
It doesn't really mean.
Okay.
So she goes right back, and then you call her right back.
Okay.
4:19. You call her again at 8:09.
Mhm.
You call her again at 5:03. You call her again at 5:12. You call her at 5:31. You call her at 5:41. That's 6 calls from you to Marcy in less than an hour and a half. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And then again, as soon as y'all stop talking, she goes right back to searching the same things. Let's go to the next day, August 30th. It's Friday. It's a holiday. Colt texts you that morning, you forgot to give me my Zoloft. Correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're giving him the Zoloft.
I was not giving him the Zoloft.
Well, Marcy left on the 16th,
Oh, no, she did.
and you had the Zoloft
She gave me the Zoloft in a Ziploc bag. Yes, sir.
on the 16th.
I believe that's when it was.
All right, so this is 2 weeks later.
Right.
Colt takes it every day, right?
Not from me. He had been taking it prior with her,
Every day.
I guess.
Okay. So 2 weeks after he hadn't been getting it is the first time he ever says, you forgot to give me my Zoloft.
Correct. We had conversations about the way I received the Zoloft and what it looked like in the Ziploc bag. Up until that point, I was under the understanding that, she had talked to her doctor or what have you, and it was just in a Ziploc bag, and I didn't, I never really felt comfortable with the Zoloft with her and giving it to him. So I would forget to give him his Zoloft. I had actually put it up in a cabinet. And really, there was a stretch of time when he wasn't always acting out, and he wouldn't ask me for Zoloft, and I wouldn't give it to him.
But you gave him Zoloft at some point.
I don't think I ever gave him Zoloft, which ends up being some of the arguments that we had was him wanting it. And I just didn't feel comfortable knowing that she broke apart her pills into this smaller section of Zoloft.
Mr. Ray, I don't want to cut you off. I'm having a hard time following what you're saying.
Sure.
Let me ask you this question.
Right.
She leaves on the 16th, gives you the Zoloft.
Yeah.
On the August 17th, does Colt say, you forgot my Zoloft?
When was that text?
I'm asking about the 17th.
Oh, I don't know.
That was the 30th.
Yeah, no, I don't think.
So now on the 17th, the 18th, 19th,
Not that
20th,
not that I can remember.
21st, 22nd, Stop me when you remember one. 23rd?
That I gave him Zoloft?
23rd?
I was against the Zoloft.
24th?
Not that I can
25th.
recall, I don't think.
26th? 27th? 28th? 29th? So all of those days, you have not been giving Colt Zoloft. And he wants it, doesn't he?
I don't know if he wants it. He's taking what his mama told him he needed to take.
But on the 30th, 2 weeks after he's had been having Zoloft, he doesn't say, Dad, give me my Zoloft. Why aren't you giving me my Zoloft?
Right.
I've been asking for my Zoloft. He says, you forgot to give me my Zoloft. It sounds to me like he's implying you have given it to him before.
That was our kind of, instead of I'm not giving it to you and starting another argument over Zoloft, I would say, oh, I forgot. So I would not be giving him the Zoloft. I wasn't comfortable.
So that's not how you read that text, that you had been given it and you forgot that day.
I mean, that's how he texts his mama, but I would tell him I forgot to give him the Zoloft. I just wasn't a proponent. I didn't know enough about Zoloft to be giving it to him
All right.
in those type of dosages. So.
Okay. So at 4:39, still on the 30th, you text Marcy a picture and it says street tacos tomorrow. Right? This is on the Friday the 30th.
Okay.
Okay. And she writes, hell yes, I can't wait. Me and Mama just got back from the hospital. She had to go get blood work done for her pre-op stuff.
Okay.
So you're planning to see Marcy on Saturday.
Originally we were.
Okay. And she's excited to come up to see you.
She was excited to see little Colin.
Okay. So let's skip to the 31st. That's Saturday. And she texts you at 10:24, about to leave Fitz. Mamu isn't coming. Dad's birthday.
Correct.
Can you come down? So she
Right.
has to do that. And you don't respond.
Correct.
And then she texts you again, 11:35. So that's it. You're prepared to spend money on gas and everything else, go to Lake Blue Ridge. She can't spend the gas to drive 2 hours to pick me up. That's bullshit. You know it.
Right.
You don't respond.
I don't.
Okay. And I think you said that the reason you didn't respond was because you thought you may have to work.
Couple things. Work was in flux, but communicating with Colton and Jenny about what we were planning on doing. I know Jenny was kind of reserved about not really wanting to have her mama come up. Colt was wanting to go to the shooting range. So I was just trying to keep the peace in the house. I didn't want her to come up here and start any more issues. So I decided not to go get her.
I think on the rec, though, you said a few times that you might have to work that day. You weren't sure.
Yeah, it was in flux.
It was in flux.
Right.
Okay. But in reality, you were planning on watching that Georgia game on TV. It was like, weren't you?
Not reality. Never really planned for a Georgia game. It was more after I didn't have to work. I think is how it worked out. I ended up either listening on the radio or watching and passing, not sitting watching the whole game.
That was at one of those college football kickoff games against Clemson down at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium.
I don't know what game it was.
It was a noon kickoff, wasn't it?
I'm not sure.
At 10:53, you text your sister, "Go Dogs."
Right.
Okay. And then at 11:05, you send your sister another text.
Right.
I hope everything is going good for you. I need a favor if possible. I'm a couple dollars short on rent and wanted to see if I can borrow some money, and I will Zelle it back to you Friday.
Right.
I'm short because of copays for doctors for Colt.
Right.
That's a lot, right?
Yeah, I'd made that up to her.
Okay. I think I'm going to have to check him in a place so they can try to help him. Marcy didn't send this text, did she?
No, I didn't.
That's you. I think I'm going to have to check him in a place so they can try to help him. Now, this is after you filled out the Project Aware stuff.
Right.
I thought you said on direct that you weren't going to go to Athens on Saturday because the Project Aware stuff was going to work. We'd already figured out it was going to be the Project Aware, and we decided we were going to do that. Isn't that what you said on direct?
I did. I wasn't sure it was going to work.
So right here, you're still, I think I'm going to have to check him in a place so they can help him. He had on a full-on panic attack at school Wednesday. So I'm trying to get him into a psychologist in Athens.
Right.
You're talking about advantage, aren't you?
I may have been.
That's the only thing in Athens y'all been looking at, isn't it?
It is.
I'm doing the best I can, work 60 hours a week anyway, get back next week, just grab time. And then 11:35, Marcy texts you. So that's it? Oh, wrong one. So that's it? You're prepared to spend money on gas and everything? That's bullshit, you know it.
Mm-hmm.
And again, you don't respond at all. You're still watching the game, at this time talking to your sister.
I don't know what I was specifically doing, and I did send a text to my sister.
You don't remember sending the text at 12:48. It's a dang defensive battle. Who would have thought this is going to be a low-scoring game? Like whoever has the ball last is going to win.
Yeah, I listened to a lot of Georgia games on the radio, so I'm not sure about
That's what you're doing on Saturday
listening to the game.
and not going to Athens.
Correct.
It would have been a good day. Not many people there in Athens.
Correct.
But you did go to Athens, didn't you?
Yeah, I went to Guitar Center with
You went to
Colt.
the car center. Well, that fender cap, the one that he used to conceal his rifle.
Correct.
Okay. So let's go on to the Sunday, September 1st, 1 o'clock. You get a text from Marcy. Why are you doing this? You never respond. Did you?
Nope.
You two had been corresponding daily up until that Saturday. Why are you ghosting her all of a sudden?
This was just a kind of the ongoing thing that Marcy did throughout the years. And, you know, once I said I wasn't sure if work was in flux, it started an argument. I knew it was going to, and I was just trying to keep it from getting what it typically ended up being through the years.
This is what Marcy does through the years. You're the one ghosting her.
I'm ghosting her because of how she's done things through the years. You know, just trying to not let this turn into an episode.
It wasn't an argument about the fact that you weren't coming to get her so y'all could go to Athens behavioral help.
This was an argument about not coming down there to get her at all so she could see little Coley.
Why didn't you?
Why didn't I? Because work was in flux. It's a 9-hour ride. And my kids, older 2 kids, weren't really jazzed about her being there.
So you just ignored the problem?
I ignored her.
Monday's a holiday, Labor Day, and then on Tuesday, Colt skipped school. Correct?
I believe so.
That brings us to the 4th. Jenny sends you a lot of text messages. I'm not going to go through all of them. I'm in lockdown. 3 people are dead at the high school. How do you ask, how do you know? How do you know? People are saying there was an email. Please, I'm scared. I can't call you. I'm in lockdown. Did you talk to Colt today? Are you coming to the school? You replied, yes. And at 11:15, I'm on the way. Have you heard from Colt? And then at 12:19, you text Jenny, have you talked to your brother? She replies, no. But I think we were thinking the same thing, and I don't want to talk about it over text. And then you respond, yep, 10-4. You didn't ask for clarification on what she meant. Yep, 10-4. You knew at that time it was Colt who did this, and Jenny knew too.
I didn't know that Colt had done this.
It was obvious to everyone in that house, wasn't it?
No, sir.
And then you stopped at, well, first off, you tell your boss that you have to leave because Colt broke his arm?
Correct. George is not my boss. And I told that because sometimes George can be scattered at best. So I told him that, you know, not really sure what to tell him was going on at the school, and to try to get his attention that this was something serious that I needed to go and do. So I told him that Colt had broke his arm. Yes, sir.
Is that a normal thing for you to just lie?
No, but I need to get George his attention.
How about my son's school's in lockdown? My daughter said 3 people are killed. Do you think that would get George's attention?
Yeah, I don't know if I had known the killing part of that yet when I had talked to George.
How about my kid's school's in lockdown? I had to go.
Right.
You think that would have gotten his attention?
George and I kind of had a disagreement about field day. I mean, missing work with little Coley's. And so I don't think he's ever had any kids. So I just, you know, it was just an off the cuff statement I made to him.
Okay. And then you stop at a gas station on the way home?
I do.
And you go inside
Well,
and make a purchase.
I get $20 worth of gas, go in, pay cash for the gas, and get a drink.
Don't you have to, if you're paying cash, don't you have to go in first? So they'll
No.
turn the pump on?
No, I mean, sometimes you do, but I didn't that day, no.
Okay, so you paid cash for the gas.
All right.
And then you got a drink.
Yep.
Okay. And you paid debit card for the drink.
I think I had $5 left on my debit card, so I didn't have much money, but I just used my debit card for speed. I had $20 cash. So I got
And
that cash.
you did all $20 worth into your car.
Correct.
And knowing that there's this horrible issue at the school probably involving your son.
I didn't know it was involving my son.
You've been getting all those texts all morning.
From Jenny, yeah, that there was a lockdown.
What about the text from Colt? Y'all were freaking out about Colt. Remember those texts?
Yes.
You're freaking out. Calling Marcy. Calling the school. Jenny's school's in lockdown.
Marcy called the school.
But you didn't go to Jenny. You went straight home.
Jenny, I think at some point told me that she was in lockdown and to come to the school, they weren't letting her out yet. So I went home.
Okay. And you went straight to Colt's bedroom.
No, I went to my bedroom first.
That's right. You checked. You pulled the
All
clothes
clothes
off your guns to see if they were still there.
Correct.
Are you kind of frantic at this point?
Originally I thought he'd skip school because I heard the TV on, and then thought, okay, the gun's not in my room. So I went to his room and looked and didn't see the gun in there either.
You went to your room first,
Correct.
to your closet,
Yep.
because that's where the gun's supposed to be.
Up on that shelf.
And
Yes,
you
sir.
pull your clothes off,
Right.
and there are your guns.
Correct.
This is the picture that Heather Lashley got of your closet when she went in after this.
Right.
Did you put the clothes back?
Oh, no. Between the jeans and the blanket is really what covered them all. Just pulled it apart, set it back.
And you set it back?
I didn't set it back. I just kind of kept it in place right there. You can see typically it's in the middle-ish behind that little small box of ammo right there. That's where they, you just had to move that blanket, that little boggin hat, and you could see it.
Do you not remember the sentences you just said?
As far as taking clothes down, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, you described you went in there and threw the clothes away to the side.
I don't think I said, I just,
Okay,
moved
well,
the
we'll let the
clothes.
jury decide what
I
you
don't think I
said.
said throw them down. If I did,
Obviously, you're really all the decisions.
Right.
Go ahead and ask the next question.
So you go to his bedroom, into his bedroom,
yep.
see if the
stop.
gun's in there.
Yep, look through the door.
Okay, and the gun wasn't there.
It wasn't where it typically is if he has it in his room. No, sir.
Okay. Now, investigator Gilliland talked about she went out to the house and measured.
Right.
And I think she said it was right around here. If that was the door, the wall would be about here. Does that sound about right?
Roughly.
It's not doing carpentry, but.
No, I'm with it.
And then my guess is the whole room, if this was the one wall, this is probably the second wall about here. That's how big a room we're talking about.
I never saw the posters, if that's what you get.
Yeah, I've never seen that.
Yeah, I never saw this.
Well, I wanted to kind of get the jury to kind of idea how big this room we're talking about.
It's not a very big room. You
Okay.
can basically see around the room
So
from the door.
you come in, boom, corner, is that there? That's the gun? You never saw.
I never saw those posters. I sure didn't.
So the wall they were on would have been about right here, I think she testified to. And Heather Lashley. Put it here.
Right.
Where's the gun? You don't see that.
No, I wasn't looking there. When I stuck my head in the door, I looked in this corner.
That corner? Well, it's not over there because you just said this is kind of the wall.
This is
So you look at this corner,
from the door. I looked down that wall into that corner
about right here.
and leave. No, it's further than that.
You never saw that.
Never saw that. Never looked around his room. Just looked in that corner and walked out.
So when Bazinet and Townsend arrived, you arrived at the house at 12:27, based on the cell right location. That sound about right?
Sounds about right. Yeah.
And then Bazinet and Townsend arrived at 12:32. So you're home 5 minutes total.
It was quick.
Yeah. And they arrive, and that's when you give the whole, I knew it.
Right.
Okay. And what was the explanation you gave in direct as to why you knew it?
Just the texts, the calls I got from Marcy, just trying to piece it all together, listening to the radio on the way home, gun not being in the house, just kind of like, oh shit, this might be Colt.
Am I mistaken, or didn't you say something in direct about Marcy telling you that Colt had been obsessed with school shooters, and that's why you knew it?
Yeah, she had, in one of her phone calls, she said, I know this is Colt. And I said, well, something along the lines of, there's no way, you need to calm down. And she said, he talked about it all the time. And I said, what?
Okay. You never gave that explanation to Townsend.
No, I didn't.
In fact, he asked, you said, I knew it. And he said, why do you think that? That'd be the perfect time to answer the question like you did on direct.
Right. Did I answer him?
Yeah, you did.
What did I say?
Let's see.
Is this you? All right, come here. So I'm looking at the stuff going on. I'm only here to go through if we're about to leave this moment.
No, it's here.
Anybody else now?
No, sir.
Any other animals?
Nope, the only weapons are mine up in my top of my closet.
What are they?
A shotgun and an AR.
Shotgun and AR? It was, okay.
Nothing's loaded.
Okay.
We're gonna wait here until we get one more.
God. I knew it when my little girl just texted me. She's in middle school. She said, we're in lockdown. I'm like, God almighty, please tell me, brother, to do something.
Why do you think that? Why would you think that?
We're trying to get him into counseling. He just didn't fit in last year at high school, so we let him do online school. And we brought him back into just doing normal school this year, and he's going okay. We reached out, talked to the school, and said, "Hey, y'all got counselors. We want him to, check in." I filled out some paperwork the other day for another a third party counselor to get involved. I think it was called Aware, but basically just gave them permission to go and talk to Cole. Can I use my phone?
Give it just a minute.
This is 5 minutes. It's only 5 minutes have passed.
Mhm.
You don't say anything to him about, well, the text messages with his mom and she said something about school shooting and none of that.
Right. There's a lot on my mind at that moment.
Yeah. Talk about Project Aware with him.
Mhm.
Didn't you tell him the same thing? I called up to the school wanting to talk to the counselor.
Just conversation. It wasn't
Yeah.
like I'm trying to say I did all these things. Just more of a making him aware of what was happening.
Okay. None of it about the Project Aware thing, but you didn't call up the school like you told him.
No,
And you didn't say anything to him about you knew this because of Marcy's text.
I did not at that time. No.
Okay. In fact, you had an interview with Kelsey Ward not too long after that, didn't you?
Yes, sir. I believe we covered that.
And she's talking to you about what happened, what's going on. You never mentioned it to her either about Marcy's text and school shooting. She said school shooting stuff. You never mentioned that to her either, did you?
I did not.
No. Wasn't top of mind, was it?
Well, there's a lot.
It's top of mind today, isn't it?
It is.
But you did talk to Kelsey about the picture on the wall, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said you saw a picture about 2 days ago, so 2 days before the shooting on Colt's wall. And you asked him who it was.
Correct.
And he says, "You don't know who that is?"
Yes.
And you said, "No, I don't know who that is." And then you say, "And then he told me that's one of the guys that did the last school shooting." And that's maybe 2 or 3 days ago. Correct?
I said that to who?
Kelsey Ward.
I think after I went back the second time and asked him who was in that picture, he said that was a person that did a school shooting, and I think I told him to take it down.
So he did tell you 2 to 3 days before the shooting that on his wall was a picture of someone that had did the last school shooting.
He did a school shooting, I think is what he said.
Okay. On your son's wall.
One picture, yes, sir.
Less than 2 years, well, actually like 17 months after Jackson County come to your house about Colt threatening to shoot up a school. He's putting a picture of a school shooter on his wall, isn't he?
He did.
And he told you that's who it was, didn't he?
He did.
And you didn't do anything to remove that gun, did you?
The gun stayed where I thought it was located.
And I want to get something straight, because Heather Lashley already talked about this. Colt's room, here's the door. Nothing on this wall. Nothing on this wall except that little antler from the deer he shot, which is what, about this big?
Give or take.
That on that wall. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Correct?
His bedroom was moved into the laundry room at that point. That was just where he was in the computer room.
In this room, where the picture of the school shooter
Was his computer.
where that shrine was,
Was his computer room.
nothing but the deer head.
Right.
That, nothing, nothing, nothing.
Yes, sir. But that
The only thing on this wall other than the deer head is that,
not his
and you
bedroom.
didn't see it.
You let him answer.
I'm trying.
Cut him off.
That was not his, huh?
I said, go ahead and answer the question.
That was not in it. That was not his bedroom at the time.
I don't care where he slept. That's his room.
No, it's not his bedroom.
That's his room.
his computer room.
His room.
It was a gaming room, but all the kids were in there at some point in time.
That's Colt's room.
His bedroom was moved into the laundry room.
I know that. We've
Right.
established that. But that's Colt's room.
Prior, yes. When we first moved in there, that was Colt's room.
On that day, that's Colt's room.
Okay, it's Colt's room.
Thank you. Now, the next day, on the 5th, you take Jenny to the treehouse. Correct?
Correct.
And Jenny testified that you told her to specifically lie about you not knowing who that picture was on his wall. You remember testifying to that? You said it shocked you. You remember that?
Me testifying?
No, her testifying. You remember her
I
testifying?
remember her testifying,
The
yes.
very specific lie of you telling her to lie about you knowing who that was on the wall.
That's what she said.
That's what she said. And that would have been on the 5th when they go to the treehouse. That same afternoon, after that, you have an interview with Jason Smith. Correct?
Correct.
And he's talking to you about that picture on Colt's wall. Correct?
Correct.
And you tell him the exact same lie that you had just told Jenny to make. Didn't you?
I'm not sure what I told him about that picture.
All right.
I know it came up, so it's been a minute.
When I went in and said, hey, what do you want for dinner? This was probably a week ago. And it's like, hey, I'm gonna fix some dinner. You want pizza? What do you want to do? And I'm like, who's that? And he's really into music. Like, learning how to play guitars and all that. He looks just, I thought it was the guy from Green Day. Like, oh my gosh, that's that old man from Green Day that his son, I told you, has a band. He's like, oh, that's not who that is. I'm like, he never did tell me. He goes, you know who that is? I said, no. I said, I think he's that guy from Green Day. Like, whoever it is, just bad glasses, he had a horn pair of eyeglasses on. And I laughed, he laughed, and that was that. So,
It was just one picture of.
yeah, just one picture.
How often do you go to Brent?
I go in there almost every day. You know, the door's open, he's on the computer, it's dark. Hell, there's no one place that I'm in because I'm trying to, do laundry, cook dinner, take out the trash, cut the grass.
So you go in there every night, Sunday night, you go in there every morning, wake up, you go in there to, like, me or my wife, sometimes you go, I'll go in there and sit down and hang out with my kids.
Yeah, so he does that, and I go in there and look.
It's just that one picture last.
Yeah, just that one right there by the computer. That was on him. Yeah, and then.
Can I take a picture real quick?
Yeah. This is the guy. No, that was up there.
No, that was up there.
That was.
Just that one.
Yeah.
That's kind of a whole lot more. You know who this guy is?
I have no idea.
You have no idea who that is? Can you see that?
I think that's it.
Yeah, that deadly toll 17. No, that's a school shooter. His name is Nicholas Cruz.
That's the same guy. That's the same
Yeah,
guy.
same guy.
Okay. That's the only thing I can see.
We got pictures for the social media down here.
This is in his room?
Yes.
I'm telling you right now, I never saw any of that. There was one picture, that one, right there.
And you wasn't up for the school.
Yeah, no, here's what I was gonna say. So when Jenny moved in, I said, hey, you're living with us. I'm gonna give you the master bedroom with private bath.
Right.
I'll sleep in the bunk bed with visitors.
Mhm.
All right. So I had Colt set up on a couch out in the living room. And then when I saved up enough, I bought a queen size mattress and just bed frame, no box frame, and set it up in the laundry room, and found a big room, like I was gonna make my bedroom. So the goal was like, oh, your room is packed with all this stuff that you got going on, computers and, golf clubs, all this stuff. I said, you need to start getting better sleep, so I want you to make this your room back here. Sleep in the bed instead of the couch.
When you get that transition.
Probably a month ago, 3 months. So he would be asleep in there. And literally there was no, like, he's on his computer, like, I'm not going in there and chit chat with him. He'll go in there and lay down or come out on the couch, and that's usually where if we're talking about school or anything's going on, that's where he's at. Like,
So
he
he
never told me who that was. He never did. He in class, I can't believe you don't know who that is.
He never told me who that was.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a lie.
Well, I had forgotten to mention the second time I went back in there with him and asked him who that was, but the picture was taken down.
So you forgot to say that you knew who that was.
Yeah.
Because he asked, so he never told you? And you said he never told me who it was. Never. He never did.
Right.
That's a lot of nevers. Now, We showed all those pictures where Colt had that up in his room many times throughout the summer.
Oh, I saw some pictures of it. Yes, sir.
Sometimes first one in April,
Mhm.
that was before he even dyed his hair. There was another one on August 13th. That's the night before his first day of school.
Correct. And those pictures are different than what's on that poster board.
Oh, no. Remember, she said it flips because of selfie.
No, I
And
mean,
if you look, see the top of it is here, and if it flips, it's exactly the same.
right.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah, but the upper parts.
Well, it's because of the top. See, there's a gap between.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. That's the night before his first day of school.
Yeah, I never saw that picture.
The morning that then the next morning sends the message about the blood being on your hands. On August the 28th. That's the same day as the text about voices and teachers out to get him.
Yep, I've never seen that picture either.
And on Labor Day. Wait a minute, Labor Day? That's a holiday. You're home that day.
Correct. Never saw this picture.
Yeah. Now you knew he was violent. You believed he needed inpatient psychiatric treatment. You knew he was paranoid about his teacher. You knew he was violently opposed to going to school. But you gave him a gun and you never restricted his access to it, did you?
No, sir.
Which one? So you marked Exhibit 151. You recognize this.
I do.
You know what that is?
I do.
What is that?
The gun lock for my Glock.
No. The gun lock for your Glock is State's Exhibit 148. This is the one
Okay.
for the Glock.
All right. Yeah, there you go.
There you go. That came free with the gun, didn't it?
I did.
This one was the one found in Colt's closet. This came free with his gun, didn't it?
I don't believe so. I don't think I got any gun locks with any of the long rifles I purchased.
Oh, so you purchased this separately?
Whose?
This.
No, I had one prior from another handgun that I bought.
And you let Colt have it?
I didn't give it to him directly. No.
It was in his closet.
If that's where it was found, yes,
You
sir.
know how these work.
I do.
And you don't need to buy these from Amazon.
No.
They were already in the house.
They were.
They had always been in the house. 99 a wrapper. No other questions, Ron?
You read? I'll be really quick.
Just want to ask you a few questions to clear a few things up.
Okay.
When the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department came out, did they show you any documentation as to what was said?
They did not.
Did they show you anything that said anything about murder?
About murder, no.
Okay. They never contacted you again?
I talked to him the
Other
next
than the
day,
next day.
and then after that, it was over and done with.
So when district attorney asked you about, talking about murder, they didn't tell you that anything on there about murder. It was about school shooting. You don't know whether it was somebody else doing the shooting, whether it was a past shooting or anything else. Did you know what it was about?
I know that it was about, he said, he made mention of somebody made a comment about school shooting.
Other than that, did you have any information at all?
No, sir.
Did you notice the trash can when you came back in that morning to the house after the shooting?
No, sir, I didn't.
Where do you normally keep that trash can?
I keep the trash can up against the wall between the kitchen and the laundry room.
Okay, do you normally take that trash out pretty regularly?
Yeah, I do.
You didn't notice any empty boxes of shells in that trash can,
In the garbage can?
in the garbage can?
No, sir.
The state was asking you about the Marcy's search on the internet about school shooting and that sort of thing.
Yes, sir.
And there was about, I think it was 11 minutes, maybe it was 14 minutes, where you and she talked. Tell us what y'all talked about.
So the phone conversations were about the following weekend coming up, about me going down there to pick her up, her spending time with little Coley, and me trying to I didn't want to say that Jenny and Coley weren't really feeling it, her coming up there. So I was trying to be delicate about that situation, and I was still kind of in flux on what I was doing work-wise.
Were you and she arguing?
She wasn't happy that I wasn't coming down there.
Did she ever tell you that she had made any of these searches at all?
No.
Did you ever see any of these photographs the state was showing you with Colt with the gun to his mouth and all that sort of thing? Did you ever see any of those?
I've never seen any of those pictures until sitting in court.
Did anybody ever show you any information that they got off of Discord from Colt's computer?
No, sir.
Did anyone show you, or have you seen here in court, the telephone call or the text message that Colt was making at 8:03 the morning of the shooting?
I don't believe so.
Now, I want to just ask one more question since the state brought this up about blood on the hands. Was this in reference to Marcy had been there
Correct.
and she had gotten into an altercation? Had she gotten into an altercation?
She had.
And what did you believe this message to be?
I believe that message to be, as stated before, that that Colt was referencing her prior threat to killing him. And the blood on my hands would be if she had acted on that.
Now, this rifle, was it an assault rifle, as the state said?
The SIG, that's what the AR stands for, in AR-15.
Okay, but was it a single shot or was it a machine gun?
I was single shot, pull the trigger, bullet shoots.
Did your son give you any indication that you should not trust him and not follow the instructions that you had given him about the gun?
No, that's the thing, is leading up to the argument he had with his mother when the first time a gun was ever, she went for the gun is what he said. There'd never been any prior issues with him. It may have been in his room. It wasn't always in my closet, but there was never a threat or anything he did or said that was outside of the agreement that him and I had from the get-go.
Was there ever an email, a text from Debbie, from Marcy, from Colt, from Jenny, indicating that he was interested in school shooting?
The first time I heard school shootings was that phone call from Marcy the day of. Actually, Jenny, on the way to the treehouse, Jenny had said he was interested, but he made her promise not to tell me. That's the second time I heard it.
You heard the state say that you had told Jenny to lie about these photographs. Is that right?
Correct.
But you had already told Kelsey Ward that you'd seen one, right?
I'd seen one, yes, sir.
There would have been any reason for you to tell her to lie about it then?
No, I remember telling Jenny in that parking lot at the treehouse, I don't know what they're going to ask you, but just tell the truth. Tell them what you know.
Bottom line, Colin, was there any reason for you to believe that your son was capable of doing what was done at the Apalachee High School?
Not doing what he did at Apalachee High School.
Did you
No,
ever
sir.
believe that he was capable of harming anyone with a gun?
Harming anybody with a gun, no, it was a kind of a very special thing I thought I'd formed with him.
Thank you.
Senator, your thoughts?
Yeah.
All right, come down. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that we're beyond the time that we normally run, and that we're wrong. I do want to talk to the attorneys briefly about scheduling, so go ahead and go to the jury room, go to the rest if you need to. I'll probably pull you back in here to give you some instructions.
All right, guys, we made it. We made it. Gosh, this was a long live, but I will say I was not sitting here the whole time. You may have seen a lapse in commentary. I did my dishes. I made dinner. I did some other things, but I had my phone with me, so I was listening to everything that was happening. I am not going to do a live this long again, if I can help it. I think Mr. Gray did really well on the stand, especially given the DA, in my opinion, was just being very condescending and like, I don't know, just like snotty. He was being snotty. But I mean, he did give a good argument about the guns. The guns were not secured. They were on the top of the closet, which maybe little Coley couldn't reach, but the older kids could reach. I'm not sure. When, coming into this, I was like, he's guilty. And then I said, but I'm going to keep an open mind. I'm going to pretend I'm a juror. And now I can see one of the charges, but not the others. I don't see second-degree murder, and I don't see manslaughter. I see cruelty to children. He was negligent. His negligence caused his son to be able to get that gun and ammunition and kill 4 people and injure several others and instill fear in an entire community. So, one thing that I did want to mention, I had put it in chat. I was still trying to find information about Colin Gray. Couldn't find anything. I even tried Ancestry. That didn't work. I had put in chat about what Marcy Gray had written on a Facebook post about Colin having an abusive childhood. And I mean, it said severe physical abuse. I'm talking everything from getting a broken arm at age 8 while he was totally asleep to having a bar stool crack his skull open. And I wondered, it looked like he had a scar, but I thought it was maybe the lighting. I mean, the whole dynamic was screwed up. I mean, Marcy, Colin, the kids suffered because of their inability to get along. And so just to go over quickly, the charges that Colin Gray is facing: 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter, 2 counts of second-degree murder, and 8 counts of cruelty to children. If found guilty, he can face up to 180 years in prison. Personally, I think they would probably do it concurrently. He is currently 54. So even if they gave him 25 to 30 years, he will die in prison. He will die in prison. So we'll have to see. Monday is going to be closing arguments, and then the jury will get the case. I do have do I have the live scheduled? Shit. I think I forgot to schedule the live. Oh no, I didn't. I think it's up already. You should be redirected to it. If not, it is scheduled already. I remembered I scheduled it. That is going to be at 3:30 Eastern time on Monday. Tomorrow, I don't think I'm going to be live because, like I said, tomorrow is my grandpa's services, and then after, like later in the evening, we're going to do a family get together and just hang out. But we'll see. I might do a late-ish live on my second channel because it's Saturday and that's where I usually go live. And then Sunday, we will talk about other stories because there's a lot going on that I've had to kind of put to the back burner. So thanks everybody for being here. I mean, it was a long ass live. I don't know how people do this. I mean, at least I had, you know, a trial on where I could go and do dishes and no one would know the difference. And but some people, you know, some creators are on here for like 7-8 hours. I don't know. I couldn't do it. I am going to start yawning. So, with that being said, have a great night. If you haven't hit that like, I would appreciate if you did on the way out. And until next time, y'all, I will see you on the flip side.